Good morning, and thank you for joining us for our special coverage of the Jennifer Crumbley trial. I'm Meredith Bruckner. Today marks day 6 of testimony in the trial for the mother of the Oxford High School shooter. As we await for court to begin today, here's a quick recap of what took place on day 5. Jennifer Crumbley and her team says the blame is on school officials for being nonchalant about the situation. During day 5, Brian Malash took the stand, the man who was reported to have had an affair with Jennifer Crumbley during the time. Additionally, the prosecution in the case says they could be prepared to rest their case soon. CBS News Detroit's Rochelle Graham breaks down the biggest moments on the 5th day of testimony.
All rise for the jury.
What could be described as a 180 in court Wednesday.
We could rest today, Judge.
The prosecution announced it could rest by the end of the day, meaning wrapping up with calling witnesses to the stand in what was originally expected to be a much longer trial. But things quickly took a turn as Jennifer's high school classmate, Brian Malash, went next to testify. During defense attorney Shannon Smith's cross-examination, she zoned in on Malash's 3 interviews with police and how each one grew longer and more detailed, suggesting officers were intimidating or threatening him for more information.
Judge, objection. We're getting dangerously close to what defense counsel has sought to exclude.
Asking whether law enforcement threatened him in order to get him to lie?
Yeah.
Then the door is wide open for the people.
It might be.
Thank you, Judge.
I don't care if the door's open.
After confusion in the courtroom, it was revealed Jennifer Crumbley was having an affair with that witness at the time of the shooting. This is information the defense had requested be forbidden to bring up at trial. The judge stopped to make sure Crumbley understood the motion granted was now abruptly being reversed because of her own defense counsel.
I want to make sure that you are supportive of that.
I trust her, so yes.
Another witness, Luke Kirtley, works out of this building.
Detroit 911, what is the address of the emergency?
He called 911 after spotting one of the Crumbley's vehicles when investigators say they were first charged with involuntary manslaughter and on the run, hiding out days after the shooting.
The parents of the shooter that are running away, they're here.
A memorable and odd moment followed that evidence from the defense.
If they were smarter criminals, they would have taken off and run.
Your Honor, I'm not sure she wants to answer that, but it's not an appropriate question.
The 4 others rounding out Wednesday's witness list, all law enforcement. A lieutenant with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office testified that the day of the shooting, Jennifer Crumbley seemed anything but a nurturing mother.
She made a statement to me saying that lives were lost today and he's going to have to suffer. And I found that odd, the way she said it.
That lieutenant also testified that despite having a search warrant the day of the shooting, Jennifer Crumbley didn't want to give law enforcement her cell phone and, quote, seemed irritated about it, end quote. He went on to say her husband, James Crumbley, was the one to convince her to hand it over. Another glimpse of this trial of the contrast between the shooter's parents. Rochelle Graham, CBS News, Detroit.
Thank you, Rochelle. We now want to bring in our legal experts to weigh in on the trial thus far.
Yeah, so we've had a lot that has surfaced just within yesterday. Lillian, you had a pretty strong reaction to some of the things that were presented.
Yes, the mother's behavior, the father's behavior as well. He seemed to be more nurturing. The mother seemed to be more into who she was as opposed to who the family was, and you started to see the family dynamic. So now it's shifting in my head. She could have controlled that situation because she controlled the family dynamic. So if she wanted to take the shooter with her, that shooter should have been with her. The father is saying, hey, I have a job interview. That's something I'm trying to support the family. Believe it or not, I have more sympathy for him at this point in time than for the mother.
It's interesting how this has all played out and how this is the mother's trial and the mother's defense, and somehow we're left feeling that the father, James Crumbley, was the more loving parent, perhaps.
Yeah, as extraordinary as that sounds, I agree with Lillian's assessment. I wanted to talk about some of the legal gymnastics that occurred late in the day yesterday, to include the reversal of the motion to exclude evidence by the defense attorney, which was granted about 18 months prior to the trial, to include the exclusion of evidence regarding the affair and other damaging things that The defendant stood up, the defense attorney stood up and acknowledged to the court and said, I want all of this evidence about the extramarital affair to be included. You can bring in a wheelbarrow of extramarital affairs. That was her quote, which is either a incredible trial strategy or a resounding lack of judgment. One of those two. I've never seen anything like it. The judge had to acknowledge the defendant herself, have her sworn in, and warn her of the actions of her own counsel. And the defendant agreed that yes, okay, I want this evidence to come in. I've never seen anything like it. I think it's going to be extremely damaging to the defense.
Didn't seem in the moment it provided any sort of advantage
I didn't see any.
after the fact.
Right.
So we will continue our coverage. We have to take a quick break. However, when we return, we will take you back inside the courtroom for day 6 of that trial.
We'll be right back.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us for our special coverage of the Jennifer Crumbley trial. I'm Meredith Bruckner.
And up here, it's Friday. Today marks day 6 of that trial of the Oxford school shooter's mother. And the trial has actually started early today, so we're going to listen in now.
Okay. Take your time.
I went downstairs and immediately got in my car and went lights and sirens to the scene.
Okay. When you say lights and sirens, what does that mean?
My vehicle is an undercover vehicle for all intents and purposes, but it is equipped with lights and sirens to respond to different things. So, police term, we call it coding. It's you know, just like when you see cops racing to the scenes, it was very similar to that, except my car is an undercover type vehicle.
Do you recall how long it took you to get there?
It was somewhere within 20 minutes, I believe it was.
Okay. Do you remember the drive at all?
I remember portions of the drive to the scene. If you're familiar with the area, M24, Lapeer Road is the major route that we took to get there. It's the major road to get there, and it was completely lights, sirens, cars, just flooding northbound on Lapeer Road, and it was chaos.
So I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as equals 5. This is a map of the Oxford High School. Can you see that on your screen?
I can, sir.
Okay. Can you tell me what you observed when you first arrived at the school?
I observed when I came, there was students leaving the school. There was police officers flooding into the school. Emergency first responders. I know some of our people came right from their home address. It was I remember being shocked I live in a neighboring community, and I was just shocked that we have that amount of resources in a northern Oakland County school that quickly. Because I really moved to get there. By the time I was there, people were just flooding that place.
Do you recall where you went? First of all, let me ask you this. Did you go inside the school?
I did.
Okay, when you went inside the school, what was the situation?
I have no recollection of where I parked exactly, but I know I went in through the front office area. You can see on right there where it says office.
Okay.
That entrance on the south there.
So this would be the main entrance to the school?
Yes.
Okay.
Captain Todd Hill, he was then a lieutenant, had already set up an incident command post, an interior post. Understand we had a perimeter all secured. We were securing all the doors, no one in and out unless you were law enforcement or emergency first responders. And we set up, because it was so cold that day, it wasn't ideal. However, the area where we were at, we determined to be relatively safe. So all of us responded to that area to start handing out our assignments. We refer to that as the interior command.
Okay, so you said incident command, interior command. Tell us the difference.
I'm sorry. So the interior command is just the location on the interior. Incident command is where most, if not all, the decisions are made. So at the time, the incident commander, Captain Hill, his focus was casualties, safety and security of the building, and searching for additional shooters. When I was driving to the scene, I do recall them saying, we were getting tips from, imagine being a civilian, driving around and seeing cars fly by you, hearing about a shooting, we got tips just flooded into our 911 center about, I think the shooter's in this car, I think the shooter's in this car. There's a man in a camouflage jacket running through the gravel pit, and we think that's a shooter. So it was just, all we needed to do was go to the school first. We had no idea what else, if anything, was going on. So the exterior command was set up to, first to protect the school. The interior command was set up to handle the issues going on within the school that, for lack of a better term, were most known at that point.
Okay, so you were a lieutenant at the time?
I was.
Okay, and at the time you were also in charge of the Special Investigative Unit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You said Lieutenant, now Captain Hill was focused on the active scene, so
yes,
clearing and casualties, things like that? Okay, what was your focus then?
So immediately upon entering the thing, I had a brief conversation with Captain Hill, advised that I would be handling the investigative portion of this, and we started then devising a plan, the best way that I could participate in the active investigation while the other stuff was going on. There were so many tips, if you will, social media tips coming in about this, that, and the other that, you know, a lot of them certainly proved not to be true, but they had to be vetted. So, you know, I could not just go in and start investigating the scene. There were several opportunities, i.e. For us to interview. We heard victims were at hospitals that needed to be interviewed. There was obviously tons of staff, personnel, and students still on the scene that we wanted to talk to and discuss and try to figure out what had happened.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that it was your responsibility to coordinate this investigative effort?
Yes, sir. So my job, that's exactly what my job is. My job is to direct those resources to the follow-up investigation.
Would it be fair to say that you are the officer in charge of this case?
Yes, that's fair to say.
Tell the jury, please, what does it mean to be an officer in charge?
So, as I stated earlier, I direct the investigation, meaning identify and attempt to interview or have my team attempt to interview victims, witnesses. I decide, I assist. You saw Bob Catellis up here from the crime lab. Him and I worked together about obtaining what evidence we deemed was going to be necessary for this case. I direct officers, you know, to secure I directed the officers to secure the Crumbley home because we learned where the shooter lived. At the end of that, I comprised the information, and then I turned it over to the prosecutor's office, and then we discuss charging decisions.
Okay. And that's what an officer in charge does in every investigation.
That's right. This investigation was not unique to that. We do them with all of ours.
Okay. Now, it's fair to say that there was a massive amount of evidence uncovered in this case.
Yes. Imagine we estimated approximately 1,700 people in the school that day. They weren't using their lockers. It was backpacks, cell phones, you know, just dropped in. Obviously, you know, they were worried about their safety. So we just had a lot of evidence within the school, not counting, you know, evidence at different hospitals from victims, the shooter's home, things of that nature.
Okay. Judge, may I approach the witness?
Sure.
This is Exhibit 1. We have a stipulation.
Yes. Your Honor, we would stipulate to exhibits 1 through 4.
1 through 4.
1 through 4, thank you.
1 through 4 admitted.
Sir, I'll just give you all these right here.
Okay.
One is on top.
Yep.
Can you tell me, please, what I've just handed you?
These are the autopsy protocols for the 4 deceased victims.
I just want to make sure that's all. Okay, thank you.
Sir, tell us, you've reviewed the autopsy protocols in this case?
Yes, sir.
Do you know the identities of the victims who were murdered on November the 30th?
I do.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been admitted, stipulated to as Exhibit 418. Who is that?
That's Hannah St. Juliana.
Okay. And how old was she when she was killed?
14.
And sir, can you tell us, please, how she was killed?
The official cause and manner of death from the autopsy protocol is multiple gunshot wounds, homicide. She was shot in her upper torso, her abdomen, her thighs.
Could you refer to Exhibit 2?
I'm sorry, and her left forearm. I'm sorry.
You don't need to apologize. Referring to Exhibit 2 now.
Lieutenant, can you tell me if you need, did I promote or didn't promote you, Lieutenant? Can you tell me if you need a break?
Yes. Yeah. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
just let me know. Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
Now, this is People's 419 on the screen. Now, also referring to, this has been stipulated to, also referring to Exhibit 2, autopsy protocol for Madison Baldwin. Sir, how old was she when she was killed on November the 30th?
17 years old.
And how did she die?
Again, cause and manner of death was gunshot wound to the head. Manner of death was homicide. She, it was a close contact shot. The firearm was either on or near the victim's head when the trigger was pulled.
Referring now to Exhibit 3. That's an autopsy protocol for Justin Schilling, is that right?
I think I have Tate Mears through.
Justin Schilling's 4. Thank you, Tate Mears. And how old was he when he was killed?
Tate Mears was 16 years old.
This is Exhibit 420. It's been stipulated to. Tell us, please, how Tate was killed.
Again, the cause and manner of death in the autopsy protocol was gunshot wound. Tate had multiple gunshot wounds. Manner of death was homicide. Tate was shot in the back of the head at a further distance.
Now, Exhibit 4, sir. And that's the autopsy protocol for Justin Schilling?
Yes.
I'm showing what's been admitted, stipulated to for admission is People's Exhibit 421. Sir, is that Justin Schilling?
It is.
How old was he when he was killed?
17 years old.
Tell the jury, please, how he died.
Justin Schilling, you'll see, well, you'll observe, but he was, cause and manner of death from the autopsy protocol was gunshot wound to the head, homicide. He was also shot at close contact to the back of the head.
Sir, were others wounded and suffered gunshot wounds as well inside the school?
Yes.
Do you know their names?
I do.
Can you tell us who they are, please?
There's Phoebe Arthur, Elijah Mueller, Kylie Osage, Riley Franz, John Asciutto, Aiden Watson, and Molly Darnell, who testified earlier.
Thank you, sir. Sir, tell us what happened when you assumed, may I approach?
Sure.
I'll take those seconds, sir. Thank you. Tell us what happened after you assumed the lead of the investigation. So where were you when this happened, and tell us the first thing that you did.
So the first thing I did was collect myself because I was pretty overwhelmed, and then I we were determining areas of the school were had searched, and we were getting kids to the reunification point, which is, I think, was testified to at the Meyer. As that was happening, I made an announcement that I was handling the investigation to the 100+ emergency first responders that were in that office area that we saw earlier. And I said, if you're an investigator, come see me. And in hindsight, I don't know if it was the most efficient way of doing business, because 100 investigators started walking toward me. I'd never obviously dealt with anything like that before, but partners from the ATF, where I met Special Agent Brandon, partners from the FBI, local law enforcement from all over the region, all offering help.
Okay, so was it your responsibility at that point to direct certain officers and agencies to do certain aspects of this investigation?
That's correct. They, for instance, Special Agent Brandon approached me with his partner, I believe, and said, do you have the registered owner of the murder weapon? And I said, at this point, no, I did not. He's like, let me take some information off the gun. We'll handle that. We'll track that down for you. And he did that, and I saw him, or I heard from him a short time later, where he advised the gun was registered to James Crumbley.
Okay. And you discovered that weapon was purchased on November the 26th, 2021 by Mr. Crumbley?
That's right. Just a few days prior on the Black Friday before.
Now, while you were on scene, did you come to learn the identity of the shooter?
I did.
And then was a decision made to secure the Crumbley family home?
It was. The shooter was on his way to the Oxford substation. I directed a couple of my investigators, Sergeant Joe Bryan, who you saw, to attempt to interview him at the substation. In addition, now that we knew who the shooter was, I directed detectives from the Pontiac substation. Lieutenant Marsman kind of spearheaded that part, and to go to the shooter's home to look for any additional casualties. It's not uncommon in a shooting situation where the shooter starts in the home and then goes to the school, so I was concerned about that initially.
In a school shooting situation?
That's correct.
Okay, and you had learned about that in your training?
Yeah, and just by prior school shootings.
Okay.
It's certainly not uncommon for that to happen.
And so you sent officers to that location, 112 East in Oxford?
I did.
All right. Now, at that time, was there a concern of explosives?
Yes. So, again, understand everything's happened very, very quickly. People started doing open source searches on the name.
The name of whom?
The shooter.
Okay.
And finding different things, and the internet is a very expansive place, as we all know. And there came a video from YouTube of him deploying a Molotov cocktail, which is essentially an accelerant in a bottle with some sort of ignition device, wick, if you will. You throw it, and when you throw it, it blows up, spreads, because the fuel inside it kind of spreads. So there's a YouTube video of that. There was also, and I'm sure we'll get to it, there was also a journal with written passages in it that described secondary devices, meaning, there was a concern, and again, at this point, I went back to Captain Hill and advised him, hey, look, there's a concern that there may be secondary devices in and around the school.
Okay. So when that information became known to you as lead investigator, what steps happened next?
So Captain Hill contacted the Michigan State Police bomb squad. While that was happening, I wasn't present for this, but it's my understanding a canine from the sheriff's office alerted, an explosives canine alerted on the backpack that was found in the bathroom the shooter exited prior to the shooting. So
what does that mean, an alert?
So the alert means that the dog detected some sort of explosive. Now, it could be a legitimate explosive, it could be a firearm, it could be ammunition, it could be something of that.
Okay. So what was done to alleviate this threat?
So as I stated, Captain Hill called for the Michigan State Police Bomb Squad. They went in with a robot, and I have no expertise on how that works, but they determined that the bag was safe.
Okay. Now, sir, you were obviously on the scene at the school on November the 30th, 2021.
I was.
And you became aware that the Oxford High School has a number of security cameras.
That's correct.
Okay. And as officer in charge of the investigation, did you also interview witnesses or review witness statements?
I did.
Okay. As a result of that, did you learn the path the shooter took on Oxford on November the 30th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
So, can you tell us in what hallway and outside what room the shooting started?
Yeah, from the map earlier, you saw the highlighted area. That's all commonly referred to in Oxford as the 200 hallway. There's a short hallway and then a longer hallway. The shooter exited the bathroom adjacent to room 258, and that's when the shooting began.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as People's 12. What are we looking at here?
So this is the backpack that the shooter was carried into the bathroom. That was examined for explosives that we found on the scene.
And what else do we see in this picture?
So you can see that there's some personal effects. There's charging cables. There's a journal. There's a book.
Okay. When you reference journal, this is what we're talking about?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, what of note was discovered on those pages of paper? Not in the journal, but the other pages.
Yeah, so there was over 90 loose leaf papers you can see right there. They're different assignments or whatever, and can't hold me to it. Over 50 were had drawings of firearms on them.
Now, sir, did you have the opportunity to review that handwritten journal that's depicted in People's 12?
I did.
Okay. Describe what that journal is.
So, the contents, or describe the journal?
Both.
So the journal was a hardbound, leather-type journal. Should be in there. You might do cut it over there. It was. There was approximately 22 pages of written information in the journal. It appears from some of the dates that it was written from the back cover to the front. The earlier dates seem to be on the back side, if that makes sense to you. Like I said, it was about 22 pages total in length.
Judge, I'm going to mark this for demonstrative purposes only as exhibits, so the record's clear. I believe that's 428, again for demonstrative purposes.
I'm sorry, may I please take a look at it?
Yes.
Is that just
It's just
the whole thing? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have scissors.
Thank you.
So that black notebook you're holding in your hand, that's what's depicted here in Exhibit 12 that I'm magnifying.
That's correct.
Okay. Now these papers that we just talked about, we said over 50 with different pictures of weapons. There's no evidence that was ever turned into the school, is that correct?
Yes, I have no evidence of that.
Okay. And you've had the opportunity to read the entire journal?
I have.
Okay. Out of that notebook, how many pieces of paper have actual writing?
22.
Okay. And does one of those 22 pages include just a drawing and a quote from a book?
Yes.
Okay. Now, out of the remaining 21, how many reference the school shooting?
Every single one.
So there are some that have been admitted, some portions of that. I'm going to go through those with you. Just so you're aware, we've numbered them to keep them straight for you as well as the jury. Number 1 is the drawing, page number 1. Page 22 would be the back cover of that journal. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. And the back cover of the journal has actual writing on it as well.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, are you looking
This is
at this as 401?
Yes. 401.
Are you going to go through?
Only the ones that have been admitted.
I understand, 401.
They're all 401.
Oh, they're all 401. I see, thank you.
Correct.
You said it individually, so I got confused.
Okay. So this has been admitted as page 401. Sir, in reading the journal, were there passages in there indicative of a request for mental health help?
Yes.
Can you read what's been identified here as page 6 of that journal?
Yes, the shooter writes, I have zero help, as you can see in the whole, for my mental problems, and it's causing me to shoot up the fucking school.
I'm going to move on to page 5. Could you read this passage, please?
In this one, the shooter writes, I want help, but my parents don't listen to me, and I can't get any help.
Now, this is page 19. Can you read that?
Yes. Shooter writes, my parents won't listen to me about help or therapist.
Sir, in that journal, were there entries about the shooter's desire to obtain a 9mm handgun?
Yes.
This is also Exhibit 401, page 22. Could you read those quotes, please?
Yes. The shooter writes, I want to shoot up the fucking school so badly. Soon, I'm going to buy a 9mm pistol.
Sir, were there any passages regarding the shooter's plan for the actual shooting?
Yes, there were.
Okay. Here's page 3, also Exhibit 401. Could you read that, please?
Yes. Shooter writes, I'm about to shoot up the school and spend the rest of my life in prison.
Were there any journal entries about the shooter's access to the 9mm handgun?
There were.
This is also Exhibit 401, also page 3. Could you read that, please?
Yes, sir. The shooter writes, first off, I got my gun. It's a SP 2022 Sig Sauer 9mm. Second, the shooting is tomorrow. I have access to the gun and the ammo. I am fully committed to this now. So yeah, I'm going to prison for life, and many people have about 1 day left to live.
Thank you, sir. Now, is the journal written in normal size fonts, or are there certain passages that are bolded and larger than normal size font?
Both.
Okay. And were there drawings in there as well?
There were drawings.
Okay. Were the drawings small or were they large?
Yeah, there were large drawings.
Okay. What's an example of a large drawing?
Yeah, so there was a large drawing in the journal of a firearm being pointed at the back of a presumably a woman's head. There was a drawing depicting a 9mm round, caliber round, versus a 22 caliber round. Those types of pictures were found in the journal.
Okay. And on the cover of the journal, what does that say? The actual cover of the journal itself?
It says apartments.com.
Okay. Lieutenant, you said you've seen the Oxford High School security footage that depicts the actual shooting.
Yes, sir.
Judge, we're going to introduce that now. This is Exhibit 402. It's been admitted. I would like, if the court could instruct the media not to play that.
Yes, the media has agreed, and I'm going to request that the media not play, show the video in the school. That's surveillance footage of November 30th, 2021, and is People's Exhibit 402.
402, thank you.
The victims who are present are aware of the content of this specific video.
Yes,
correct?
Judge.
Go ahead.
Before we get started, tell us please what this view depicts, what hallway?
Okay, so if you can recall back to the highlighted areas of the school map, this is that short hallway. The shorter portion of the long, it's all of the 200 hallway, but it's the shorter portion of the entire.
Can I stop you for a second? Are you okay if the audio is on still?
There's no audio.
Well,
is audio?
there's streaming in the courtroom, and there might be audio from the news camera, so I just want to make sure that there's no objection.
That's fine. There's no audio of the video as well.
Okay, right, okay.
Okay, so this is the short portion of the 200 hallway?
Yes, and the bathroom that you see right there by the drinking fountains is the one that, correct. That's where the shooter will go into and then emerge from and begin his shooting.
And that's where that backpack was found?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this doorway here would be the doorway to classroom 258?
That is 258 there, yes.
Okay. And just so the record is clear, this video begins at, it's 12:46 p.m.?
Yes.
And the actual shooting began at 12:51 p.m.? Okay.
Correct.
I'm going to play right now again. This is 12:46. Tell me if and when you see the shooter walking down the hallway.
He is behind the young lady in the red sweatshirt right there. He's about, with the mask on, the black shirt, and the gray sweatshirt.
Okay. And that's with his backpack over his shoulders?
That's right. Yes, sir. And he's going to make a right turn into the bathroom here.
So we have a split screen at this point, and
that's just a camera angle from the other hall, or from the same hall facing the other way.
Okay. I'm stopping at 41 seconds. Identify who you see in this video.
So that's the shooter. If you want to, the two. Yep, that's Phoebe. On the left there is Phoebe Arthur. To the right is Elijah Mueller.
Okay.
This is John Asciutto. So these four young ladies here in the Carhartt or the brown jacket is Kylie Osage. Directly across from her is Hannah St. Juliana. This is Riley Franz in the pink backpack, and across from her is her sister Bella Franz.
Okay.
At the very end, you can see the beginning. That's Madison Baldwin walking up the hallway.
And this is at 12:51 and 12 seconds on November the 30th?
That's correct.
So to give some context to what you're seeing right now, the courtroom is playing the surveillance video of the shooting itself. There is no sound, but a visibly emotional Jennifer Crumbley as this plays out.
Why do the officers have to run past the innocent on a highway?
In our training for active shooters, we were trained to respond, drive up right to the door if you have to, and go in, search for stimulus, meaning sounds, gunshots, or whatever, run to that, and eliminate the shooter. Stop them, however you can. Because the situation was active and the killing hadn't stopped. You can't stop and render aid. I know.
Take a break, please.
If I could just finish this part, I'd appreciate it.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
Your client's having a hard time. He's having a hard time.
I know those officers. And that is the hardest thing I've ever had to do in their life.
We take a break, Jeff.
Yeah, we'll take a 10-minute break.
All rise for the jury.
All right, court now taking a 10-minute break. We also have to take a commercial break. Be right back after this.
CBS Deals, powered by Shopify.
So, new year.
Yes.
We're cleaning up our houses, cleaning our
Some
closets.
of us, yes.
We want to. We have to clean our devices, too. Our computers, our tablets, our phones. Just like a closet, the storage gets full.
Yep.
And then we go to take that picture,
right.
and it says storage full.
Storage full.
Happened at my daughter's prom. So this revolutionary device, this is called Click-Free.
Okay.
Now, Click-Free is amazing. You insert it into your device, your phone, your tablet, or your computer. It's okay if you have Apple or Android. And you instantly can take all those photos and videos and save them onto the device itself, freeing up the storage space on your other devices.
Right.
So now you can take those pictures without a worry. The other great thing, you can actually take all those hard photos around your house, the ones in the albums, the ones on the fridge, the ones sitting in a box, and you can utilize this when you put it into your phone. You'll be able to scan those photos and make them digital.
That's amazing.
You can touch them up. You can add color. You can add a voice memo to it. And another one of my favorites, put this into your phone, go to an event, a wedding, a shower, a graduation, a retirement party, take a bunch of pictures, videos, put it in the little case it comes with, hand it over at the end of the event,
and everybody
it's a
can.
gift.
Oh, I love
now
that.
They've got photos and videos from
This
there.
is always a hot item.
Always a hot item.
What's
$79.98. It's a $90 savings, and you're getting the actual device and a carry case. You put it in your phone, push a button, and it's easy
You
as
guys
can
make
be.
money on that.
To get this deal and more, scan the QR code at the top of your screen or head to cbsdeals.com to start shopping now.
Welcome back. You're watching our special coverage of the Jennifer Crumbley trial. Now in day 6, the court has gone on a 10-minute break after an emotional start this morning.
Yeah, we had that first witness take to the stand. It is Lieutenant Tim Willis with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office. Before we left for this break, he was going over some of the things that happened that day, showing the shooter's journal, talking about the fact that he was asking for help from his parents, and he said that he was not able to get that.
Yeah. It's really chilling details that we saw in the Miller hearing and we're seeing again today. We want to bring in legal expert Richard Convertino to expand on this. How effective was this testimony this morning at this point in the trial?
Brutally effective, extremely effective. I wanted to comment quickly on the autopsy photos and when the autopsy protocol, which is standard evidence that has to be admitted in a murder trial or voluntary manslaughter, homicide case. In this case, the autopsy protocol was admitted through the officer in charge, which is unusual because that would usually be admitted through the medical examiner for the county. Now, medical examiners testify all the time, and they do hundreds and hundreds of these a year, and so they're very sterile and professional and workmanlike on these autopsy protocols, and they can handle all cross-examination, with expertise. They chose to use the officer in charge because I'm sure the defense attorney stipulated to the evidence being admitted without contention, and therefore they were able to use the officer in charge, who was incredibly, emotional. It made that otherwise sterile evidence very, very powerful. And he went through each witness, made each autopsy a person, obviously, and the person very human. The jury was able to grasp that this is not just an autopsy protocol testimony. This is about these poor young kids who were executed in cold blood, some with bullet holes behind their back, shot in the back of the head with contact wounds. So he testified that in at least two of the victims, the shooter put his weapon, this 9mm Sig Sauer, right directly to the head of the victim and discharged the weapon. But the journal was also devastating evidence. You have the journal, which was Exhibit 12, which, interestingly enough, was labeled apartments.com, which probably came from the mother's, from Jennifer's place of business. I think that's why that was elicited. But each and every page of the 22 pages of handwritten notations had to do directly with the shooting or the future shooting, as the shooter wrote in his book. Yeah. On page 6, I have no help for my illness. I want help, but my parents won't get it. That was on page 5. Page 19, my parents won't listen to me. They won't give me help. They won't give me a therapist. Page 22, I want to shoot up the school so badly, and I'm going to do it soon. I will be buying a 9mm soon, my gun. Page 3, about to shoot up the school tomorrow. So he knew this was happening. He even then went on to say that these people that I'm about to kill tomorrow have absolutely no idea. You know, they're out in the CVS shopping, they're throwing a football around, they're doing all these things that otherwise they have no clue that the next day this person is.
And the journal itself is a contrast to the defense arguing that Jennifer is a hyper-vigilant mother, because
exactly.
if she would be paying attention to this journal.
And it's not just the journal that she should be paying attention to, right? She should pay attention to her child, right? She is the person that seems to be a caregiver for her son, correct? We have the James Crumbley, who seemed to be having some of his own struggles at that time. The family dynamic is Jennifer Crumbley is in charge. If she wanted Ethan, or I'm sorry, the shooter, to get help, he would have gotten help. If Jennifer Crumbley wanted the shooter to not be at that school that day she went there, he would not have been at that school. It's becoming clear now, and now it's making sense, the text messages with the firefighter who says the most that James can be charged with is improper storage of the gun. But remember, the mother did so many other things to thwart everything. And who goes back to that house to check to see if that gun was there? James.
And remember what the shooter puts in his journal too. He's fully committed, and he says, I have access to the gun, and I have access to bullets. He says that in his journal.
Incredibly chilling details. Well, we'll continue the conversation, but first we have to go to a short break.
Welcome back. We are continuing our coverage of the trial of Jennifer Crumbley, mother of the Oxford school shooter. We are here with our legal experts, Lillian Diallo and Richard Convertino.
And before the break, the court actually took a break after some very difficult testimony to listen to, and within that evidence was a 22-page journal entry by the shooter in which he detailed that he has no help from his parents, including getting a therapist. So, Rick and Lillian, what I want to hear from you, take off your attorney hats. As parents, what did you feel when you read that?
It's chilling. I'm chilled right now. You have to be cognizant of your children, and we all know we have different children at different levels. And as I've always told my children, as a mother, I'm only as healthy as my unhealthiest child. So that right there means you have one. And you have to pay attention. It was so not about this child, right? This child that goes out and slaughters other people's children. If you would have kept that in your home, right, we wouldn't be sitting here. If you would have taken him to get a therapist, or take him somewhere so he can talk to somebody. You don't have things like that up in my house where you're doing Molotov cocktails and all that other stuff, and mother doesn't know. Because remember, you don't even rent space here. You just here because I allow you to be here.
Rick?
Actually, I thought that was incredibly poignant, what Lillian just said. I'm only as healthy as my unhealthiest child. That's actually quite beautiful, and I agree. But with all the emotions that are swirling about now, you know, and you asked us to put off our attorney hats. It's important as a trial attorney not to do that. And I think one of the things that's occurred in this case is, I think the emotions of the case have overwhelmed the defense attorney, and I think she got caught up in that, and I think that was the result of which were, you know, some serious trial tactics and lack of judgment or loss of judgment. In big ways and little ways, I think that is going to lead to the conviction of this defendant.
There, you said it. We have a prediction here.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So that's all for us here on air for day 5 of Jennifer Crumbley trial. Thank you for watching. And we will have continued coverage for you, especially once they pick things back up in the courtroom. You can also get that uninterrupted on our website, cbsdetroit.com. We'll have everything you need on there. Good morning, and thank you for joining us for our special coverage of the Jennifer Crumbley trial. I'm Meredith Bruckner.
And up to Friday, this is day 6 of testimony. The trial continues. We are going to take you back inside of the courtroom right now.
All rise for the jury.
All right, you may be seated. Lieutenant Willis, you are still under oath, all right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, prosecutor.
Thank you. Sir, you mentioned earlier that you directed officers to the Crumbley family home at 112 East in Oxford?
Correct.
Okay. And approximately how far in distance is that home to the school?
A mile.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as officer in charge and as a sheriff's office employee, you're aware that vehicles have in-car recording capability?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you what's been, I believe, stipulated to is Exhibit 341. This is an in-car video of Deputy Zajak's marked patrol car. That's 341.
I'm sorry, I'm just.
Was that admitted through Joe Bryan or not?
No, just 342 was.
And I'm sorry, we have no objection to 341.
Right, 341 is admitted.
And, sir, so we're clear, the deputies arrived at 112 East at 2:48 p.m., 2:49 p.m.?
Yes.
And that's November the 30th, 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And as we saw in the video, the shooter was taken into custody at 1 p.m.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
This room, get the bottom turned.
Right now, why is she in handcuffs? I don't know. Can you take the handcuffs off of her, please? Careful, you won't yourself. Okay, plug in first. You guys can make it. It's not going to be long for those handcuffs, I promise.
Why am I in cuffs though?
You just make it figure out and that's good.
It hurts. Like it really hurts.
Wow, what's that?
Why am I in handcuffs?
I don't know. I don't know. I asked them the same fucking thing.
They didn't do anything. I'm getting claustrophobic. I'm getting claustrophobic.
I mean, don't freak out in front of the house. This is going to be a lot better if you don't make the situation.
Why are they here? Why are they here? Oh wait, push my glass in my nose, please. Put chapstick on my lip, please. I'm gonna hit my fucking phone. I'm so confused.
Why are you in fucking shit. Why have we got to deal with this? I love you in case something happens. If anything happens, you do not answer any questions without a lawyer. Ma'am, I didn't get you yet.
It's Jennifer.
Jennifer, come on now. Wait, take the handcuffs off.
So that video started at 2:49 p.m. November the 30th. This was after they had spoke with Sergeant Joe Bryan at the Oxford substation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the video that we saw with Sergeant Pesky, that occurred directly after this.
That's correct.
Okay. So when she was taken out of the vehicle, she was placed in a different vehicle, and that's where Sergeant Pesky spoke with her.
Correct.
Okay. And then as Edward Wogrowski testified, they arrived home from the location data at 2:30 p.m. after the substation.
Yes.
Okay. Sir, do you know the date in which Jennifer Crumbley was charged?
December 3rd.
Okay, so the shooting happened on Tuesday, November the 30th. December 3rd would have been a Friday.
That's correct.
Okay. And
I believe it was noon, around noon.
Okay. Tell us what happens when someone is charged with a felony in the state of Michigan. The process to actually have the charging document.
So the prosecutors give me a warrant. I go in front of a judge and I swear to the facts of the case. The judge authorizes the warrant.
Okay. And that's what we commonly refer to as a swear to?
Swear to, correct.
All right. And did that happen in this case?
It did.
Is that a closed proceeding or is that open to the public?
It was open.
Okay. In fact, it was broadcast at that point.
There was media present for that, yes.
Okay. And they were, Jennifer and James Crumbley were not in custody at the time of the swear to, is that right?
That's correct, they were not.
We've already heard from Dave Hendrick about the fugitive apprehension team in that part of the investigation. Tell us please how retired Sergeant Hendrick's team got involved.
So, upon being made aware that charges were coming, we knew that they weren't at the residence. So I had Sergeant Hendrick, who worked for me, deploy the fugitive apprehension team to locate the suspects.
Okay, and that's purely a law enforcement function. Would that be correct?
100%. Yes.
Okay, so as a detective lieutenant in charge of all of these different divisions, that includes the fugitive apprehension team?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the decision then would have ultimately been yours.
Yes, I told him to go. attempt to look for him.
Okay. Now that was that on Friday the 3rd, or was that prior to Friday the 3rd?
I don't recall.
Okay. He testified yesterday that he recalled it being Thursday the 2nd. Is that accurate, or you just don't remember?
Yeah, I don't. I think it's accurate, but I don't remember it specifically.
Okay. That's fair. Now, during the course of your investigation as the officer in charge, did you learn where the defendant went after her phone was seized in the evening of November 30th, 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess as a reference point, Lieutenant Sam Marsman testified yesterday as to the date and time when her phone was seized. You were here for that testimony?
I was.
Okay. So I'm going to have you walk us through that timeline.
Okay.
Now, we've heard about the track phone purchases.
Yes.
Did you discover where those purchases were, where those purchases occurred?
Yes, at a Walmart in Lapeer.
Okay. This would be exhibits. This is exhibit 404. I don't believe we have an objection.
Any objection to 404?
No.
404 is admitted.
Okay, so this is a photograph of the exhibit. What are we looking at here?
This is the purchase receipt for the track phones from the Walmart in Lapeer.
Okay. And did you learn where they stayed that night?
They stayed at a hotel in Lapeer.
Okay. I'm going to show you exhibit 405. I don't believe there's an objection to 405 either.
No.
405 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. This is 405. What are we looking at here?
This is a receipt for the overnight stay at the Holiday Inn Express in Lapeer.
Now, did you do the swear-to for the shooter as well in this case?
I did.
Okay. And when did that occur?
That was it was on the December 1st. I want it. Time was sometime early afternoon.
Okay. If I said 3:51 p.m., would that sound right?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay. Do you know where James and Jennifer Crumbley were then?
Yes. It was a swear-to, much like we do typically, open to the public. They were in, I believe they were on Zoom in their vehicles.
Okay. That proceeding's open to the public, is that right?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to show you. Well, first, let me ask you, did the investigation uncover where they stayed the day after the shooting, December the 1st, 2021?
Yes, it did.
Okay. This is exhibit 408.
No objection.
408 is admitted. 407 is not.
They skipped.
Correct, Judge.
Okay. Thank you.
Instead of renumbering all the exhibits, we thought it.
Oh, no, it's all right. I just want to make sure I was keeping up.
Thank you, Judge. 408, what are we looking at here?
This is an extended stay in Auburn Hills.
Okay. And this is where the defendant and her husband checked in December the 1st, 2021?
That's correct.
Does it indicate a checked out date?
December 3rd, 2021.
Okay. And that's that Friday?
Yes.
Now, we heard from Sergeant Hendrick, retired Sergeant Hendrick, that they recovered a vehicle belonging to the Crumbleys in Auburn Hills.
They did.
Okay. Is this the location where that vehicle was recovered?
It is.
Okay. This is exhibit 409. Photograph.
No objection.
409 is admitted.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
This is one of the two vehicles owned by the Crumbleys, backed in a parking spot at the extended stay in Auburn Hills.
Now, during the course of this investigation, were banking records from the Crumbleys obtained?
Yes.
All right. Specifically on December the 2nd, so that'd be the Thursday, did you find that they had withdrawn cash on multiple occasions?
Yes, they did.
Okay. This is exhibit 411. I believe this is covered under stipulations as well.
I'm sorry, did you say 411?
411, yep.
That's not 411.
No, the next slide. I don't want to publish it until you confirm that it was stipulated too.
Yes, it is.
Any objection to 411?
No objection, sorry.
411 is admitted, and again, 410 was not.
Correct, Judge.
Previously.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Okay, what are we looking at here in Exhibit 411?
This is a withdrawal of $2,000, withdrawal transfer, $2,000 from Flagstar by Jennifer Crumbley.
Okay. Now, Edward Rogowski told us about replacement phones. Did you uncover that James and Jennifer Crumbley, after buying their track phones, bought another set of phones?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know the date and location where that happened?
That was in Owasso.
Owasso, Michigan?
Yep.
Okay. And that's on December the 2nd, 2021?
I'm sorry. Yes, it was on December 2nd.
Okay. This is going to be 413, the T-Mobile receipt.
No objection.
413 is admitted.
Yes, it's just 413, correct? All right. And so what are we looking at here?
This is the purchase of the 2 replacement phones.
Okay. And that was Owasso, Michigan, on December the 2nd, 2021?
Yes.
Okay. What's the relative distance from Owasso to Auburn Hills?
It's about an hour.
Now, did they obtain more cash in this time frame?
Yes, they did.
Back to the banking records. This is 411. No objection to this. I believe we stipulated to this. Is that correct, Counsel?
Yes.
Yeah.
411, okay. This is Friday, December the 3rd, 2021. And what is the withdrawal amount of cash in this exhibit?
$4,000.
Now, was evidence uncovered in the investigation that showed you a transfer or withdrawal was made from the defendant's son as well?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 414. Again, is covered under stipulation. Move to omit.
Do you have any objection to 414?
No objection.
414 is admitted.
Thank you. So what are we looking at here in Exhibit 414?
So this is the Simply Kids savings account, Ethan Crumbley's account.
Okay. And specifically on November the 30th, 2021, do you see a withdrawal from that account?
Yes, there was a $3,000 withdrawal that day.
Okay. And November 30th, is that significant to you?
That's the day of the shooting.
Okay. And how much was left in her son's account?
99 cents.
So what we can tell from the banking records and messages, at this date and time, the defendants obtained $6,000 in cash, $3,000 transferred from their son's account, and they were attempting another $5,000 from horse sales?
That is right. Yes, sir.
Now, do you know where the defendant went after she checked out of the Auburn Hills motel?
They traveled to the address in Detroit, the warehouse.
Okay, and that's the address that William Creer testified to yesterday, 1111 Belleville?
Oh, yes, correct.
Okay. So I'm going to show you portions of that exterior surveillance footage that was obtained. Before we do, we've already talked about the timestamp difference. The timestamp on the video is about 22 or 23 minutes fast. Is that correct?
Yes.
So these will be, we marked them separately for convenience as 415 and 416.
Okay.
And the people will move to admit and publish now. We'll start with 415.
Any objection to 415 or 416?
No objection to 415. There is an objection to 416 because Mrs. Crumbley's not a part of it.
Judge, I think it is relevant to show what happened with the vehicle and why, especially in light of Mr. Kirkley's testimony yesterday and Mr. Creer's testimony yesterday.
Your Honor, it doesn't involve Mrs. Crumbley, so I would object.
I think it's relevant to their activities, and it's non-testimonial. I'm going to admit it. 416.
Thank you. Again, I'll start with 415. Before we hit play, again, the timestamp is 11:20 and 35 seconds on November the 3rd. I'm sorry, December the 3rd, 2021.
That's right.
Okay, so actual time would be approximately 10:58 a.m.
Correct, sir.
Okay. do we see here in the video at the 11:21 timestamp?
Yeah, so that's a friend of the defendant's who activated the security gate to open it, and the defendant pulled in and parked.
Okay, and again, this is the parking lot at 1111 Belleville in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
Tell me if you see anybody you recognize.
I recognize the defendant.
Maybe this person right here?
Yep. Yes.
And your friend you identified as this individual?
That's correct.
James Crumbley depicted in this video as well?
Yes, that's James there.
Right here in the magnified portion?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, now I'm going to play you 4:16. Before we start again, the timestamp is 16:10. What is, first of all, what is 1600 hours?
That's 4 o'clock in military time.
Okay.
4
And,
p.m.
and this would be, so shortly before 4 o'clock actual time on Friday the 3rd?
Yeah, 3:48, I think, something like that.
So this is about 4 hours after the charges were officially announced? Is that
That's
right?
correct.
Okay. And about a day or so after the fugitive apprehension team began looking for them?
Yes.
Your Honor.
When charges?
Your Honor, I would object because this witness is saying no on the fugitive apprehension team. They came to my office on Friday.
Hold on,
And so
hold on,
he
hold on.
Wait, okay.
He wouldn't have personal knowledge of the fugitive apprehension team, and he's saying the wrong date.
Judge,
Okay, well-
counsel can't insert that.
Well, you can't testify, but I want to know from his personal knowledge. You know, one thing I think that would be helpful is, I don't think, would anything refresh your recollection about when the swear-to was?
The swear-to for, we mentioned 2, Your Honor, so you talk about the swear-to for the defendant?
Yes.
The swear-to for the defendant was the December 3rd.
December 3rd.
December 3rd.
Okay.
Right.
So when did you contact the fugitive apprehension team?
December 2nd evening or late afternoon, evening time to get an idea where the defendants were, because we believe charges would be forthcoming.
Okay.
But they said that he said they came on the 3rd.
You mean Hendricks?
Yeah, and Hendricks came to my office on the 4th.
No. Hendricks, Friday the 3rd is when Hendricks testified that he showed up there. He was conducting surveillance prior to noon.
Oh, he was there without me. Okay.
It's all on the record.
Okay, yeah, you have to rely on the evidence from the witness stand, okay? And you have to rely on your collective memories and your notes, right? Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, sir, you testified earlier that the swear-to that was broadcast was noon, Friday, December the 3rd.
Yes.
Okay, and this video is around 4 p.m. Friday the 3rd.
Correct.
Okay. Now, Luke Kirkley testified about looking at a poster online, and that's what spurred him to call 911. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. And so when a BOL or be on the lookout is announced, is the license plate of a vehicle also given?
Yes.
Okay. Was the license plate on this vehicle in the front of the vehicle or the back of the vehicle?
It was affixed to the back.
Now, sir, Mr. Wogrowski already testified about the location data for Jennifer Crumbley on the day of the shooting, November the 30th, 2021. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay, and as officer in charge, you're aware of that information that he uncovered?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to confirm that Jennifer Crumbley never stopped by her home at 112 East after meeting Mr. Hopkins at the Oxford High School?
No, she went directly back to work.
Okay. Now, you've had the chance to review phone logs as well as other information from social media and information obtained from Jennifer Crumbley's phone?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, do you have any experience getting someone same-day mental health help?
Yes, I do.
Are there facilities available for that?
Yes, there's a facility on this complex called Common Ground that's available for that.
In reviewing the phone logs of Jennifer Crumbley, was there any indication of any phone calls to a facility of that sort?
No.
In fact, any phone calls to any doctor's offices?
No.
Counselor offices?
No.
Any hospitals?
No.
Okay. Any mental health professionals at all?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Cross.
Okay, thank you. Sergeant Willis, I want to go back to the pages from the shooter's journal that were admitted. You don't have any evidence to suggest that Mr. or Mrs. Crumbley ever saw the journal, correct?
I'm sorry, miss.
You do not have any evidence to show that Mr. or Mrs. Crumbley ever saw the journal.
I'm sorry. It's been a tough day.
Okay.
So you're asking me do I believe Mr.
No.
or Mrs. Crumbley?
I'm asking you,
do I have evidence?
Do you have any evidence to believe that Mr. Crumbley or Mrs. Crumbley saw the journal?
No, if I had evidence of that, I imagine the charges would be different.
If you had evidence they saw the journal, the charges would be different?
Yeah, murder.
Okay.
I would imagine.
Okay, so the journal was located in the backpack that belonged to the shooter, correct?
Yes, correct.
There were also a number of other papers in that backpack that you described.
Yes.
You don't have any evidence that Mrs. Crumbley ever saw any of those papers, correct?
Correct.
Now, in the journal, you've testified about certain statements the shooter wrote in the journal, correct?
Yes.
And specifically, one of the statements that you testified about was where the shooter wrote, "I have access to the gun." Is that correct?
Yes.
In the journal, there are other statements where he indicates he is looking for the gun, correct?
Can you tell me which ones you're referencing?
Sure. So I'm going to hand you, Your Honor, may I please approach?
Sure, just show Mr. Keys which.
Sure.
I have a copy of it too, if that helps.
Judge, just briefly, this was subject of a prior court ruling.
Yes. So I'm
And-
gonna ask everybody to be really careful. All right?
Okay, so I was gonna show 788, just this one line.
Okay, again, Judge, maybe we should have a minute outside the presence of the jury.
Your Honor, can we just approach and I can show you?
I have it, and I know
Do you want
exactly what it is.
do you want me
No,
to-
it's not that. We have to discuss the court's prior ruling.
Your Honor, I think, okay.
All right, I'm going to excuse you for 10 minutes, all right?
All right, for the jury.
You can stay there, step down, however you're comfortable.
I'm fine here, Your Honor. Thank you.
I'll be brief, Judge. The court is aware where I'm going.
I'm well aware.
Yes. So the court rules specific passages to be admissible under specific portions of the hearsay exception in response to defendant's request to exclude the entire journal. I don't want to speak for what counsel is doing, but if counsel is going to admit other portions that have already been ruled to be inadmissible, that's something that has to be discussed on the record, and I think that's something that has to be ratified, Judge.
Well, I am, of course, going to warn everybody about opening the door because this journal is obviously very, very disturbing. However, if when you put the black robe on, you can read people's minds. So I'm assuming that Ms. Smith is seeking to admit on page 788, I don't know where my dad hid it.
Yes.
And also on page 795, where he says, I have to find where my dad hid the 9mm. Isn't that what she's seeking to do? Are you
Yes.
seeking
That's
to do?
what it looks like.
That's correct.
Are you seeking to do anything beyond that? Be specific, because
There's-
you can't unring the bell, right?
That's correct. I'm seeking to do those two with the claim about access to the gun. And the detective also testified to a statement about I'm going to get the gun. So I wanted to impeach him with, on 789, there is a statement that says, it's one line, however, I don't want to be caught as that will make me getting the 9mm impossible.
It's not impeachment because he's not the declarant.
Well, I'm hamstrung because these statements are coming in by a declarant that I'm not allowed to call as a witness. And under the same...
Okay, I want to back up a second. I never said that you could not call the shooter as a witness.
I was getting the vibe that would be the ruling of the court.
No, that'll never be the ruling of the court. I'm not telling you that you can't. I am not, as a judge in this court, telling you you cannot call the shooter as a witness. However, we've been over this before. We're going to go over it again this afternoon. Pursuant to case law that everybody's aware of, including a case called Jackaloni. It's 399 Mich 642, a 1977 case. No one is allowed to put a witness in front of this jury who was going to take the fifth. No one. It's not me.
Well,
I'm not keeping you from calling someone as a witness, but his Fifth Amendment rights have been asserted repeatedly. And I can't let you put a witness on the stand, anyone, the prosecution too. I wouldn't let the prosecution put someone on the stand, knowing that that person was going to take the Fifth Amendment, take the fifth. If someone takes the fifth in front of the jury, it's over. It's a mistrial. I can't let you do that, right? And I also asked before, aside from what is your favorite color, I can't imagine something you could ask the shooter that would not implicate his Fifth Amendment rights. His current attorneys, the State Defender's Office, have asserted his rights. They've said he will not testify.
I understand that. I have said I would still like him to testify, so I just need a finding by the court that under case law he's not going to testify.
I'm not making a finding that he's not going to testify. His lawyers have asserted the fifth. You're not allowed to put someone on the stand that will take the fifth. And in reality, if they say he won't testify, I don't know what am I going to do? I'm going to insist that he testify and then hold him in contempt and put him in jail. Is that?
Well, Your Honor, I understand the court's position, but for the record in this case,
and by the way, I understand your position as well.
I've indicated.
I do.
For as far as our position, I've indicated I don't believe the shooter should be allowed to plead the fifth because he was sentenced. He's made statements about the crimes. He pled guilty to all 24 counts in adult court, and so I don't.
So you think that's over? Do you think that's over?
Well, I think there is not case law that says he gets to continue his Fifth Amendment rights beyond that plea. I don't disagree with you.
His appellate rights?
He's going to pursue an appeal. I don't disagree.
All right. So, what would make me think he does not still have Fifth Amendment rights?
There's case law directly on point.
I know, and some of those are indicated in the letter provided by the State Appellate Defender's Office, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I understand your position. I also understand, to a certain extent, I don't, even if he was called as a witness, you understand that then the prosecution would have a right to cross-examine him, right? So, I'm not keeping you from calling him. The law is keeping you from calling him. You are not permitted to put someone in front of this jury who is going to take the fifth.
I understand.
Yes.
That's the ruling then. That the law doesn't allow me to. Is that correct? Okay.
By smarter, higher courts than this one.
If that's the ruling, is that the court is going to follow the law the court said.
I'm going to follow the law.
Then I've preserved the record and I'm moving on.
Okay.
So then these statements are coming in. They've come in as present sense impressions.
Okay.
And I'm not using them at all for the truth of the matter asserted because I don't know whether he found the gun or didn't find the gun or was looking for the gun. But this statement shows his state of mind, so I believe it falls under the exception, saying he doesn't want to be caught because it will make him getting the gun impossible. So his state of mind is not wanting to get caught. And that's important impeachment to the testimony from the detective that he said he was going to get the gun.
Okay, so are you addressing that statement or also there's the I don't know where my dad hid it and there's a statement I have to find where my dad hid the 9mm?
The two hiding ones are one issue, and then the second issue is I don't want to be caught.
All right, and
that's it.
Okay, do you have any legal support for that? Just present sense impression.
And just straight impeachment rules.
Again, impeachment doesn't apply here. Impeachment is if a witness he didn't make the statement. I mean, that's not in dispute. It's not impeachment.
I can impeach through other witnesses. I can impeach by omission. I believe under straight impeachment rules, I can use this. This is being admitted as substantive evidence. So I can impeach with something written on a napkin.
Okay, but I guess what he's saying, and this came up too with regard to the privilege records, which we'll talk about again. Who are you impeaching though?
I'm impeaching the shooter's statements that have been deemed substantive evidence. And I'm not given the option to impeach through the shooter, so I'm seeking to impeach through the officer in charge.
Okay, so why wouldn't I allow those statements, Mr. Keith?
It's not permissible. It's not under, and counsel has not cited the rule for that. It's not permissible. And I just want to inquire of the court if counsel is permitted to do that. Am I allowed then to ask about other passages?
Well, that's what I'm concerned about.
I mean, there are
how
a number
do
of...
they relate to this?
I mean, just in the first two pages alone, Judge, we have... they see the picture of the gun on Instagram, we'll know what's up. We have...
Yeah, all of these things, all these things, with the exception of the period of time that it was stayed by the Supreme Court, to me could have been addressed, so this sort of doesn't feel like the time to be doing this. But.
Earlier in the trial, when I found that the court wanted to know what objections were going to be made, I stood up and said, I know this is going to be an issue, and the court said, we'll handle it down the road in trial. I made the court aware of that. That was on Monday or Tuesday, when there was some friction about another objection. I said, this is going to be coming, and the court said, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Okay, because I guess my position is that we should have crossed that bridge before we impaneled a jury. That's just,
Judge, we put the passages the court specifically ruled as admissible, nothing more.
Okay, but why would her request to allow those 3 passages because they're a present sense impression?
Well, I don't necessarily agree there's present sense impression, because there's certain requirements for present sense impression as well as state of mind. We can't be talking about a future plan. And there's Brady, his friend is gone, he has no friends. My wrist hurts from writing in this, fucking book so much. I haven't felt generally happy in years. I can feel the evil around me, even dogs sense it. I mean, that's just on page 5.
That doesn't impeach, though, anything that I'm using, and the prosecution didn't seek to admit those things. I also didn't...
We've only admitted what specifically would be covered under the rules that the court permitted us to over a year ago.
Yeah.
We're not trying to push the envelope here, because as the court is, we don't want to inject any kind of error, Judge. So we kept this extremely close to what the court has specifically authorized.
Well, which provisions specifically do you say are present sense impression? Because I don't know that they are. I don't know that they are. On page 788, I don't know where my dad hid it.
I'm finding the provision right now.
It's just, my concern is more along opening the door.
Yeah, that seems to be the theme. Right?
I don't believe that what I'm asking is opening the door to all the texts coming in. I believe my impeachment is very limited. It's limited to 3 sentences.
Okay. Okay, you're offering under 803.
Under 803, and let me just find
803.3 is then existing mental, emotional, or physical condition. Has to be then existing mental, emotional, or physical condition.
I think that's a then existing.
I have a headache. I feel sick. Right?
It also says such as intent, plan, motive, design, and so his plan to give puppy eyes or whatever. His plan to not give puppy eyes. I'm sorry. His plan to act in a way so he's not caught, I think, does fit under the rules. Because it talks about intent, plan, motive, design, mental, feeling pain, or bodily health.
So here's the crux of the issue, is that for a year and a half, we had just those 5 or 6 portions admissible by the court. This trial was prepared from the prosecution standpoint with just those admissible because the court was very specific in its ruling. And so now defense is using that ruling as a sword and a shield. And so if the court wants to make a substantive ruling mid-trial, I think I'm entitled to at least admit it.
Your Honor, I'm the one that filed the motion that brought this issue up. I filed an appeal with the Court of Appeals.
I'm aware.
Okay. I got their exhibits after trial started, identifying these portions of the journal.
Okay.
That after trial started.
You've had this journal as have I.
Absolutely.
For a long time.
I have, and that's why I filed an extensive motion about it. But now that they're using bits and pieces in trial,
We used only that was identified on June 27, 2022.
it shouldn't preclude me from impeaching.
Okay, but that's what I'm going back to. Who are you impeaching? What rule allows you to impeach someone who's not testifying?
It's complicated because I can't impeach the person that I want to impeach through testimony. So you're right. I'm hamstrung. My client has a constitutional right to present a defense, though.
I'm aware of that.
And I'm getting hamstrung and stuck because of other extraneous legal issues. This is straight impeachment. So what I'm providing is not going to be admitted as substantive evidence. It's impeachment.
So she's being hamstrung by her own motions to exclude. Her own motions to exclude. We didn't move to exclude any of this evidence. Counsel did after the preliminary examination, and this court was specific in its ruling.
Well, there should have been a motion to include as well as what they're saying.
There's no rule, there's no requirement for anybody, any party to have a motion to include, especially when counsel specifically identified this piece of evidence as being inadmissible. The court made the ruling.
Well, I guess I'm saying if you were in fear at all that this court would rule incorrectly, you would still have an opportunity to appeal that ruling.
And we didn't appeal the ruling. We didn't.
Your Honor, I have
yes.
not. I would have filed a motion if there was substantive information additionally that I wanted to admit. I've never filed a motion to have the ability to impeach. I'm asking to impeach. No one files motions to say, may I impeach this?
Because this is the third time during the trial.
There's motions in limine with regard. This journal is very disturbing, and you know, every time any of us have read it, we've been up all night, right? So this has been a glaring thing in this trial. This isn't a middle of the trial type of game plan here.
Right. Just for the record, just so the record is clear, because I know the court's aware, we went through the Facebook messages detailing alcohol use. We talked yesterday in depth about the extramarital affairs that were previously excluded. And now the journal. This is the third time mid-trial. We just need the ground rules. The court gave us those ground rules a long time ago. We prepared a case in accordance with that. So if the door is open, the door is open.
Okay, well, that concerns me too. I'm going to take a brief recess.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, so you can step down. But you can't discuss your testimony with anyone.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I'll be back.
All right.
You may be seated.
All right. I'll get the next one.
Okay, the judge has called a brief recess, and I just want to understand what we saw here. More push to admit evidence that was previously excluded. What just happened?
Well, the defense attorney sought to go into evidence in the journal that was previously excluded based upon her motion. She seemingly kind of stumbled. She said she was hamstrung. The prosecutor said, well, you're hamstrung by your own failure to comply with the motions that you filed and were ruled on in your favor. So, and then he went through the times that she backtracked on her own and asked for inclusion of evidence that she previously got excluded. But she seemingly was asking for admission of some of the journal writings based on a present sense impression. And there's a rule that's under Chapter 8, 803.1, which are exceptions to the hearsay rule. The hearsay is an out-of-court statement made to prove the truth of the matter asserted. And they're generally excluded as evidence because of their lack of credibility, hearsay statements in general. But there are exceptions to the rule against hearsay, which are the ones that were cited, 803 subsection 1, which is a present sense impression. She was saying that in these journal writings were the present sense impressions of the shooter himself, and therefore they were exclusions, according to her, to the rule against hearsay and should be admitted, even though she previously sought to have them excluded. Now she's changed her mind again. I don't think they're present sense impressions. A present sense impression would be something that the declarant perceives at the immediate time and then makes the statement. For instance, in a traffic accident, oh, the light was red. At the time, the declarant immediately wrote down or shared that statement that the light was red. Immediately at the time they perceived it, that would be a present sense impression, and that would be excluded from the hearsay rule and admitted into evidence because of the inherent trustworthiness of the statement made in the immediacy of the perception. So here it was excluded, now she wants it in. The prosecutor's saying, okay, if you want that in, you're opening the door. That's a phrase we've heard throughout this trial. Opening the door is allowing the prosecution to get into evidence that was previously excluded. So this is what this conundrum is now. It's again, the judge has said, you know, these are issues that should have been addressed, she said today, prior to the jury being sworn in. And so why this defense attorney didn't do that previously is anybody's guess.
It's like a repeat of yesterday.
Yeah.
Same thing. There were parts that she wanted omitted, and then she's wanting to change her mind again.
So let's go to Rule 806, which deals directly with impeachment of hearsay declarants. MRE Rule 806 allows, but does not require evidence of a hearsay declarant's inconsistent statement or conduct to be admitted as impeachment evidence. That comes from People versus Blackstone, a 2008 case, right? Evidence that may be admissible under 806 is still subject to the balancing test. The balancing test is you made the motion to exclude this stuff. And not only that, it's so prejudicial, apparently, right? If you let that in, you're burying maybe your client. You just want this much in, right? You did a motion. You might want to just sit back and go with your motion for right now. And nobody's stopping you from putting on a defense. It's offensive when you talk about the Fifth Amendment, right? If you know, if Rick knows that as he was a prosecutor, he was going to put a witness on the stand that says, I'm asserting my Fifth Amendment, that is a mistrial. As a defense attorney, we cannot do it, right? That is misconduct in a trial, right? And then that's a rookie mistake. I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, that's a 101 mistake. I mean, wow. There's a case directly on point, 1977 Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals case, U.S. v. Giacalone, that says you cannot put a witness on the stand for the sole purposes of asserting their Fifth Amendment privilege. The state appellate defender's office, which is loaded with excellent attorneys, very bright and very scholarly attorneys, have briefed this, supplied that letter to a judge, including all of the case law, and notifying both attorneys and the court that the shooter in this case is not going to testify without the assertion of his Fifth Amendment privilege. Done deal, over and done. Why we're talking about this, not getting a fair trial as a result of it, it is the law, as the judge said. You know, it's not me, Ms. Smith, that's preventing you from putting your client on. It's the case law in this matter.
It almost felt like we were watching a student in a classroom with a law professor, challenging perhaps, you know, what the rules are, and the judge had to lay it out very clearly. The law is preventing me from doing it.
And it's also in line with something we've been saying literally since day one, that there appears to be a serious lack of preparedness.
Yes.
A very serious one.
Yes.
Yeah, that's seemingly been the case. And then a lack of preparedness, and then, sorry to say, a pervasive lack of judgment throughout the case. It's kind of a mixture of emotions, and which seems to overwhelm the defense attorney at given times, to the point where her judgment lapses, and she makes kind of a sua sponte motion to exclude or include, in this case, include evidence that she previously sought to exclude, which is to the detriment of her client. Maybe Lillian, you want to talk, you know about opening the door and the dangers of that.
It's a landmine when you're in a trial, right? It's a landmine. You have to listen. I don't know if you can be emotional, right? You can have feelings, but you can't make mistakes that hurt the client based on not wanting to step back. It's almost arrogance of positioning. I know what I'm doing. Well, sometimes we don't. Sometimes, most times we hope we do. Listen to what they're telling you, right? Listen to what the judge is telling you. You've done all this work to get here to exclude things that now you want in. You are forcing error into this trial, and maybe that's a strategy. You want to get to the Court of Appeals and have them overturned, and I don't know.
It's hard to read the strategy. That's day after day. I feel like we're left
literally saying, "What are you doing?"
Searching for the strategy,
Yeah.
hoping you hope for an aha moment to see where this is all going to connect, where she's going to drive it home. And speaking of including evidence that she previously excluded, in your experience in courtrooms, does this happen often?
Never. I have never had that happen in a trial. I've been trying cases for 27 years. I've done hundreds of trials, unfortunately, right? Most of them capital. You have to hear the room, right? You have to know, nope. And I remember once early on in my career, Judge Vera Massey-Jones said, when she looked up, you knew somebody was getting ready to do something wrong, right? And you retooled yourself. Because if you open that door, it comes in and that error goes against you. We all have bar numbers. We are attorneys, right? I didn't get here just because somebody said, hey, you can flip your hair or have a nice haircut. We work for this, and you have to work for that trial and your client in the trial.
And I feel like, personally, I'm still recovering from the information that surfaced yesterday from the defense attorney about the affair. And now with that journal, in the Miller hearing, we heard how troubling that information was. And to open that door, as you say, just does not seem like a good idea for Jennifer.
Yeah, the door was opened, and it wasn't open in somebody peek in. That damn thing was kicked open. And so when it's kicked open like that, and all this evidence comes in, when it comes in, you can't control it because the other side then has the opportunity to use that against you, which is the whole and sole purpose of keeping the evidence excluded, which is what she wanted. And to your point, Terrence, the thing about getting in the evidence and wanting the evidence where she, as the defense attorney said, the wheelbarrow full of extramarital affairs. She said, bring it in, the wheelbarrow. What? Tell me, if anyone knows, what was gained by that testimony of the, as the defense attorney kept saying, the sexual affair? What was gained by her, the jury hearing that her client left work at any time
to go to Costco,
to go across the street to have sex in the Costco parking lot with, Joe Bag of Donuts here? What was gained by that? I don't know.
You smeared Costco. It forever leaves an indelible mark.
Yeah.
When I go to Costco, just a family thing. That's what I was thinking.
Costco's
you guys are
like,
over there
how did I
doing
get
that?
in this?
What are you doing?
Maybe her membership will be revoked. I don't know.
She probably didn't even have a membership.
Yeah,
That's why she was outdoors doing it.
This is true.
All right, well, I think this is a good time to take a break. We'll come back to court once they resume. We'll be right back.
Good grief.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us for our special coverage of the Jennifer Crumbley trial. I'm Meredith Bruckner.
And I'm Terrence. Friday. Today marks day 6 of that testimony in the trial for the mother of the Oxford school shooter. As we await for court to resume, here's a quick recap of what took place in day 5. Jennifer Crumbley and her team says the blame is on school officials for being nonchalant about the situation. And during day 5, Brian Maloche took the stand in a bombshell interview testimony there. The man who is reported to have been in an affair with Jennifer Crumbley during that time. Additionally, the prosecution in the trial says they could be prepared to rest their case soon. CBS News Detroit's Rochelle Graham breaks down the biggest moments. We'll get to that in just a moment. But right now, we want to talk about some of the things that have happened so far today. Again, we're on another break because the defense is backtracking once again.
How many times has this happened now? 3?
Yeah, we're going to bring in our legal panel of experts so we can break this down. You're right. This has been happening.
She's called evidence that was formerly excluded back into play. 4th.
Yeah, I mean, not insubstantial. They're all major issues, and the one that comes to mind that's the most egregious was, I think it was Exhibit 431, which has 2,000 pages of text messages and Facebook messages that the defense went through and filed a motion to exclude a large portion of it. The motion was granted 18 months ago, and then during the trial, she, in an instant said, "I want them all in. I don't want the jury to think that we're trying to exclude things," which I think is one of her themes. And so they all came in. Now, you might not hear or might not have heard any about some of those 2,000 pages in cross-examination or direct examination of some of the witnesses, or I should say direct by the prosecutor, but they're admitted. But you're going to hear some bombshells that are going to be included probably in the rebuttal or of the closing argument I would anticipate by Ms. McDonald, that are going to be laid out there, and they're not going to be able to be rebutted by the defense, because they'll be the last thing the jury hears is some of those pieces of evidence that were previously excluded that are now included. Even though you don't hear them in the trial, they're now admitted evidence and can be used in the closing.
So is it fair to say the prosecution's team is now pouring through these conversations, these 2,000 pages, and trying to take bits that to help their case further?
Yes, and she'll see those up on a screen in closing argument and not have the ability to object or do anything other than sit there and take it. This is going to be, we talked about this earlier, I think I mentioned it several times actually, that the officer in charge will be the last witness that the prosecution calls. So I anticipate after this officer is through his testimony that the prosecution will rest its case in chief.
Interesting. They said yesterday they were ready to yesterday, but then everything happened with the defense attorney wanting to reveal that the man on the stand had an affair with Jennifer Crumbley, and that just opened a whole new can of worms, it really felt like. With nothing that was gained. You have to be able to gain something with each witness you put on the witness stand. And as a defense attorney, if you ask a question, you're really already supposed to know the answer, right? There are very few realms in which I'm going to ask a question and I don't know the answer. These things were just so horrendous for the defense side, right? Because you are getting into the character of the mother, right? We have all the case law, everything. And Madam Defense Attorney, she seems like she's a very, very good in motion practice, but I don't understand.
Maybe a litigator, not a trial attorney.
Well, whatever it is, right? You have to put your best foot forward and at least read the stuff. You better know every piece of paper in that file, because I believe the prosecutor knows all 2,000 of those pages already. They're not going to have to sit up and figure it all out, right? And take a break. You've not heard them one time interrupt Madam Defense Attorney saying, "My internet, could you hold on?" In the middle, how rude. In the middle of them asking a question. Now, I'm not against her, but I'm against that kind of behavior.
I understand.
It's a bit much. It's a lot. And as we've mentioned, we are in day 6 right now. We're going to take you back, though, to yesterday's hearing and also just some of the things that have happened leading up to this point. Court is in a break right now, but we will resume. In the meantime, this is our Rochelle Graham with a recap of some of the things that have happened so far.
All rise for the jury.
What could be described as a 180 in court Wednesday.
We could rest today, Judge.
The prosecution announced it could rest by the end of the day, meaning wrapping up with calling witnesses to the stand in what was originally expected to be a much longer trial. But things quickly took a turn as Jennifer's high school classmate, Brian Malash, went next to testify. During defense attorney Shannon Smith's cross-examination, she zoned in on Malash's 3 interviews with police and how each one grew longer and more detailed, suggesting officers were intimidating or threatening him for more information.
Judge, objection. We're getting dangerously close to what defense counsel has sought to exclude.
Asking whether law enforcement threatened him in order to get him to lie?
Yeah.
Then the door is wide open for the people.
It might be.
Thank you, Judge.
Well,
I don't care if the door's open.
After confusion in the courtroom, it was revealed Jennifer Crumbley was having an affair with that witness at the time of the shooting. This is information the defense had requested be forbidden to bring up at trial. The judge stopped to make sure Crumbley understood the motion granted was now abruptly being reversed because of her own defense counsel.
I want to make sure that you are supportive of that.
I trust her, so yes.
Another witness, Luke Kirtley, works out of this building.
District 911, what is the address of the emergency?
He called 911 after spotting one of the Crumbley's vehicles when investigators say they were first charged with involuntary manslaughter and on the run, hiding out days after the shooting.
The parents of the shooter that are running away, they're here.
A memorable and odd moment followed that evidence from the defense.
If they were smarter criminals, they would have taken off and run.
Your Honor, I'm not sure she wants me to answer that, but it's not an appropriate question.
The 4 others rounding out Wednesday's witness list, all law enforcement. A lieutenant with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office testified that the day of the shooting, Jennifer Crumbley seemed anything but a nurturing mother.
She made a statement to me saying that lives were lost today and he's going to have to suffer. And I found that odd, the way she said it.
That lieutenant also testified that despite having a search warrant the day of the shooting, Jennifer Crumbley didn't want to give law enforcement her cell phone and, quote, seemed irritated about it, end quote. He went on to say her husband, James Crumbley, was the one to convince her to hand it over. Another glimpse of this trial of the contrast between the shooter's parents. Rochelle Graham, CBS News, Detroit.
All right, thanks, Rochelle, for that recap. It really feels like every day we really don't know what to expect. There are twists and turns that take place.
Yeah, especially with that defense attorney.
With the defense attorney in particular.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
She's keeping us on our toes, I'll tell you that. It's been interesting.
Interesting.
It's been abhorrent. I mean, it's just an abomination what we have to keep going through, right? Now, I can't watch this every day because of my own mental health, watching things like this, because it's counterintuitive to what we know is supposed to happen in a courtroom, right, by a defense attorney. So, you know, and I know there are going to be little things people say, oh, it's just because, you know, she's a female and she's emotional. No, 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 no. This has nothing to do with that. This has to do with a level of practice, right? So I just wish she would get it back on track. But it's the end of the dang on trial now. It's okay now. You did the best you could, okay?
Yeah, she's stressing me out. I have to be completely honest. It is stressful. I mean, this is a serious case anyway. And then when you talk about conduct and the way you expect things to flow, there are all these moments where she's like, I didn't read this, I didn't see this, I don't know what's going on.
We just heard her say, I don't care.
Like, ma'am.
I don't care that this explosive evidence is brought
We are
in.
in a trial. What are you doing? What do you make of this conduct that we've seen, Rick?
Well, it's either, as Lillian said, abhorrent or purposeful, which there is, I suppose, some method to madness, and it may be purposeful, but as I was reminded during the break by my law partner, Lenore Ferber, excellent attorney, who said, reminded me of invited error. You can't invite error in a case. You can't create error and then at the same time come back and use the error that you invited in a case on appeal to seek relief. So if there is invited error in this case, if there is purposeful misconduct, then that's the defendant's problem. There is no appealable issue that may result or derive from that.
Do you really believe, Rick,
No.
that any of this is well thought out
No.
and intentional?
That was a unanimous no.
Yeah.
No, my heart monitor went off yesterday as I was watching it. You know, I'll have a smartwatch on, right? And my pressure started going up. This is not purposeful. She's forcing errors, right? She's not thinking this through. You know, we have a standard ineffective assistance. You have to be effective as a lawyer. You're not even at the adequate level, and that's below effective. So
here's the thing about ineffective assistance of counsel filed on appeal. It's extremely common as an appealable issue, and certainly in the state of Michigan and in federal courts as well, that the defendant file an ineffective assistance of counsel on the trial counsel. It's why it's always a bad idea for the trial counsel to represent the same client on appeal if they're convicted, because certainly someone who's been at trials is unlikely to say that their trial efforts were ineffective. And so on appeal, though, we see that all the time where there's an ineffective assistance of counsel issue filed. They're almost never granted. I don't know, Lillian, do you know of any ineffective counsel appeals that have been granted and a case reversed?
Yes, but it was really egregious.
Oh. How would that stack up to this case?
I've never seen anything like this case, right? So, I mean, you never know. The judge is doing her best to be even, to be fair, not show emotion, but these things that are going on in here and the commentary that you're using and saying in front of the jurors, right? And it may well be.
Our producer just pointed out, she said she got the vibe that the shooter could, the vibe.
The vibe that the judge would rule a certain way.
That's outrageous.
She said
Stop that.
And the comment is, the public is noticing this too, because you can see it in the comments that people are like, what is this?
Yeah.
We don't know.
Hold on, actually, I need the Wi-Fi password. Does anyone have the?
Oh boy.
That was something else you did.
If you were watching yesterday,
in the middle of the trial.
Oh, right.
A lot of it does feel very unprofessional, very unhinged, very emotional. But let's talk about Judge Cheryl Matthews, because she's been incredibly composed, incredibly patient with the defense.
Yeah.
Too patient, perhaps?
Graduated from law school in 1989, I think, from Fordham University, which is an excellent school in the South Bronx. Shout out to New York. And she worked a couple of years and then went directly to the prosecutor's office here in Oakland County, I think 1991, all the way to, I think, 2014. She had a supervisory role there and then took her seat on the bench. So her professional experience has been exclusively with this prosecutor's office before she went to the bench. So she knows the office, the ins and outs of the office well. She knows how they prepare a case. She knows the officers and all of the agencies that are involved in this. And so she's very well versed and certainly a good judge for this case.
But the question is, do you think she's put her foot down enough?
She's doing the best she can to stay even, because I could see myself. That's why I've never run for judge and I don't plan on it ever. I would have popped off by now, right?
Yes.
I would have just, but that's the composure she must have, though, right? These allegations are so serious that a look, something wrong in your face that someone might read could also be an issue. And remember, she comes from the prosecutor's office, and sometimes it's not as bad as we think it is, right? Because she knows the challenges, right? And you better get a fair trial, because you do not want to come back and do this a second time on appeal.
All over again.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point. All right, well, let's take a brief break, and we'll come back when court resumes. Okay, we are back. Court went on a short break as more evidence was pushed to be included by the defense, and that needed to be discussed. We now want to bring in our legal experts to weigh in on the trial thus far.
With us are attorneys Lillian Diallo and Rick Capitino. Thank you both. We've had strong reactions to what we've seen today, similar to what we've been seeing for the last few days. Strong reactions.
Very. So that whole Fifth Amendment thing is really bothering me right now to the point of distraction. Everybody knows you cannot put a witness on the stand that you know will take a Fifth Amendment violation, or we're taking the Fifth, we're not speaking. This is wrong. She should know that. Rick, this is like 101. And these are hearings that are held outside the presence of the jury pre-trial, right? You knew about all of this, right? You know that boy has an appeal.
All right, they've resumed, so we're going to go ahead and listen in now.
And Shannon's Jennifer Crumbley.
Okay, so I'm going to have a couple questions for you. This is certainly one of the kind of things that you want to spend some time on. Initially, I want to point out that you have said you want a statement. However, I do not want to be caught, as that will make me getting the 9mm impossible. That's what you said you want. Okay, here's the problem with that. It might be a future plan, but this isn't a future plan not to get caught planning to shoot up the school. This is a future plan with regard to Jeffrey, right? Which is discussed extensively prior to this, right? Jeffrey, Jeffrey would be the bird and the bird head.
Oh.
Right? So.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That
would open the door. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So.
And of course I would ask.
I do not want to be caught, as that will make me getting the 9mm impossible. He's talking about getting caught with the bird head in a jar and the terrible things he did to baby birds. So I'm pretty sure that you do not want that to come in.
Right. I don't want the baby birds to come in. Okay. I thought when he said I don't want to be caught, it was being caught, like having mental problems, being caught with the bird, being caught with any of the stuff he's been doing.
Okay, well,
I didn't take it to be the bird, but I see what the court's saying. You're right. If that opens the door to the bird, then I don't want to open the door to the bird.
There's an extensive discussion prior to that with a picture and about him dumping the bird's head in a bathroom, and I hope people will talk about it for the rest of the day because I want the attention. However, I do not want to be caught, as that will make me getting the 9mm impossible. He's not talking about getting caught with the plan to shoot up the school. He's talking about getting caught with putting the bird head in the bathroom and hurting the birds. So I think it's pretty safe to assume that you do not want that statement.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, I know I'm going to regret this. I'm going to let you respond to this, but I also wonder, you say you want statements. I have to find where my dad hid the 9mm, and I don't know where my dad hid it. It's hard for me to understand what that impeaches, because we just saw a video where Mr. Crumbley is telling Mrs. Crumbley, she asks him specifically where was the gun, and he says, I put it in the dresser, right?
That's the other gun. That's the other two guns.
Okay, but there's also statements to the police about where. Isn't there a statement on the video to one of the police officers?
Yes, sir.
About where it was? Was that the armwear one?
Yeah, where she hid the bullets, Judge, yeah.
No, she hid the bullets in the drawer with her jeans.
Okay, well, isn't there other statements in this trial about where the SIG was?
Yes, Judge. And there's lots of different statements. That's part of the case.
It says it was hidden.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, the bird, Jeffrey's staying out of this.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I misread that. I did not.
Okay. Well, it's hard to read, So anyway, what else do you want to say about this?
Judge, this is the people's issue here, is that well over a year ago, this issue, as well as a number of other issues that have been addressed the last few days, have been settled. That was June 27th of 22. It was appealed. The application to the Court of Appeals was filed on July the 18th of 2022. This is a pattern now that appears to be part of counsel's strategy. That's fine, but the people should be entitled to now prepare accordingly. So counsel has promised the jury that Jennifer Crumbley is going to testify. That's significant because that entire Facebook thread has come in. That's over 2,000 pages. I know from my memory there are a number of messages that will be very important at cross-examination. But because it's been sprung up mid-trial at the request for an unredacted copy of that, I want time to go through that before the defendant takes the stand so I can have every passage ready.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. You want to go through what?
The Facebook thread between Jennifer and James Crumbley.
Okay.
Your Honor, the prosecution moved to admit the whole thing. I have no objection. I'm ready to go with it.
Okay,
they moved to admit the whole thing in front of the jury. Now he's saying he's not ready for it.
Wait a minute. Am I missing something? I'm talking about the journal right now.
Yes, this is the pattern, Judge. The pattern of strategy. And again, counsel's entitled to her own strategy. Right. However, we are entitled to prepare our witnesses accordingly, including the cross-examination of the defense witnesses. We responded to the defendant's motions with the journal in particular with a select number of passages that firmly fit within the instructions provided by this court.
And that was in response to her motion.
Yes, Judge. And it's the court's order, not the defendant's order. So we're following the court's order when we prepare for trial. Again, if counsel wants to reverse course mid-trial as part of our strategy, that's her decision. But we need to have the time to prepare. So I'm asking for the court to give us the time to go through that Facebook thread, as the court gave defense counsel time to go through statements of her clients, her own client statements before Mr. Meloche testified.
Okay. You guys have gone off into Never Land here. I want to address the journal and then finish the lieutenant's testimony. I also want to make the sealed record during the time period that the jury is eating lunch. So at this moment, I'm going to indicate that I am very concerned about the journal. The journal is extremely disturbing in many, many, many ways. And I do not want to risk the door being open. But more importantly, these statements, I have to find where my dad hid the 9mm and where, I don't know where my dad hid it. I don't know that it impeaches anything in this case because there's already been plenty of evidence that he found it, right? There's evidence the shooter found the gun, right? And there have been statements made by both the defendant and her husband to police in text, whatever it is, indicating that the gun was hidden in some way, obviously very poorly. But the gun was hidden in some way. The gun, as far as we know, was not sitting on the kitchen table. So I don't think this impeaches anything. I don't think it's contradictory. More importantly, I don't think under any circumstances any more of this journal should come in. And in the event that it was going to come in, I think that it should have been handled prior to the jury trial. I am trying to very much protect any potential appellate record, and I do not want to delve into this journal. I think that would do nothing more than hurt Mrs. Crumbley severely. It's highly prejudicial. So that's my ruling about the journal. If you have other issues you'd like to bring up, I'd appreciate if we did that when the jury's at lunch after we make the sealed record.
That's fine. We can finish.
Okay. Let's finish it. Okay. Okay, their lunch arrived, so they are eating it. Okay. Lieutenant, I'm going to indicate that you should not discuss your testimony with anyone because you're in the middle of your testimony. All right. So you can step down. I'm going to have. When did they start eating? 2 minutes ago. So. I'm going to indicate that they should be prepared to come back and hear testimony at 12:30. All right. In the meantime, you can step down. Step down. Sorry, Judge. As I indicated to both of the attorneys as well, I think I sent had my assistant sent an email. I think my assistant sent an early morning email to you about making a sealed record pursuant to Michigan Code Rule 8.119. Correct?
Yes.
It'll be brief. It'll be brief.
Yes.
All right. So because of that, I'm going to exclude everyone but the parties. We're going to do that briefly. Then I'm going to allow Ms. Crumbley to go downstairs and eat her lunch, and we're going to break until 12:30.
Just before we go off the record, I just wanted to complete the record that we were speaking.
Okay, go ahead.
So we've gone through this. I don't want to belabor the point. The issue that the people have is that it appears that counsel is trying to usurp the court's order without notice to the people, and that makes it impossible.
Okay, start over with this issue, because I was talking about the journal, and then you started telling me. So start over. Okay.
Thank you, Judge. The journal appears to be a pattern of strategy, which is without notice, mid-witness, shifting from what the court has already ordered to what counsel chooses to be convenient. And again, if that's trial strategy, that's trial strategy. But we have the court's order, not the defendant's order. And I don't believe it is appropriate for any party to usurp a court's order. And I also don't think it's appropriate that the people will have to respond off the cuff. I want to make sure that our witnesses are prepared.
Okay.
I want to make sure the materials necessary for cross-examination are prepared as well.
Okay, so the issue right now is the numerous Facebook communications between Mrs. Crumbley and Mr. Crumbley. That's the issue that came in.
And Your
that's
Honor,
the piece of evidence.
Okay.
Within that piece of evidence, there are a number of issues to explore.
Okay.
Within that piece of evidence, it includes items that defense counsel had previously sought to exclude, and this court did in fact exclude. So that was the discussion that we had when Mrs. Crumbley was placed on the record, and she said under oath that it was her decision upon consultation with her attorney, knowing that we could cross-examine. I just want to make sure that people are given the opportunity to review all of those 2,000 messages or 2,000 pages of messages appropriately before that cross-examination begins.
Your Honor, I just want to point out that the prosecution moved to admit the entire thing in front of the jury. So I believe if I objected, it would look like Mrs. Crumbley is hiding materials, and we've taken the trial strategy actually based on their trial strategy, bring it all in.
Okay.
And so when Mr. Keese...
It was a redacted copy.
Okay, I don't understand why we're he's taking a trip down memory lane. The whole thing came in already.
Right, it came in, but I'm saying he asked for it. That was days ago, and I'll tell you what.
And then you agreed to it.
I did, and since that time, I've read the whole thing and I'm ready to go with it. What he's saying is that he's not ready to go with it, even though he moved to admit it, and even though it was days ago that he moved to admit it.
Just to correct the record, we moved for a redacted copy and for counsel to specify exactly what portions redacted in accordance with your order,
And
Judge.
the next day I got back to them, which was days ago, and I said...
Keep your voice down because the walls are paper thin and the jury can hear you.
I got back to them the day after and I said, we're not asking for any redactions. They said fine. We made a record with Mrs. Crumbley, no redactions.
Okay, when is this going to come up anyway? How far are we going to get after Lieutenant Willis?
I guess it depends on how often this comes up. And this is why I bring it to the court's attention that...
This will come up when Mrs. Crumbley testifies, if she does, right?
Certainly.
Okay, is that the only time?
Well, I brought up the pattern to the court's attention because it does appear to be a pattern. The only reason I bring it to the court's attention now and our objection to that is because it appears to be a continual theme. So I want to bring it to the court's attention now, and I want a record made of it. That's why I bring it up now.
Okay, well, you can't admit something and then unadmit something. There's no court rule that says you can do that, right? Okay.
No, it's the redacted portions. It's the portions within that would have been inadmissible prior to...
Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we said we still...
We're letting it all hang out.
We're letting it all hang out.
Okay.
And I don't want any redactions because I think it makes it... Mr. Keese has made it look like if we put redactions in there, we're hiding stuff.
I don't know why we're talking about this.
We shouldn't
The whole
be.
record came in. It is in evidence. It is fair game. Okay? All right. That's what we're doing.
With respect to the sealed record, I just like to rely on my written pleadings.
Okay. Well, you probably are, but I'm going to make a record of those because there are privileged conversations between the shooter and a therapist in those pleadings, and I'm going to make a record about that is sealed because I am. So. So, yeah, I'm throwing everybody out.
Recording stopped.
But this will be on the record.
Oh, yes. This is.
All right, Terrence just stepped away from the desk for a few moments, but explain again to our viewers what we just saw happen in the land.
It's the darndest thing. Madam Defense Attorney is arguing against her own self-interest and her client's own self-interest in talking about certain things. Now, it looks like she might want to unadmit maybe what she said it was okay to admit, and she's trying to make it seem as if it was the prosecutor that said, I want to admit this. He's like, no, I wanted to admit with the redactions in accordance to how you've already ruled. I don't know, Rick?
It's pretty confusing.
Yeah, here's what initially happened before the break. There was the defense attorney wanted certain lines. She's almost doing what she accused the prosecution of doing, is taking individual slivers of evidence and using those out of context, and wholly out of context, as the judge had to instruct her and save her, because she wanted to get into evidence a statement in the journal that said, I don't want to get caught. That would make it harder for me to get the gun. And the judge pointed, and then we had arguments on both sides, and then the judge took a break. And then the judge came back and said that I don't want to get caught, because then I would have a more difficult time getting the gun, was the written statement, or words of that effect. But the judge pointed out the statement about I don't want to get caught referred specifically to he didn't want to get caught with the dead bird. He was doing an Ozzy Osbourne with these birds, and he put them under his bed, and and that was what the shooter didn't want to get caught with, that he had decapitated birds or tortured birds, and therefore it may raise suspicions by his father, and therefore the father may then hide the gun, or words of that effect. The judge pointed out her error, and after all of her efforts to include this and use this, which was previously excluded, defense attorney says, Judge, I misread the statement. Yeah, I don't want it in. You're right, Judge. Absolutely ridiculous.
It's not as if she misread it. She didn't read it.
Maybe so, yeah.
It seemed like she didn't read it at all.
That was what she told the judge.
Because
Judge,
the baby
I misread
birds,
it.
the torture, horrible torture, which was detailed at length in the Miller hearing, and was incredibly hard to sit here and listen to this. It's very damning, and it's the last remaining piece of evidence that's excluded from this case, because she has brought everything else back into play.
The dead baby bird's head in a jar. I don't know how you misread something like that, right? It goes to the whole theme of you got to be prepared to know your case. Did you see it anywhere? Didn't you see the picture of the dead bird and any of that? If it's excluded for a reason. Just let it be, right? And don't try to say, oops, or oh, after you so forcefully are accusing somebody of doing something untoward, right? And then it's like, oops, never mind.
And her effort to as she put it, let it all hang out, bring it all in as a trial strategy, because it makes us look bad. Listen, when documents or evidence is excluded, or parts of transcripts or tapes, video, audio tapes are redacted or excluded, jurors get it. Jurors are instructed on redactions. They understand, hey, this is something that doesn't have anything to do with the case, and I was instructed not to pay attention to it or to ignore it, and they generally do. And so to do this, retract your motion to exclude based upon some emotional belief that it makes us look bad. As she said, the prosecution is making us look bad, and therefore we made a decision the night before to let it all hang out. Now the judge is doing something I think is important to note. She said that she is going to make her rulings, even though the judge said, look, you retracted your motion. You said let it all hang out on these 2,000 pages of evidence that are coming in now, and whatever's in there is in there, and that was your choice, and so it's admitted. And then the judge said, but she's going to make her own independent decision about whether to redact certain things about the privilege issues that may arise between the shooter and a mental health provider. And that is solely, exclusively to protect the defense in this case. So you have the judge taking great efforts on her own to protect the defendant in this case, and also the record on appeal. It's extraordinary.
The prosecution did the same yesterday, which is probably pretty shocking for you both to see.
It is.
Something like that happen.
And there is a case, and I ran across it. I don't know what it is right now. I know they tried to use it against me. It's case law that says you cannot use anything that is privileged within like a state agency. So I've spoken to social services. There are going to be certain things that are going to be privileged that goes to the shooter, right?
I think USB 2E.
I don't know about TUI. I just know this. It was a state case that we had to fight because somebody discovered it a couple of years ago. But it's absolutely right. It's your privilege. It should be in camera, right? There's certain privileges we cannot breach. And for a great reason. I don't care what defense attorney is saying over there. You cannot breach that, period. I don't care what you say.
And that's where the judge is stepping up and saying, you know, I don't care what your motions are. I don't care what you've agreed on. I'm independently going to look at these over the break, make a determination whether or not to redact them to protect the defendant in this case.
Sue, as you mentioned, court has gone on break. The jury is having lunch. Everyone will be having lunch. So we will return in a little while. Stay tuned for CBS News Detroit at noon. Welcome back to CBS News Detroit for our continuing coverage of the Jennifer Crumbley trial. The court has now gone to lunch, so they're on a bigger break now. But before we went to break, we were speaking with our experts about just sort of the unprecedented conduct we've seen today.
Yeah, there's been a lot of that really from the beginning of what we've been seeing.
And something that was really stunning that Rick, you were talking about just before the break, it's as if the judge and also the prosecution at times have helped the defense with her judgment.
Right, they're concerned with and trying to protect the record for purposes of appeal. I don't think anyone, including the defendant, most importantly the defendant, wants to go through this process twice and have a mistrial or a reversal of a conviction and then have to retry it again. So they're being very careful, they're walking carefully. You notice the defense attorney, the prosecutor in this case gets up constantly. He's telling the judge this is a pattern. He's very careful. Many prosecutors, if defense attorney said, hey, it's an all-in thing, let's let it fly, let's admit all this these 2,000 pages, they'd be more than happy to just say, okay, fine, we'll use it all against you. But not this prosecutor. He's very careful. He's saying he wants to be sure that the defense knows exactly how far they're going and what the ramifications are, and protecting the record for purposes of appeal. Very, very dutiful.
Lillian, just quickly, does it feel like the defense attorney is in control at this point of her case?
No, no. I mean, it started when you say, look at this is horrific, and we have the crying, and I'm doing the best I can, and then you're forcing these errors where you're letting information in. Listen, there is something that the judges tell jurors, we have excluded evidence for a reason. You are not to regard it, period.
Right.
Thank you. Well, we are going on a quick break. We'll be back at noon.
Thank you for joining us here on CBS News Detroit. I'm Terrence Friday.
And I'm Meredith Bruckner. Today we're continuing our gavel-to-gavel coverage of Jennifer Crumbley's trial.
That's right. Right now the court is on a break, but we will be resuming once they get things started, which is around 12:30. Crumbley is facing a charge of involuntary manslaughter after her son shot and killed multiple students at Oxford High School on November 30th of 2021.
The trial is in break. As we said, we'll head back to the courtroom once they're back in session. But for now, let's bring in next weather meteorologist Karen Carter. Hi, Karen. We've been so focused on this trial. Let's take a look at the weather. How is it looking outside today?
Well, right now you can see it looks a little bit cloudy out there, almost a little bit foggy, and we are seeing some areas which are seeing some fog and some misty conditions out there. And you may see a little bit of drizzle into this afternoon, but I have some good news for you. Some sunshine is headed our way. Here's a look at our next weather tower cam. Just a look over Southfield here. You can see those cloudy conditions, a little bit of those lower clouds level there, but we are seeing predominantly dry conditions overhead. If I go in a little bit closer towards the Flint area, or sorry, into the Pontiac area, we're seeing a little bit of rain there, and just to the east of Jackson as well. So you may see a little bit of light drizzle throughout this afternoon, but most of us still should stay dry. Taking a look around the area, some of us are already seeing some sunshine there in Adrian and in Monroe, mostly cloudy in Detroit. Well, otherwise, we're seeing cloudy conditions throughout the other areas, but with some drizzle there in Pontiac. 37 degrees in Pontiac, 40 in Mount Clemens, 42 in Detroit, 44 in Adrian, and also in Monroe at this hour. Here's a look at that visibility that I was saying. We have that lower cloud deck. You can see still good visibility throughout Detroit, Monroe, Mount Clemens. Low, though, in Pontiac with only 3 miles, 5 in Howell. Now, taking a look at this afternoon, temperature is warming up to 45 degrees. Very mild out there, above normal for this time of year. We are going to expect that small chance of drizzle, and then we'll still see temperatures right around 40 degrees by 8 o'clock. I'm going to talk about that sunshine that's headed our way and those mild temperatures coming up in your next weather forecast.
All right, thank you, Karen, for that. And today's session, coming back to the Jennifer Crumbley trial, began with pages from the shooter's journal requesting mental help from his parents. The defense claims Jennifer Crumbley had no knowledge of the writings. Yeah, a lot more chilling evidence was also revealed today, leaving the courtroom speechless at certain points and the defense in tears for almost 10 minutes. We're going to bring in our legal panel of experts to help us unpack some of what we've seen today, Lillian Diallo and Richard Convertino. We've seen a lot of things similar to what we saw yesterday, where the defense is changing things at the last minute, seemingly.
Very quickly, it's like on the fly, right? So when you're a defense attorney, you know which witnesses are you going to have for the day. We know it's only going to be maybe 1 or 2. Right, so you should be prepared for the officer in charge getting up there. You should have known from the Miller hearing that he felt very strongly about this because he's a first responder and he's emotional, right? But he's not to the point of just breaking down, right? So now you get on there and you start talking about things that should be excluded because you didn't read to the next page, right? You say, oh, something about the gun. And as the judge said, well, it wasn't hidden well enough, apparently, or put up well enough, apparently, right? Everybody in the courtroom is trying to make this fair and help the defendant. It seems like a little bit more than Madam Defense Attorney, and I'm very disappointed. I'm just hurt because I've never seen a presentation like this in all my years of practicing, being on a television show, watching something. I've never seen anything like this, never.
Pretty amazing to watch. Rick, before we went to break, before the court went to break, Tim Willis, a detective on the scene, was testifying, as Lillian mentioned. And you believe that there could be just one more witness today before the prosecution rests its case.
I think Lieutenant Willis will be the last witness.
Oh, he's the final one.
Yeah,
so you believe after this?
Yes, I think when we come back from lunch, I think the prosecution will present its most powerful evidence. I think it'll be kind of an agglutination of all the other witnesses in a presentation that's concise, clear, and will walk the jurors through perhaps the shooter's initial appearance all the way until we get the Crumbleys arrested at 1111 Belleville. And so he'll try to get out their motivations. He'll try to characterize the evidence in a conclusory way, an overview of the evidence in a way that's very powerful. So the last thing the jury will hear today from the prosecution's case in chief will be accumulation and an overview of all the evidence in a very, very powerful, and as we've seen earlier, I would anticipate a continued emotional way, impactful testimony I'm anticipating coming up after lunch.
Mm-hmm. And following that, if they do rest their case, Lillian, do you have any predictions for what the defensive case might look like at this point?
I didn't know the propensity of my child. I put the gun up or whatever it is, right? We'll see what Mrs. Crumbley has to say. She's not a non-caring person. She's a very feeling mother, right? Maybe she says she doesn't know that he needed mental health treatment or something was going on with him. Well, I bet you the prosecutor has an answer for that.
You know, Ms. Lillian is absolutely right. But one of the things that was pretty powerful in an example of an inartful way of questioning a witness on cross-examination, Lieutenant Willis said that had things been a little different, just if he had known a little bit more, the charges would be different, including murder. He said that the defendant would be charged with murder instead of involuntary manslaughter. That was a result allowing him to give that answer in an inartful cross-examination question that allowed him the latitude to answer that way. So that was also very powerful testimony. But I do anticipate that Jennifer Crumbley will testify after lunch as a first witness, and I think that's probably what the defense attorney is doing now, meeting with her client in lockup, going through the final preparations for her testimony.
Yeah, and that'll definitely be one to watch.
We will be here. For now, we have to go on a short break. We'll be back soon.
Watch CBS News Detroit.
It's all right here,
right now, with breaking Southeast Michigan news
and next weather updates.
Just open the free CBS News app, select Live, and then look for CBS News Detroit. On your block, around the clock.
Welcome back. The trial of Jennifer Crumbley, the mother of the Oxford school shooter, continues this afternoon.
Andres Gutierrez is live outside of the Oakland County Courthouse. Andres, what can you tell us about what we've seen so far today?
Well, Taryn says you and the panel have been doing a tremendous job in breaking down the proceedings. We have yet another day of lively discussion over evidence that the defense at one point did not want to include, and now she is changing her mind, this time over that shooter's journal. The portion that the judge said that she wanted to include would then open the door to testimony that also wasn't going to be included, like the torture of the baby birds that we heard during the Miller hearing. And so the judge mentioning to Jennifer that it would end up hurting her case. Now, mind you, the jury did hear some portions of that journal earlier today. We'll get that in a moment, but the video you're watching there is of Jennifer Crumbley once again getting emotional, crying as they played video of her son carrying out his attack on his classmates. The video was playing as Detective Lieutenant Tim Willis with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office was testifying. Their jury also got to see footage recorded inside the police cruiser as they were executing the search warrant at the Crumbley house. Jennifer, very bothered that she was in handcuffs, and asked her husband James where that gun was hidden. He said the dresser, which obviously was not the case. Now, the jury did get a sense of the shooter's pleas for help from those journal entries. Take a listen.
In this one, the shooter writes, "I want help, but my parents don't listen to me, and I can't get any help."
Now, this is page 19. Can you read that?
Yes. Shooter writes, "My parents won't listen to me about help or therapist."
Sir, in that journal were there entries about the shooter's desire to obtain a 9mm handgun?
Yes.
This is also Exhibit 401, page 22. Could you read those quotes, please?
Yes. The shooter writes, "I want to shoot up the school so badly. Soon, I'm going to buy a 9mm pistol."
Now, right before court wrapped up yesterday, the prosecution said they were confident that they would wrap up their witness list today. They said they had another 1 to 4 left. However, this one, Lieutenant Willis, once we come from lunch break, as one of the panelists said there, may be the last one, and the defense will then start calling their witnesses. Of course, Jennifer Crumbley, they said during opening statements, will take the stand. Now, I'm interested to see at what point will she actually testify. Will she be the first witness that they'll call, or the last? So we'll see. Reporting live in Pontiac, Andres Gutierrez, CBS News, Detroit.
All right, Andres, thanks, and we will pick things back up once the trial continues.
Well, we are going to see a little bit of sunshine to brighten our day, but that's not going to be today. We're going to see it in the upcoming days. So some good news to look forward to, but here's a look right now at our next weather radar. We are predominantly seeing dry conditions, not only in southeast Michigan, but across the state. There is a little bit of fog and mist right now in Pontiac, so you may be seeing a little bit of drizzle out there, and that is going to be the case through this afternoon. We may see just a little bit of light drizzle throughout this afternoon. Otherwise, we'll see cloudy conditions, and we're going to see mild temperatures too. Now, we're going to stay dry then throughout the overnight and even into tomorrow. We'll see some cloud cover through the morning hours, but we are going to see those clouds breaking tomorrow afternoon. We're going to see more sunshine in the afternoon, and then from there on out, we are going to continue to see sunshine on Saturday and even into Sunday too. So precip chances over the next 6 days, we are only going to see that little bit of precip possible throughout the course of this afternoon and into this evening. Otherwise, dry conditions for the end of the week, into the weekend, and even into next week. But that leads us to January. Today is February 1st. January came in as the wettest on record with 5.25 inches of precipitable water. So if you kind of melt all that snow that we had, how much water that we had in the form of liquid. Taking a look at the previous wettest was just over 5 inches in 1932. Normal precip for the month of January is just under 2.25 inches. And last year we made it just over 3 inches of rain. So even though it may not seem like we had a lot of wet days in January, or maybe it did seem like it, we did have that snow, and so that accounts for that. Taking a look at cloud cover, though, over the next 7 days, we are going to expect tomorrow to see the morning cloud cover, the afternoon sunshine, then lots of sunshine after that. Mostly sunny on Saturday, sunshine then on Sunday. We'll still see partly cloudy skies on Monday, mostly sunny on Tuesday, a little bit more cloud cover on Wednesday, but still partly cloudy then on Thursday. So really not bad. Temperatures are going to stay very mild too. We are going to take a bit of a dip in temperatures tomorrow, but 39 degrees only. Average is 32 degrees. Then temperatures are going to be in the 40s for the weekend and even into next week as well. So here's a look at your 7-day forecast. We are going to expect to see a little dip in temperatures tomorrow, decreasing clouds, more sunshine though for the weekend with very mild temperatures, and dry conditions will continue with those dry conditions into next week with still lots of sunshine and temperatures still above normal.
All right, Karen, thank you. We love the sounds of temperatures above normal.
And sunshine too. I know you're looking forward to that.
We need it. Thank you. Well, President Joe Biden is here in Michigan for an event with the UAW.
But as the war continues in Gaza, some groups across Metro Detroit aren't welcoming his visit. The grassroots initiative Abandon Biden campaign says it is organizing this. The group says it wants to make sure Joe Biden is not reelected. They're critical of his administration's handling of the Israel-Hamas war. At a press conference earlier today, leaders with the Abandon Biden campaign say they are calling on the president to issue a ceasefire and want voters in February's primary to vote against him.
I just want to say to Mr. Biden that you are absolutely not welcome in Michigan. Our trust bestowed upon you through our votes has been shattered as we feel deceived and robbed of our hard-earned money which you dedicated towards Israel, unleashing havoc on innocent lives.
We are the Abandon Biden campaign. We're not the Reconsider Biden campaign. We're not the Let's Talk with Biden campaign. A conversation with Biden would have been possible 30,000 Palestinian lives ago. He can do the right thing at any time. He can call for a ceasefire immediately. We're calling on him to call for a ceasefire.
The Abandon Biden campaign has chapters in several states and is looking to expand to all 50. The protests later today are calling on Biden to issue a ceasefire. A former Wayne County employee is heading to prison for defrauding the county out of millions. Former Roads Division worker, 55-year-old John Gibson, pleaded guilty to using taxpayer dollars to make unauthorized purchases of generators and power equipment, then selling them for hundreds of thousands of dollars in personal profit. Gibson was sentenced to 1.5 years for the scheme, which cost the county $2.3 million.
Stick around. Coming up after the break, our own Carol Kane joins us in studio with a preview of this week's Michigan Matters. That's coming up.
All right, welcome back. We are joined now by Carol Kane, producer and anchor of Michigan Matters. It's a program that tackles politics, business, education, sports and community issues every week. Carol, thank you for being here with us.
Everything but the kitchen sink. How you guys doing today? This very, very busy news day.
Yes, very busy news day. I was just saying in the break, it's refreshing to talk about something other than the trial since we've been so laser focused on it.
Oh my gosh.
Tell us about Michigan Matters. Now I'm like, this is great. Let's talk
here we
about
go.
it.
We're waiting for the president to land out of Selfridge. He'll be here around 1:30. He's going to a UAW hall where he just got the endorsement from the UAW, which is great news for him. But he's here also in a bit of a controversy because of what's going on in the Middle East, Gaza/Hamas situation. On the show as well this Sunday, I have Nasser Beydoun, who's a Dearborn businessman, Democrat, very upset with President Biden and how he's handling the Middle East situation and what he's not doing. And so we'll be talking about that. Certainly we'll be talking about the presidential race where Michigan always matters. Get that plug in there. Talking about Michigan, how it's so important with Biden being here. I guarantee Trump will be here shortly as well, and what's going to be rolling out here in these ensuing months. Additionally, we're going to be talking about the Senate race, which again, Nasser Beydoun is running for U.S. Senate, wide open on both sides of the aisle with Democrats and Republicans, talking about the money chase, which they're all involved with. And one other story that's red hot, not as much front page news for lots of people, and that is the Michigan Republican Party chair. Who is the chair? We have two different people claiming to be the chair. They're fighting it out. They're duking it out. Usually Republicans are fighting Democrats, but at this point, it's Republicans fighting Republicans. So I think we'll just get some popcorn and watch.
Yeah, watch the show.
Who will be your guest for the roundtable?
Oh my gosh, we have Susie Avery, who's the former Republican. She's the former chair of the Michigan Republican Party. She has very strong interests. And John Stewart, a longtime Republican, who he is a Plymouth Township trustee, he has very strong opinions as well. And it's going to be interesting because we're going into uncharted territory. Normally, polls don't play as much into it as they do already. I think we pretty much, everyone's agreed, we have the two presumptive nominees, the Democratic Republican Party with Trump and Biden going at it. Never has it been resolved so early. Usually you have more states and all this other stuff, but Nikki Haley's still out there. And again, you could say, common sense would be that this will happen. You can't say that. This is a brand new territory for a lot of this, but gives us stuff to talk about every week.
Lots to talk about. Remind us quickly when we can catch the show.
5:30 a.m. on CBS Detroit and 12 noon Sunday on Detroit 50 WKBD. Hope to see you.
Perfect. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
All right, start your year with a beautiful smile. Ashley Bellman has a solution to brighten your teeth, even if they've been stained by wine, coffee, or tea. Here's our CBS deal.
CBS Deals, powered by Shopify.
I have sensitive teeth and I work on television, so I want to make sure my teeth are always white. It's hard to find a toothpaste that works for me, but I'm so excited that I found Mint Instant Purple Color Corrector with NHAP. This is an instant and lasting whitening toothpaste. Using it can get your teeth up to 3 shades lighter after only 7 treatments. Like I said, my teeth are sensitive, so I really can't do those long-term whitening treatments or the expensive professional ones, but this is great for sensitive smiles like mine, and it actually helps with sensitivity, so I could drink the cold and hot drinks and not feel any pain. It prevents cavities, and research shows that NHAP can combat oral bacteria, helping to prevent plaque and gum disease, so we don't want any of that. It gently scrubs away stains, giving your teeth a naturally whiter look without harsh chemicals, and it's non-toxic, so safe for long-term use. So easy to use. You just apply 2 pumps to a soft bristled toothbrush, brush in a circular motion for about 2 minutes, and then rinse, and you are good to go. Right now we have a special offer on Mint. Head to cbsdeals.com for this exclusive offer, and I'm going to brush right now.
Welcome back. It turns out porch pirates come in all shapes and sizes.
Yeah, there was a possum caught on camera stealing a package from a Texas home. Take a look at the video. The box was filled with cookies for a teen boy. It's actually for his birthday. The family found this mangled, empty bag of cookies in the yard the next morning.
When they checked their security camera, they found the culprit. I mean, I was going to say there must be food in there, so understandable.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at him go.
A little big rat.
We have a lot of possums where I live, actually.
Do you?
Yeah.
I don't really like possums.
You don't?
No.
They're really, really good for the environment and for humans because they eat ticks. Did you know that? Well, now you do. Hi, Karen.
Reason to keep them around.
They eat cookies and they eat ticks. So I guess, ticks, right. What else do we need to know? All right, so tell us how it's looking. Well, this afternoon we will see just a small chance of a little bit of drizzle in the area. You may see a little bit of fog with that, but otherwise temperatures in the mid-40s. So I'm going to grade today a B. It's going to be cloudy out there. Temperatures, though, staying very mild, and then we're going to see sunshine starting tomorrow afternoon.
Thank you, Karen. We will continue our Gavel Gavel coverage later.
General anesthesia for treatment and waited several days after being hospitalized for complications before alerting the White House.
President Biden is issuing an executive order targeting Jewish settlers in the West Bank who have been attacking Palestinians in the disputed territory. Human rights groups say the number of incidents have jumped since the October 7th Hamas attack on Israel. The order signed today imposes financial sanctions against 4 settlers who've carried out such violence.
More testimony is expected today in the trial of the Michigan mother charged in connection with the school shooting carried out by her son. Yesterday, prosecutors presented evidence they say shows Jennifer Crumbley had at least a fear her son Ethan would, quote, do something dumb. Prosecutors showed one text from Jennifer to Ethan sent an hour before that shooting that reads, "Don't do it."
President Biden will visit East Palestine, Ohio sometime this month to meet with residents impacted by Norfolk Southern's train derailment.
It's been nearly a year since that derailment plunged a small community into a major health and environmental crisis. A new CBS Reports documentary entitled Toxic Fog: The Aftermath in East Palestine, Ohio, examines what exactly unfolded in that town last year. It also explores the train derailment's ongoing significance to the East Palestine community and to communities across the country.
You said last time we spoke that your daughter had had some upper respiratory problems. How is her health now?
She has not had a lot of issues since we left the area, so I just pray to God that I got her out in time, that she won't have long-term effects. This should matter to everyone because this will happen again. I feel like now I have a duty to warn other communities, and if this happens in another community, at least if my daughter has to watch me die of cancer when she's 10, or God forbid I have to watch her, at least it saves someone else.
Truly heartbreaking, emotional stuff. And you saw her there on your screen in Palestine, Ohio. She's here now in Studio 57, CBS News correspondent Roxana Saberi. Roxana, really incredible reporting that you've done on this and not letting any of the people there feel like they've been forgotten. Talk to us about how the rail operator, Norfolk Southern, responded in the aftermath of the derailment.
Well, one of its first moves was, once the evacuation order was lifted and residents could go home, was to get its trains running back again that same evening. So they put the tracks down on top of contaminated soil, which, as you can imagine, created a lot of mistrust by some of the residents. When those residents returned, some of them started getting sick. The EPA came in, the Environmental Protection Agency came in, they took charge, and they ordered Norfolk Southern to do sampling of the environment, testing, and also cleanup. Norfolk Southern says it's committed more than $100 million so far to this process and also toward helping the community. But that bill is likely to grow quite a bit because it's facing several lawsuits, including a class action lawsuit by it's thousands of residents in not only Ohio, but also neighboring Pennsylvania and West Virginia.
What strikes me about the woman you were speaking with is that she's assuming her own death, she's assuming her child's death, and she's saying speaking to you hopefully will serve as a warning to others. This is a working class community. These folks aren't massively wealthy. And as you pointed to, there was a real lack of trust toward authorities, toward the government as well. What else did you uncover in your year-long reporting on this?
Yeah, along those lines of mistrust, when Norfolk Southern was ordered to pay for the cleanup and sampling and everything, the EPA allowed the rail giant to choose its contractors to employ them, which, according to some residents and some critics, creates a conflict of interest. Because why would the responsible party, in this case Norfolk Southern, want to find any contamination because it would cost more to clean up? So that was one accusation that the railroad faced. The contractor, one of the main contractor that did the testing, says that it tested over 630 homes and that it did not find any dangerous levels of contaminants. And the EPA told us that it's closely supervising the contractors that are hired by Norfolk Southern. But it does raise questions about the conflict of interest. And residents also told us, well, if our homes are safe, if the environment's safe, why are some of us still getting sick?
Yeah. And your special is called Toxic Fog. And as you were saying, Roxana, it happened in East Palestine, but that toxic fog expanded in the areas surrounding this small town. And I was speaking with somebody, Mark Kenny, who's there in neighboring Columbiana. He was diagnosed with chemical bronchitis right after this. He told me that today he is doing better, but he's still dealing with the lingering effects. How are the residents that you've been in touch with dealing with all this? How are they almost a year later now?
Yeah, some have no problems. They say they're healthy, they just want to move on and get back to normal. But others are still having symptoms to this day. We met one man who started getting seizures shortly after the derailment, so much that he can't do his work as an arborist and he can't drive anymore. We met others who have still respiratory issues. Sometimes they get blurry vision. One man has had gastrointestinal issues every day since just after the derailment. So it really depends on whom you talk to because people react differently. And we spoke to some medical experts who said, we just don't have enough knowledge about the effects of these chemicals on human beings. It's not something you can test in a lab. What does vinyl chloride do to a human? So some of these people were exposed to multiple chemicals at the same time, according to these experts, and there's really a need to monitor this community's health in the long term.
What's jarring also, I think, is that train derailments happen all the time, and toxic chemicals are moved across this country every day.
Thousand derailments a year, but most of them are minor, most of them are in rail yards, and only about 1% of them involve hazardous chemicals, according to the Federal Railroad Administration. But as we've seen, even that 1%, some of those can be disastrous. There was a rail safety bill. Actually, there's one in the Senate and the House that were both introduced after the derailment, but those are currently stalled.
There's so much there. I mean, 1,000 derailments a year. I think that that's just a stunning number.
Well, it's great to watch this special. Roxana Saberi, great to have you here to discuss it as well. Thank you very much. And a reminder to everyone, the CBS Reports documentary, Toxic Fog, The Aftermath in East Palestine, Ohio, premieres tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. And you can watch it right here on the stream, CBS News streaming, anytime, or on the CBS News app or Paramount Plus.
Alec Baldwin has pleaded not guilty to a manslaughter charge in the fatal shooting on the set of the film Rust.
Cinematographer Helena Hutchins was shot and killed back in October of 2021, you may remember, while the actor was practicing firing a pistol for a scene. Now, similar charges were dropped back in April, but New Mexico prosecutors say there's now new forensic evidence. The movie's armorer also faces an involuntary manslaughter charge.
This Sunday marks the 25th year that we will observe World Cancer Day.
A new study from the World Health Organization is shedding light on one of the world's deadliest diseases. CBS News correspondent Ian Lee has more on this.
Alexia Da Silva embraces each new day life gives her.
I never cried from joy before cancer.
The 42-year-old was diagnosed with stage 2 breast cancer in 2016.
I just went into shock and then tears.
To mark World Cancer Day, the World Health Organization released a broad study surrounding the disease. The WHO looked at 115 countries and found a majority don't spend enough on cancer care and treatment.
This is not the time to turn away. It's the time to double down and make those investments in cancer prevention and control.
In 2022, 20 million people were diagnosed with cancer, and the world saw nearly 10 million deaths from the disease. 1 in 5 people will develop cancer in their lifetime.
And around 1 in 9 men and 1 in 12 women will die from the disease.
Alexia knows this pain. She lost her mother, uncle, and grandmother to cancer.
They're with me in my heart all the time. I've out-survived them, and so I feel their spirit in me.
She wants to share that spirit of strength with others.
You know, we're all in this together. We have a secret bond, something that connects all of us.
After finishing chemotherapy, radiation, and 2 breast surgeries, Alexia's boyfriend surprised her with a trip to Morocco.
And I left out of the motorcycle and I was like, this is how you do cancer.
Now in remission, she cherishes every magical moment. Ian Lee, CBS News, London.
New polling shows Donald Trump is leading Nikki Haley by a wide margin in South Carolina.
Ahead, we'll discuss a new campaign push that she's hoping will help close the gap. You're streaming CBS News.
Original documentary from CBS reports tensions rising between a powerful country and a vital island.
The supply of this technology came grinding to a halt. The world would grind to a halt.
Absolutely. As Taiwan faces threats and aggression.
Taiwan is on the front line, and we understand our responsibility as a democracy. We cannot fall.
CBS News examines whether they can defend themselves.
Putin, Ukraine, China, Taiwan, there are manifestations of the battle between autocracy and democracy. And that is a fight that we're all engaged in.
Defending Taiwan, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We love music as much as you do. CBS Mornings.
Your morning routine just got better.
I love that.
CBS Mornings.
Okay, so let's just start.
Your Honor, calling People v. Jennifer Crumbley, case number 22279-990-FH.
Aaron McDonald on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Mark Keith on behalf of the people.
Thank you. I'm Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley.
Good afternoon. We had a hearing that was conducted under seal pursuant to 8.119, wherein the court ruled that there is an absolute privilege that belongs to the shooter. Therefore, none of the psychological or medical records of the shooter will be eligible to be admitted in this matter. All right, are you ready for the hearing?
Yes.
Yes, Judge.
Good afternoon. You may be seated. Who is the next witness prosecutor?
I believe Lieutenant Willis was still on cross-exam.
That's true. That might be why he's sitting here. Lieutenant, you are still under oath, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Hi there. You were testifying that on December 1st, I believe you said you got an arrest warrant for Ethan Crumbley, correct?
Correct.
And I'm sorry, for Mrs. Crumbley, for the shooter.
Correct.
And on that date, he was on Zoom for a court hearing.
Yes.
And during that court hearing, Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley participated on Zoom from their vehicles. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, it appeared they were in their vehicle, but they're on Zoom.
Now, on Friday, you went to the court and did what you call a swear-to in this case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's when you went in and you told a magistrate or judge the facts that you swore to in order to secure an arrest warrant for Mrs. Crumbley, correct?
Yes.
Now, on that date, you never told and I'm asking if you ever told Mrs. Crumbley, you personally did not tell Mrs. Crumbley you need to be here at the court, correct?
I did not.
And when you were at the court, Were prosecutors present?
For the swear to, are we talking about?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't recall.
You don't recall seeing me there, correct?
No.
You recall seeing lots of media there, is that right?
Yeah, there was lots of people there, but yeah. Yes.
Was it media or people?
Both.
Okay, so lots of media and people.
Yeah, I didn't know everyone's credentials, but there was people, so I don't know who was intermixed in the group.
And on that date, you secured the warrant. Is that a yes?
Yes.
And the next thing that happened was the prosecutor had a press conference and announced it, correct?
Objection is irrelevant, Judge.
Well, it was on the media in the public domain.
We can stipulate that it was I think that seems
okay. Yeah, you can answer that if you know.
Can you say it again, please?
Yeah, the next thing was the prosecution announced at a press conference that there was a warrant for the Crumbley's arrest.
I don't know that.
After the arrest warrant was secured, you were aware that a search was started from fugitive apprehension teams, U.S. Marshals, Border Patrol, to find the Crumbleys.
I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware that there was any kind of search?
No, that's not true. I was aware that there was a search that I directed our fugitive unit to conduct.
Okay, so you were aware that there was an outstanding warrant for Mrs. Crumbley.
Yes.
And you were aware that there were going to be efforts to locate Mrs. Crumbley because of the warrant.
Yes, if I recall the swear to, the judge said the defendant had, or her husband, the defendant had to turn herself in by 4 p.m. That day.
Okay, and defendants can do a variety of things. I believe we've already established this in trial. They can drive around in their car with an outstanding warrant and end up getting a ticket and taken into custody, correct?
That can happen.
They can go to the police station and turn themselves into police, correct?
Yes, that can happen.
They can have a lawyer make arrangements, set up a time and go to the court to turn themselves in.
Yes, that can happen.
Okay, so there's a couple of different ways that a person can come into custody, correct?
Yes, there's several ways.
I have no further questions.
Just briefly. That hotel in Auburn Hills where James and Jennifer Crumbley stayed, how close is that to the Auburn Hills Police Department?
I don't know exactly, but it's like right across the street. It's very close.
Okay, nothing further.
All right, you can step down and you're excused. Who's next on this?
May we have a moment, Judge?
Sure.
Thank you, Judge. The people are going to rest, but before we do, I just want to make sure the court's exhibit list reflects the same as the people's as far as admission of evidence.
Okay. You're following along too, right?
Yes,
Okay.
I have my offices.
So I'll go page by page, it might be easier. Every exhibit on page 1, that's 1 through 30. Every exhibit on page 2, 31 through 59. Exhibits 60 through 76, and then 78 through 94. That's on page 3. All exhibits on page 4. That's 95 through 122.
112 is admitted, correct?
I have 112 as admitted, yes, Judge.
Okay.
All exhibits 123 through 148. Exhibits 149 through 160. Exhibit 162. Exhibits 164 through 169. Exhibits 171 through 179. Exhibits 183 through 186. Exhibits 188 and 189.
I'm sorry, 181?
No, 183 through 186. And then 188 and 189. Exhibits 191 through 205.
You have 187 not admitted, correct?
Correct. So we have 188 and 189 two that are admitted, and then 191 through 205 are all admitted. Exhibits 210 through 213. Exhibits 215 through 223.
206, 207, 208, 209.
Not admitted though. I'm only identifying. Not 215? Oh, thank you. Not 215. Thank you. 215 was not admitted. Okay. Exhibits 216 through 223 are admitted. Exhibits 231 through 239 are admitted. Exhibits 242 through 247 are admitted. 248 is admitted as well. Thankfully, we have Ms. Nella here. 247 was not admitted.
Right.
That's right, thank you. 248, yeah, sorry. 248 was admitted. 253 through 256 were all admitted. 278 through 284 were also. 268 and 269 were admitted, thank you. 272 was admitted. And then 278 through 284. This is where we do this. 285 through 291 were all admitted. 296 and 297.
285?
285 through 291.
Okay.
And 293 was admitted. 296 and 297 were admitted. Exhibits 300 through 309 were all admitted. Exhibits 316 and 317 were admitted. Exhibit 340 through 345 were all admitted. Exhibit 347 through 357 were all admitted, as were all exhibits through 388 on the next page. Exhibits 389 through 405 were admitted. Exhibits 408 and 409 were admitted. Exhibit 411 was admitted. 413 through 423 were admitted. Exhibit 426 was admitted. And then we identified two items as demonstrative aids.
424 not admitted, correct?
Correct. Okay. 135, Judge, we can go back to that page, please. That was not it. I just want to confirm that I said that correctly. 135. That was not admitted.
Not admitted.
Thank you. And Judge, the two demonstrative exhibits that were just identified for the record, 427 and 428.
Okay.
That reflect the fences as well? Okay.
Do you have anything different from that, Ms. Smith?
I have no objections.
Okay.
And the people are asking.
All right, so, Ms. Smith.
Your Honor, I believe at this point the court needs to excuse the jury for a moment, unless the court would like me to make a motion later.
Okay, I can do that.
Or if you want to do testimony, we can do that motion later, whatever you want.
Okay. If we can wait, we'll wait.
Yes. Okay, that sounds good.
All right.
Okay, so, Your Honor, the defense calls Jennifer Crumbley to the stand.
All right. Well, should I excuse the jury for a minute?
Yes,
I'm going to excuse for a minute, okay?
All right, the jury.
Like 5. seen it. You could make the motion now if you wanted to. I guess I would indicate that I think it's a policy of the Sheriff's Department to have someone stand close to the defendant. Is that correct? Yes. So I guess I would like that to occur outside of the site of the jury.
Oh, you mean like here?
I think that they're going
That's
to
fine.
require that a deputy stand here. So rather than make that obvious, I would invite a jury to have a seat and have the deputy standing behind her prior to the jury being brought in.
Okay, should she go? Can she go up there now?
Sure, unless you want to bring the motion.
Go up there and I'll just make a record about her testifying, and we'll do the motion later. Is that okay? Okay, go have a seat up there, and the deputy's going to be behind you. You're just going to start in the box, okay?
Could you raise your, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give is the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can be seated. Ms. Smith, would you like to question her?
I would. For the record, can you start by stating your name, please?
Oh, sure, yeah, you can post it. Let's see what it was like.
Hi, can you start by stating your name?
It's Jennifer Crumbley.
And Mrs. Crumbley, you and I have been working together since December of 2021, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say over these last 26 months, we've discussed whether or not you intended to testify a number of times?
We have.
Do you want to testify in your case?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you did not testify, this judge, this court, would give the jury instructions that it cannot be held against you?
Yes.
Do you understand that after I question you, the prosecution is going to be able to cross-examine you?
Yes.
And do you understand they're going to be able to cross-examine you about all of the evidence that's been admitted in the case, including all of your text messages or your Facebook messages to your husband, all of those messages with Mr. Milosh, all the evidence in the case, correct?
Yes, I do.
They get full reign on cross-examination. We've gone over that, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you have any questions for myself or for Judge Matthews about testifying?
No, I don't.
Are you doing this because anyone has threatened you or coerced you into testifying?
No.
Is this your choice?
Yes.
Is it voluntary, freely made by you?
Yes.
Is there anything you think the court should know about this decision?
No.
Okay.
Do you have any questions for me, Mrs. Crumbley?
I do not.
Okay. All right.
Should we address counsel's motion while the jury's out?
Well, I guess she mentioned that maybe we can do it later, but we can reserve it.
Okay.
I'll reserve it.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right. So, are you ready for the jury?
I am.
If you need to take a break for any reason, let me know. Okay.
Judge, we're selecting to inquire if counsel has any other defense witnesses after Mrs. Crumbley.
I'm not sure. It depends on childcare.
So who would that person be?
I'm not sure. They have never told me who they were calling. I'm not sure.
Well, I thought they told you the night before.
Yeah, I'll tell them tonight. I've been in court with Mrs. Crumbley all day, so I don't know who I'm calling next.
Okay. I guess it's going to be hard to believe that we're going to get past her. Maybe we will. Maybe we will. Do you think we will?
I don't know. It depends how long the process is. I believe I'll get through her. All rise for the jury.
All right, you may be seated. Ms. Smith, you become the client, correct?
Yes, thank you.
All right, Mrs. Crumbley, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about today is the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Would you state the name for the record? Spell your first and last name.
It's Jennifer Crumbley, Jennifer Crumbley.
Go ahead, Ms. Smith.
You know, Your Honor, I'm going to pull the podium up just so I can see a little bit better.
Okay, sure.
Good afternoon. I just need to get, is there any way we could put the screen on?
Sure. Usually that one goes on last, so.
And what I'm going to have to do is, I'm going to leave this unplugged for a moment so that when I need an exhibit, I'll just plug it in.
Okay.
Because I don't have those fancy, like, in between slides.
Yeah, this one goes on and then that goes on, but
well,
they don't all go on simultaneously.
They don't. Okay. Let's see if it goes.
I guess I feel like I'm the only one who can see all three of them. This one is not on. Oh, there. All three of them are on.
Let's see what happens when I just go like. Okay, I'm gonna have to pull it out each time. So I apologize in between exhibits. So with that, I'm gonna pull it out. Okay. All right, Mrs. Crumbley. Can you please start by identifying yourself? Tell the jury who you are.
My name is Jennifer Crumbley, and I'm a defendant in this case.
And how old are you?
I'm 45.
Mrs. Crumbley, the jury has heard so much testimony. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go a little bit faster through things, and if there's something we need to explain, or if I'm cutting you off, let me know. Okay? And you understand that as I speak, you have to wait for me to finish speaking?
Correct.
Okay. So, Mrs. Crumbley, very briefly, go ahead and tell the jury what you did for a living.
I was a marketing director at a real estate acquisition company.
And how long did you hold that position?
5 years.
Now, does that kind of position include any kind of presentations or public speaking, anything like that?
Not a lot.
Okay. And how do you feel right now about talking to this jury?
Public speaking is probably my biggest fear, so very nervous.
Okay. And at times, you have been upset during this trial, is that correct?
Correct.
Are you okay to keep proceeding?
Yes.
I want you to tell this jury just a little bit about your personality, and I think we've seen some of it on the videos. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about when you have a really stressful situation. What is your, let's say an animal dies in your family or a person dies in your family. How do you handle something like that, news like that?
I go into a go planning mode. I internalize things, and my reaction is to take care of other things that may have to be taken care of, like financials or things that keep the house running. I tend to hold things in, and I let it out when I'm alone. So having a lot of emotions for me is difficult.
Now, in this case, aside from this case, is that true in other situations of your life?
Yeah.
Can you give the jury an example?
Yeah, my husband had a hard time holding down a job after his mother passed away. So when he would lose a job, I would actually be the one finding the ones for him and sending them from Indeed or Monster and taking plans of how we're going to put certain things on payments. It's just, I take control of things. That's just what I do.
Okay. And you, I want to talk to you. You mentioned your husband. When did you and James Crumbley meet?
In October of 2004.
And how long have you been together then?
It will be 18 years this September.
And are you still together and married at this time?
We are.
Have you spoken to him recently?
No.
How long has it been since you've spoken to him?
A little over 2 years.
So since the day of the shooting?
Correct.
Or not shooting, the day you were arrested?
Correct.
You have a son?
Yes.
The jury's heard a lot about your son. Okay. I want to talk about your son prior to November 30th, okay? Tell the jury how old he was at that time.
He was 15 years old.
And give the jury an idea about what kinds of things he was into, what his hobbies included.
Oh, he was really into bowling. He was actually really good at it. He was into metal detecting. He was.
What do you mean by metal detecting?
He would, we have a metal detector, so we would go to the beach, or we went to Florida, out by the ocean, or the neighbor's yard. They weren't there anymore, so you go in the neighbor's yard and see if you can find old coins or cans or whatever he would find. But he really liked that. He was into his BB guns and target practice. We had a half-acre of land in the village of Oxford that went straight back. So in the backyard, we set up little targets that we got from Amazon that you can just kind of shoot down, like little whatever. See, he was into his video games. He did soccer from age 3 until 9th grade. He had a lot of different interests. Coin collecting.
Do you have some interests?
I do.
Okay, we've heard about horses.
I like horses. I also snow ski. I'm a big reader, and I worked a lot, so I didn't have a lot of time to do the reading.
Okay, now when you say snow skiing, did you ever, back up. Were there any activities that you and Ethan enjoyed doing together?
Yes. I joined the ski patrol because the family can ski free. Also to help people out. So I got him into skiing at the age of 7. And he would come out with me on my patrol shifts and come skiing with me. So we were in that together.
What about horses? Did he ever go out to the barn with you?
He did. But he didn't really like horses. The one horse I had was kind of aggressive, so it intimidated him, and it kind of turned him off from going to the barn. It's kind of boring if you're not the person with the horse. There's a lot of standing around and a lot of nothing.
Okay. So would you spend time together with him at home?
Yeah.
Okay, tell the jury what kinds of things you guys did as together or as a family.
We did a lot of board games. We also had the virtual reality set for the PS4, so we did a lot of the Beat Saber. You can probably Google
I don't even know what you're talking about.
It's like you're holding lightsabers and it has music, and you have to like hit the beats, but it's all in 3D. So it's a virtual reality headset.
Okay, so you would do that with him?
Yeah.
Okay, what else?
We had a pool. We liked swimming together. Really just normal stuff.
Okay, did you do holiday things?
We did.
Give us some examples.
So every year around Thanksgiving, I always cook Thanksgiving dinner. The day after, we would go cut our Christmas tree down. And then we would decorate that weekend. We would watch National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. Halloween, we grew our own pumpkins. So we always carved our own pumpkins and had a whole bunch put around the house. Easter, it's normal family stuff.
Did you have an interest in like home improvement kind of stuff?
Yeah, our house was an auction house. So basically it was wrapped in blue tarp when we bought it at auction. So we've been trying to improve the house since 2015. So we new roof, exterior, and then I've been working on exterior and interior ever since.
Were there things that your son was interested in outside of video games? Was there anything academic that he was interested in?
He really liked history. He was a big history buff. We can play Trivial Pursuit, and he would get me in history every single time. But that was probably his only favorite subject. The rest he could do without.
How did he do in school?
He did good if he applied himself. His problem was he didn't try as hard as I think he could, so he had up and down grades. I would say it's about average.
Okay, and when you say about average, was that something that you talked to him about? Was that something you monitored? Tell the jury about that.
Yeah, you heard about the Power School Act during this trial, so I had it on my phone, and I was on it multiple times a day. And his grades will fluctuate based on what assignments the teachers turned in on the Power School app. Our biggest struggle with him were missing assignments. That was the one thing we battled all the time.
Why was that a hot button issue for you?
Because there's no reason why he should have missing assignments. He had a homeroom class and get assignments done in.
Okay. There were, you talked about your job. What were the average hours you worked a week?
I usually I got to the office between 7 and 8 in the morning and leave anywhere between 4 and 6.
And we've heard lots of evidence already. It was family friendly. Yeah. Were you able to go and leave and go as you needed to?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. Did you care about your job?
I did a lot.
Okay. explain, did you have any changes in positions over the year or year and a half, 2 years before this?
I did. When I first started with the company, I was hired in as a social media coordinator. I stayed in that role until about 2020. I got promoted to director of marketing. And I held the position until I was terminated.
Okay. And you were, did you work during COVID?
I did. I worked remotely for about 6 months during COVID. Then I went back to the office in, I believe it was August of 2020.
Did you enjoy work?
I did. It was fun. It was marketing's, it's exciting, and I like doing graphic design. I did. I really liked my job.
Now, the jury already heard about Brian. Brian testified.
Correct.
Tell the jury about Brian.
Well, I've known him since high school. We've been friends since then. You know, he's part of the horse community. He has horses. And as you heard yesterday, we did have an extramarital affair. That's probably the extent of our, but yeah. But we were good friends too.
How often would, in terms of the affair, how often would you spend time together with Brian during 2021?
Maybe an average of once a week.
Okay. How long did the affair last over?
About 6 months.
Do you feel like that affair caused you to neglect Ethan or not spend time with him, I'm sorry, your son, in any way?
No.
Explain why you don't feel that's the case.
Because when I met with Brian, it was in the mornings. On his way home from the station, he would pass my work. And so the time I was coming to work, we'd meet at the Costco parking lot, and that was it. He'd go about his day, I'd go about mine.
And is it fair to say that you lied to keep that affair going?
Yes, I did.
And what, I apologize if I asked this, I just am not writing notes. Did you say the date range that started?
It was around spring of 2021.
Okay. And as far as you knew, did you ever talk to your son about that?
No.
And did you ever talk to your husband about it?
No.
If anything, you lied to him about what you were doing, or lied by omission, not telling him.
No, yeah. As far as I knew, I was going to work in the morning.
Okay. Outside of those morning times, how many other times would you say you and Brian got together?
It was 2 or 3. I went on some business trips where I would stay overnight, and he would meet me. He would meet me at the hotel.
So that happened 2 or 3 times?
2 or 3 times.
Were there other business trips you took where he did not meet you?
Yeah, there's quite a few.
When Christy Gibson Marshall testified, do you remember who she was?
I do.
Who was she?
She was the assistant vice principal.
And she commented, she knew Ethan in elementary school, or she knew your son in elementary school, correct?
Correct.
And she said, she testified obviously already about recognizing him. Did that surprise you?
No.
She also mentioned something about emails with you. Do you recall having email exchanges with her?
There is one regarding his report card, getting additional help in math.
Was there any time at that point or into high school that you ever had to email with teachers about discipline issues?
Not discipline, no.
How often would you email about missing assignments or grade type issues?
That was a regular thing.
Okay, and you said you monitored power schools every day. Approximately how many times a month would you say you went to the teachers, or was it weekly? I don't know.
It would be, I wouldn't say it was on a regular basis, but when it happened, it was a series of messages. He'd be struggling in geometry, and so me and the teacher would message back and forth quite a bit, and then he started getting better and it was die off. So it was sporadic, but it was a lot when it happened.
Now, we saw pictures of your house. How did you feel about seeing those pictures?
Horrible.
Okay, why is that?
Because my son has a very messy room, and it was right after Thanksgiving, and we hosted Thanksgiving, and It was pretty messy. It was kind of embarrassing.
Okay.
Really embarrassing.
Explain the 2-bedroom thing, or what was going on with that.
So Ethan, my son, he had 1 bedroom and it got out of control. And every time I go to clean it, I just shut the door. I just didn't want to deal with it. So then I told him he could just use the guest bedroom until I could get his room deep cleaned. The day before Thanksgiving, I was deep cleaning because we have people over every Thanksgiving, and my intention was to clean both rooms, but I caught my oven on fire in the self-clean mode. So instead of, I had the fire department out and everything. So instead of getting his rooms clean, I was scraping out the black charcoal stuff inside your oven so I could cook dinner the next day. But yeah, he was in a 2nd bedroom because I didn't want to clean his room anymore. It was enough.
Did you have any plans to do anything with all that stuff?
Yeah, we're going through a lot of stuff because he outgrew a lot of the clothes and the shoes. There's a lot of toy-like things that he doesn't use anymore, so we were just going to pack it up and donate it.
Okay, and when were you planning to do that?
Between Thanksgiving and Christmas, before he got new stuff.
Now, we saw a video, I guess I want to talk to you about, there's one friend in particular your son spent a lot of time with, correct?
Correct.
Okay, we're not going to say his name, but let's just refer to him as the friend.
Okay.
Okay? Overall, was that your son's only friend?
That was his only friend that came over. He did have friends that he talked to during school, but that was the only one that from school. The summertime, he came back with us. Sometimes he would spend more than a week with us. He called him my 2nd son.
Okay, he was the 2nd son. Did you know he was going to be moving away at any point?
Not that abruptly, no.
Okay, so when he moved away, is it fair to say it was a surprise to you and your son?
It was.
What kinds of things would the boys do together at your house?
They go down to the lake and go fishing. They would walk to Little Caesars or Frosty Boy. They go in the backyard, shoot the bees. They go swimming in the pool. We took them bowling a lot. They played video games.
Now, when you had him over at the house, or I guess was it more common for him to be at your house or for your son to be at his friend's house?
My son has never been to his house.
Okay, why is that?
Because he had OCD, not my son, but his friend had OCD issues, and he didn't want other people in the house.
At your house, did that friend exhibit any issues?
No, not at all.
Okay, so were you surprised when he moved?
Yeah, very surprised.
We saw evidence that you had Life 360 on your phone, and it was on James's phone, right?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what Life 360 is, what the point of it is, why it's on the phone?
It's a family tracking app, so you know where people are at. My husband's mother-in-law got sick in the middle of April, and instead of me worrying about where he was while he was down in Florida with his mother and I was up here, we just installed the app on his phone, so I knew if he was at the hospital, if I knew he was at his dad's house. So just that way I have to bother him. I'm always worried about him and places he goes, so it was just one thing that eased my mind a little bit.
Do you, is that something you frequently message your husband, where are you, where are you, where are you?
Mm-hmm, a lot.
Okay, so the jury's going to see the entire stack of exhibits. If they go through all of your messages, how often a week would you say you're on top of him about where he is?
Daily.
What about your son? Were you ever worried about where he was?
I mean, not during the day. He was at school. If he didn't get home from school the time he was supposed to, I'd worry about him.
Okay. And did you ever ask James about him in messages?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The prosecution introduced evidence that makes it sound like you and James only talk about these horses.
Actually, the form of the question makes it sound, and this is direct exam at cross, so these should be non-leading questions as well.
How often would you say you discuss your horses versus your son when you're messaging each other?
A lot more with the horses.
Why is that?
Because my horses, at least, were accident prone, and my husband didn't know a lot about horses. They were more my thing. With him working from home, a lot of times I'd have him go out and check on him, tell him what to do. He started getting into him, he had questions. I knew my son was at school. I knew where he was at during the day. I can talk to him after school. Horses can't talk, so if something's wrong, we got to kind of figure it out. But yeah, we talked a lot about horses.
Is it fair to say that, did you have additional conversations with James about horses and or Ethan?
Yeah.
Okay. How often would you and James talk about or talk to Ethan?
Well, talk to him every day. Talk about him probably every day too.
Okay. What kind of, did Ethan have scheduling things you had to work out?
Yeah, he had bowling practices throughout the week, bowling matches, and he worked part-time in the diner. So we had to work out transportation and scheduling with that.
In terms of your relationship with your son, how did you think your relationship was?
I thought we were pretty close. We would talk, we did a lot of things together. I trusted him, and I felt like I had an open door and he can come to me about anything. I mean, I felt as a family, we were the three of us really close.
Okay, you're getting a lot of, no, it's okay. You're getting a lot of redness here. Is that normal?
Yes, because I'm talking in front of people and my nerves act up. So I get splotchy and I might break out in hives, and I apologize.
Okay, but you are okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. So with regard to your son, did you ever go through his text messages, go through his bedroom? What kind of a parent were you in terms of going through those things?
I did not go through his text messages. I didn't have a reason to. His bedroom I would go through when I clean it. When I come across things, I look through it to see if there was something I needed to keep or throw away. But I never went through his text messages.
What about, you did say you went through his grades.
Correct.
Did you end up having discipline issues with him?
A couple of times we did, yes.
What kind of things would those be over?
Missing assignments in his grades.
Okay. What, any other things that were discipline issues?
No.
At school or at home?
No.
Was there ever a time where you took away your son's phone?
Yes.
Okay, do you recall when that was?
I don't remember exactly. I just know he got really angry about it. But we've taken it away a couple of times. We've taken his video games away.
Why did you do that?
Missing assignments in his grades.
Okay, so same stuff.
Same stuff.
Okay. We're going to talk about some of the text messages, and you would agree the prosecution admitted some text messages about one of those times when you took away his phone.
Correct.
Okay, so we'll get there, okay? I want to talk about mental health. Did you ever believe that your son needed mental health treatment, therapy, counseling, anything?
No, I mean, there's a couple of times where Ethan had expressed anxiety over taking tests, anxiety about what he was going to do after high school, whether it was college, military. So he expressed those concerns to me, but not to a level where I felt he needed to go see a psychiatrist or a mental health professional right away. No.
Did you ever deny him or say, no, I'm not going to take you to a mental health professional? Did he ever ask you?
No, I mean, one time when he was talking about what he wanted to do for his future, I don't know, he was feeling really down about it, stressed. My husband did call his school counselor to try to talk to him because they do a lot of future academic planning with the tech school.
Was that a mental health issue?
No, it was more or less addressing what was upsetting my son at that time.
Okay, and what was upsetting him?
The fact that he didn't know what he wanted to do. His grades weren't that great, so he was stressed out about getting into college. He was just having a hard time with his future goals.
Was there ever a time he was considering military?
He talked about it, yes.
Okay. Any other things that he talked about?
He wanted to go into video. He wanted to design video games. He wanted to own his own car shop, like not be the mechanic, but own the shop that mechanics worked at. But that was about it.
Okay. Were there other kinds of health treatments you did get for him. Like, did you take him to the doctor?
Yeah.
How often or for what?
When he got sick, if it was obviously, well, during COVID it was different because every little thing I freaked out about, so we'd take him to get a COVID test or take him to the doctors. But growing up, it would just be if he had a headache that persisted for longer than a week. But most things are nothing serious.
Did he have insurance? Did you have insurance coverage on your son?
My husband did.
Okay, always, or were there times where you didn't?
All the way up through October of 2021 when my husband lost his job. And I was gonna add him on to my health insurance in November of 2021 at the end of the enrollment period. That was the only time that insurance lasts with him.
Was that one of the outstanding things going on the day that all of this unfolded?
It was.
Despite, in addition to physically going to the doctor, did you have access to some kind of virtual plan?
Yeah, through my company. It's called Allied Health Network. It's a virtual doctor's visit, and actually the prescriptions were free too. They didn't cost anything. So we use that. If you had strep throat, you can take a picture of the throat, send it to the doctor, and they can treat it from there.
Were there times that you called that did virtual visits regarding your son?
Yeah.
And were there times, did you ever go to an urgent care or anything like that?
Yep.
For what kinds of things?
Well, usually for sports physicals, but if he was younger and had a really high fever and his regular doctor couldn't get him in, we'd take him to urgent care. He's never had an injury or anything, so mainly just that.
Was there ever a time that he had an issue with a mole on his back?
Yeah, he had a mole in the middle of his back. And when I was putting sunscreen on him, I noticed it changed color. So I made an appointment for the doctor to take him in to take a look at that.
Now that was when he was much younger, correct?
He was about 7, I believe.
You mentioned something about headaches for a week. You took him to the doctor. Was there a time where he had a headache issue?
Yeah, he was getting really bad headaches that we couldn't figure out what it was.
When was that?
Started young, probably around 5 years old, and he kept complaining. The doctors didn't really see anything. We even got an X-ray of his head to see if there was any bumps.
I'm just going to object as irrelevant when he's 5 or 6 years old.
I was asking. I didn't know when it was. I was just asking if she got a medical.
But it's gone on through the years.
Okay, and
okay, go ahead. So then we found out that he needed glasses. So around 8 or 9, we got him glasses, and that didn't work. He got X-rays done for dental in middle school. Found out he had a severe underbite, which was causing tension in the back of his neck. So we got him braces in 8th grade, and once he had his braces, that seemed to fix the headaches.
Okay. Now with the braces, was that an easy process?
No.
Why not?
Because he's horrible at brushing his teeth. He went use the water pick we got him. He wouldn't brush properly. He would constantly get cavities in his braces, so we ended up taking the wires out because one time he had 13 cavities under the braces. And
prior to him getting braces, did he ever have cavities?
Yeah, he had a few.
Okay, but was it more after the braces?
Yeah, because he wasn't brushing properly around his braces, so he was getting them under, and we had to get the wires removed and take them to get those filled until we could get the wire put back on.
Okay, so it was like an off and on procedure.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to go through some exhibits for you that the defense has proposed as exhibits B through XX, and I'm going to ask. I wanted to add one more on as YY.
Judge, counsel's proposed a number of exhibits that appear to be from Facebook, not from a subright extraction, but from Facebook. Some predate the incident by years. So as far as relevance, Judge, I don't mind any exhibits around the date of the offense or even the relevant time periods, spring of 2021. But prior to that, it doesn't appear to be relevant.
Your Honor, they had the specific pictures I was using since October, the specific pictures, isolated, not all the pictures, but specific pictures I was using, they never filed a motion to exclude any of those.
They don't have to, right? Okay, so we'll go exhibit by exhibit. I haven't seen any of the exhibits, so they obviously will be treated differently.
Okay, can I, Your Honor, would you like me to bring you the hard copy, and then if the exhibit's okay, we can put it on the screen?
Yeah, if it's admitted, we'll put it on the screen.
Okay. And I did them just...
They have copies of all these.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen any of them, so.
And I've actually had them redacted and then sent the redacted version to cut out the faces of any minors.
Okay.
Okay? So I'm going to bring the court what's been marked as B through, this is YY if it's admitted, B through YY. May I approach?
Sure.
Okay. Now B is now I have a little bit of a problem because I was going to have my client hold those, so I don't put them on the screen because I don't know which ones, if any, the prosecution will stipulate to. So
I can give these to her.
Okay, so the first proposed exhibit is B. It's several pages. It shows thumbnails throughout the years so the jury can see the variety of things posted on, because the prosecution introduced text messages.
How many pages is B?
I believe it's 14. They're just like thumbnails. I'm not going to go through each thumbnail either.
I'm just wondering, where does the second one start?
It's C, Exhibit C. Exhibit C would be the next exhibit. Okay, do you recognize what the court has just handed you?
Yes.
Okay, what is in Exhibit B? What does it appear to be?
These are pictures I've posted on Facebook.
Okay, and there's a lot of them. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay, are those are all the pictures you posted on Facebook? They're not from any, they're from the whole period, correct?
What's the period?
Well, when do those start and go through?
I would say mainly 2000.
Does the defendant have dates on that copy? There's no dates on my copy.
I don't think there's any dates.
I can tell by the. Looks like from 2020 to 2021.
Now, do you post on Facebook a lot?
I do.
Like way too much?
I do.
Okay, so I am not going to go through every Facebook post you've made. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Would this exhibit give the jury an idea of what you post about generally if they just took a look at the variety of pictures?
Yes.
I have to object to the relevance. Again, from the time period that's relevant, I have no objection to these coming in. But even the defendant doesn't know with specificity when these were taken.
She says they start in 2020.
She thinks.
No, I know.
And there's no dates on there. Yeah, you'll have your turn. There's no dates on there. And if it's from the spring of 21 onto the shooting event, that's fine.
Your Honor, the prosecution has made it sound like...
Okay, look, you specifically asked that you guys not talk at the same time.
Sorry, yeah. I did.
All right, so
B appears to be a thumbnail version of pictures. The rest of the exhibits are pictures with dates next to them.
Okay.
And that might be the best way to go through which ones are from the right date and which ones aren't.
Okay, well, date-wise, this happened November 30th, 2021.
That's right.
And things have been put into evidence with regard to the defendant and the shooter as early as April of 2021. March. Okay, so.
Yeah. Your Honor, I believe they've gone back longer in terms of some of the testimony that's come out.
Well, I guess I was going to say that. So I don't think that the pictures starting in 2020 are that remote. I don't know if there's any. I don't know if there's anything amongst those pictures that is particularly problematic. It's hard to look at them all, but the time frame in and of itself, I think, is appropriate.
Well, there are some, just so the court's aware, there's posts from 2017, 2019.
Wait.
Those are in the following ones where I did picture by picture. So those will go through after this exhibit.
This exhibit B
is 2020 and 2021.
Okay, so just with regard to the time frame itself, I think the time frame is close enough in time. So I'm going to overrule an objection with regard to the mission of those pictures just based on the time frame.
All right.
But there's a lot of little pictures, so I don't know if any.
No, that's fine. We can go exhibit by exhibit.
I'm sorry?
I said we can go exhibit by exhibit.
Okay. The pictures in 2020, the pictures in Defendant's Exhibit B are small, so the exhibit contains a lot of little pictures, so I haven't looked at those. I assume the prosecution has, so I don't know if any of the pictures are objectionable with regard to the individual pictures. So,
just it's the relevant dates was the objection.
Okay. So, Mrs. Crumbley, the jury is going to get these if they want to sit and look at all of them. Okay. I don't want to go through all of them. There ends up being pages and pages. What are all of these?
The ones that are on the screen right now is Christmas of 2020 with the 2 white dogs and us posing in front of the Christmas tree.
I'm just trying to get like an over idea of topics that are in the photos.
Animals, us going on vacations at the Sleeping Bear Sand Dunes, Leelanau, camping, holidays, more camping, horses, garden, my home stuff, cooking, more camping pictures.
Okay.
We got a bathroom remodel, another Christmas picture.
Okay. And so these pictures give an idea of the variety of things you posted?
Yes.
Okay. So if your Facebook messages appear to have more discussion of horses, how would you characterize the amount of horses on Facebook compared to the rest of your life?
Over the last couple years, more. It was hard getting a picture of my son as he got older. He didn't like me taking pictures of him. But yeah, between 2020 up until 21, there was a lot of pictures of horses.
Okay, I'm going to unplug this and move to Exhibit C.
you want me to get this to her, right?
This goes back to 2019. I just put like 1 or 2 pictures from that year as Exhibit C. Well, C and D. And so if the court just wants to let me know what...
C. Okay, so C and D, you can identify those pictures, correct?
Yes.
What's in C? What's the date of it?
It is June 26, 2019.
Okay, and what is that? What is it a picture of?
It's a picture of my son holding his chinchilla.
Okay, and then what about picture, let's see here, D?
Do you need the date?
Yeah, what's the date?
It's August 9th, 2019.
Okay, and what's the picture of?
My son petting our horse.
Okay.
Judge, it's fine. I don't have any problem with either.
Okay, so you're admitted?
Yeah, the rest of them.
The rest of them?
All of them?
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks,
thank you. Okay, so
okay, then you would be talking about E through I don't know if it's just pictures. There's some others. This goes to XX. So.
I'm sorry. It should go to YY because I added on just one more. So may I approach Mrs. Crumbley just to give her YY?
Okay, do you want me to give these to all of them?
Yes, and then we'll just go through each one.
Do you agree with all these exhibits or just the
Yes, we just need the dates identified, that's all.
We'll put those on the record.
Well, I'm not going to hand them to her if I need to look at them first, so.
I think they're not objecting to any of them, are they?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. So, Mrs. Crumbley, the jury's going to have access to these, so let's just go through them. We are going to identify the dates for the record, though, okay? So, going to exhibit, let's see here, This is C. What's the date on C?
That's June 26, 2019.
And what is that?
That's my son with his chinchilla.
Okay. Now I'm going to go down to D. What's the date on that one?
That one's August 9th, 2019.
Okay. And what's going on in there?
That's my son with our horse.
Okay. I'm going to go to E.
That's his first day of 8th grade. That's August 26, 2019.
Okay. And it's fair to say that I just picked out, these are not all your posts, right?
Judge, I don't want to keep it checking, but the form of the question has to be appropriate. Fair to say, this is a direct example.
I'm asking a really stupid question, but I'll ask it in a better way. Am I showing every photo from your Facebook page?
No.
You post more, or how many? Do you post more photos than what we see?
A lot more.
Okay. We're not going to go through all of them though. Okay. So this is the first day of what? I'm sorry, last day of?
It's the last day of middle school. It's his first day of 8th grade.
Okay. I'm going to go down to F. What's been admitted as F. What date is that on?
October 11th, 2019.
Okay, and what's happening in that photo?
He just got his braces put on.
Okay. And let's go down to the next one, which is G. What's the date on G?
October 13th, 2019.
What's happening in G?
We're apple picking.
Okay, so these are just posts of events, or things you're doing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, this one is older. It looks like, or maybe not older, but what's the date on this one?
November.
This is, I'm sorry, I'm on H. Okay, go ahead.
November 7th, 2019.
Okay, and we see your son in this picture on the left, correct?
Correct.
What's going on in this picture?
He's on his, it's the 9th grade Washington, D.C. trip with the school.
Okay, I'm gonna go down to I. What's the date on I?
May 23rd, 2020.
And what's happening in that picture?
Can you scroll up a little bit? We're somewhere up north. I don't remember where, but we're on probably a camping vacation.
Okay, he doesn't look thrilled to be in the picture.
He doesn't like pictures.
Okay. Let's go down to J. What's the date of J?
May 23rd, 2020.
Who's in this picture?
It's my son and James.
Okay. I'm gonna go down to K. This is a post you made?
Yes.
What date?
August 5th, 2020.
What are you showing there?
The house when we first bought it and the improvements we made so far.
Okay, so this is like a comparison before and after?
Yes.
All right. L, what's the date on L?
August 16th, 2020.
Okay, and there's a large black box out. What's under the box without saying who it is?
His friend.
Okay. So where are you guys in this picture?
Looks like we're up north.
Okay. Then we're going to go to M, and we're on September 28th. I'm sorry, what's the date of this picture?
September 28th, 2020.
Okay, what's this picture?
That's a picture of my son and our horse.
Okay. I'm going to N. What date is this?
October 23rd, 2020.
Okay, and what is this a picture of?
Something Ethan drew. Sorry, my son drew.
Okay, and why did you include this? Why did you post about that on Facebook?
Because he's always a really good drawer. He just draws all the time. And we got a lot of artists, actually tattoo artists in our family, a lot of good drawers, so
Okay.
said it was in his genes.
Okay, that's why you said art is in his genes, the genes. Okay. All right, I'm going to O. What's the date on this one?
October 30th, 2020.
Okay, and what's going on here?
We are carving pumpkins for Halloween.
And there's a big black box.
That's his friend.
Okay. I am going down to P. What's the date on that one?
November 21st, 2020.
Okay, and who is around for this picture, even if you can't see them in the picture?
It's me and my husband and my parents. We're down in Florida over Thanksgiving.
And what is this that you're doing?
We're playing Dark Tower.
Okay. Did you guys play games with Ethan often?
Yes.
What games did you guys play?
We played Trivial Pursuit. We played What the Meme. We played Yahtzee. We play card games. We played a lot of Uno. The one with all the dice, Farkle, I think it's called. Yeah, Farkle. I don't know, we played a lot of games.
Okay, I'm gonna go down to Exhibit Q. What date's that?
That's November 24th, 2020.
Okay, and we see who's in the picture?
My husband and my son.
Okay, Exhibit S, what's the date?
January 22nd, 2021.
Okay, what's going on in R?
My son and his friend are playing Jenga.
Okay. S, do you know the date on S?
Can you scroll up?
It's, for some reason, this one is different.
Well, it looks like it says February 25th, 2021.
And what's going on here? What's happening in February of 21?
They're at a bowling match.
Okay. Now, let's go down to T. What's the date on T?
February 26th, 2021.
And what's happening here?
My stepdaughter came up and visited from Florida, and that's my son with his arm around her.
Okay. And with these photos, again, are there, on your real Facebook profile, are there more photos, or is it just what we're seeing?
There's more.
Okay. So what's the date on this exhibit U?
May 15th, 2021.
Okay, and what's the point of this post? There's a couple pictures.
That was showing our backyard improvements that we've done since we bought the house.
Okay. And then let's go to V. What's the date on V?
May 16th, 2021.
What are you showing here?
Our garden.
Okay. Now, this is W. What's the date on W?
May 29th, 2021.
Okay, and who's that?
That's my son and Dexter, his kitten.
Okay. Dexter is mentioned in one of the tapes. Is that correct?
Yes.
How is Dexter mentioned?
When we were at the substation, I asked my son why, and he said, because I just did take care of Dexter for me.
So when he said take care of Dexter, he's
meaning his kitten.
X, what's the date on X?
May 29th, 2021.
Okay, and what's going on this date?
My son and Dexter just hanging out in his bed.
Okay, we're gonna go to Y. What's the date on this one? I'm sorry, I'm just going too fast.
May 31st, 2021.
Okay, who's in this one?
My son and his kitten.
Okay. Z, what's the date on this one?
June 13th, 2021.
And where are you guys?
We're at Cedar Point.
Is this like a family trip?
Yes.
Did you guys do a lot of family trips?
Yes.
Okay. A lot of family trips during summer of 2021?
Yeah.
Okay. We're here in exhibit AA. What's that? Yikes, I bumped it. What's the date on this one?
June 26, 2021.
What are you showing here?
My garden.
Okay. This is exhibit BB. What date?
June 27, 2021.
Okay, and what are you doing there?
In the pool.
Did you guys go in the pool with your son often?
Yeah, he joined us.
Okay, and then let's see here. We've got CC. Date?
July 4th, 2021.
What's going on here?
My son and his friend are playing badminton against my parents.
Okay, is this at your house?
Yes.
DD. Date?
July 11th, 2021.
Okay, what is this?
Me and my son and his friend we found a little spot off the Pollyant Trail, which runs through Oxford, and there was some weird big boy stuff going on, so we kind of walked around and checked it out.
Okay. Let's see here. EE. It looks like there's 2 posts on this date. What date is that?
That's July 30th, 2021.
Okay, and what's happening in these posts?
The first one I posted, my son and his friend were both passed out from a lot of hiking we did that day.
Okay, what about the next photo from?
Those are pictures of the campground that we were at.
Okay, and so you took, is it fair to say you had the friend on vacation?
Yeah, most of the time.
Okay. July 31st, I'm sorry, what's the date on this one? I'm on FF.
July 31st, 2021.
Okay, what is this?
We went to the Sleeping Bear Sand Dunes.
Okay, and where it says like plus 29, what does that mean?
There's 29 more photos that go along with that.
Okay, we're not going to show them all though. Okay. All right, we're going to GG. what's going on here? What's the date?
August 21st, 2021.
What are you guys doing August 21st, 2021?
My son and his friend were putting up a tent in our backyard and doing backyard camping.
Okay. What's the next one? You posted this on what date?
I posted on August 21st, 2021.
Okay, and what's the point of this post?
It was a memory from 3 years ago, my son, his friend, with our horse, and I was pointing out to my son's friend's mom that they were so small 3 years ago.
Okay. What about this one? What's the date on, let's see here,
August 25th, 2021.
Okay, what's this?
That's his first day of school.
Okay, what grade?
10th grade.
And let's go to JJ. What's this date?
August 29th, 2021.
Okay, what's going on in this picture?
Me and my son were taking a picture for his old football coach. I tagged him in it. This is the only picture he would take with me so he could say hi to his coach Rope.
All right, what about date on this one, which is marked as KK?
September 6, 2021.
And what's going on there?
My son's leash training his kitten.
Do cats ever walk on a leash?
It wasn't successful.
Okay. Next picture, LL. What's the date?
September 18th, 2021.
Okay, and what are you doing here?
We rented a houseboat for the weekend, and my husband and I are walking around the outside on the dock and was sneaking pictures of the boys inside the houseboat playing card games.
Why were you sneaking pictures of them?
Because they wouldn't let us take any pictures of them.
Okay. Typical teenagers. All right, what's that date?
September 18th, 2021.
Okay, and what were the photos here?
I know it was the houseboat weekend. We went to Mackinac City, so I think it was something in Mackinac City.
Okay, and then the blacked out box, is that the friend?
I think it's the friend's parents.
The friend's, okay.
Oh, no, the friend, but never mind. I saw.
Okay, NN, what's the date on this one?
September 21st, 2021.
Okay, and what's this?
My son and Dexter sleeping.
And now we are at September 20, I'm sorry, what's the date on this one? I'm on 00.
September 26, 2021.
Okay. What does that show?
We were breaking up our side steps of the deck and planting a flower bed in front of the house.
Okay. So we're in fall of 21, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. What's the date on this picture? I'm on PP.
October 3rd, 2021.
Okay, what's this picture? What are these pictures about?
We decorated our house for the Halloween.
Okay, and then let's go here to QQ. Date?
October 9th, 2021.
And what's shown in this picture?
Our front porch that we redid.
Okay, called it a makeover?
It was.
All right, and then let's go here to RR. What date is that?
October 15th, 2021.
Okay, and what are you doing there?
I was just showing what we've got so far with the paint job, remodeling the living room, dining room, basically.
Okay. Next one is SS. What's the date on this one?
October 25th, 2021.
Okay, what is this?
This was a text I sent to my son. Him and my husband were going somewhere, I don't remember. But I was just checking in. I said, you guys are okay? And my son made the comment, no, we're in the back of a white van headed to Alabama. Because he's very sarcastic and I found it funny and I posted it.
Okay. Was he sarcastic more? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Explain the sarcasm.
I mean, that's an example of it right there.
Okay.
Yeah, he was always sarcastic, always messing around with us.
Okay, when you say messing around with you, we're gonna get to that when we talk about some other posts. Is that fair?
Okay.
Okay. So let's go down to this photograph. TT, what is this? What date?
That's October 29th, 2021.
Okay. And what are you doing?
That's where we're on the virtual reality playing Beat Saber.
Okay. And then this one, UU. Okay, what's the date on this one?
November 26th or 25th, 2021.
Okay, and what's going on here?
Thanksgiving.
Okay, Thanksgiving, is this Thanksgiving Day?
Yes.
So this would have been Thursday?
Correct.
Okay. We're going to talk more about the next couple of days more slowly, but I'm going to go through the pictures first, okay? And then I'm going to take them off the screen so we can talk a little more. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what is this post? What's the date on this one, VV?
November 25th, 2021.
And what is this picture? What are these pictures showing?
Our family, my aunt and uncle, my cousin, her husband, and then me, James, and my son. And then it shows us playing dice.
Okay.
Or left, right, center.
Is this on Thanksgiving?
Yes.
All right. And then on WW, what day is this on?
That's November 26th, 2021.
Okay, and what were you guys doing on this day, November 26th, 2021, which is a day we're going to talk about in more detail?
We were cutting our Christmas tree down.
Okay, and then ultimately we have XX. What date is this?
November 27th, 2021.
Okay, so this would have been Saturday?
Yes.
And what's going on in this picture?
We got our Christmas decorations and everything out.
Okay. Then we have YY. What day is this from?
November 26th, 2021.
Okay, and what's happening in this picture?
My son and my husband are laughing at me because I dragged them around the whole tree farm to pick the tree. So they were finally happy it was over.
Okay, so that's YY, right?
Right.
Okay. I'm gonna close this for just a minute, and just make sure that exhibits B through YY were admitted.
They're admitted, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then the defense is only going to have one other exhibit, but we'll get to that one. Okay. Okay. So, Mrs. Crumbley, I want to go back and talk to you. We went through a lot of Facebook pages, obviously, or pictures. On Thanksgiving, who was at your house?
It was my aunt and uncle, my cousin, and her husband.
And what did you guys do, if anything, that night?
Well, they were there probably until about 7 or 8 o'clock. So we played left, right, center, just the normal family stuff.
Did anything seem off or strange with your son?
No.
Was he spending time with family members, or was he in his room? What was he doing?
He was back and forth. He would come out and play games with us, or when it got to adult talk, he would go in his room and play his video games.
Now, we definitely saw a lot of his friend in the photographs. Were there other times where he would not have his friend with him?
Yeah, there were times.
Okay. Was he happy? Was he okay without his friend? How was he?
Yeah, I mean, most of the times it was just the three of us. It was usually out of state travel.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so on the day after Thanksgiving, what did you do that day?
I went shopping. I go shopping every year, day after Thanksgiving. Black Friday shopping. I wake up about 4 o'clock and I go shopping.
Okay, so where did you go that day, if you remember?
I usually go to Meijer, and then from there I'll head up to Marshall's and Lapeer, and then sometimes I will hit the not Home Depot, the other home improvement store, Menards. I would hit Menards.
And on that date, when you went, it was the 26th, correct?
Yes, correct.
Do you know, when you left your house, did you know what James and Ethan, your son, were going to be doing that day?
No, they were sleeping when I left.
Okay, when you got home, were they home, or were they where were they?
They weren't home.
Did they ever come home?
Yeah, I texted my husband and asked where you're at, and I believe he called me and told me that him and Ethan were at the Acme firearm store looking at guns.
Okay.
And then they came home from there.
Okay, did they purchase a gun that day?
They did.
Okay, the prosecution brought in exhibits showing the receipts, all that. You weren't with them when they bought the gun, correct?
No, I was not.
Okay. You did post on Facebook a photo of the gun. We saw the post, correct?
Correct.
And in the post that's been admitted already, you described it as your son's Christmas gift. Can you explain who wanted the gun? What does it mean?
They had rented a 9mm at the shooting range before, so they knew it was the type of gun, or the size gun, I guess what it is, that they wanted to get. And my son and my husband did a lot of texting back and forth. My son did a lot of research on it, and they're comparing different ones that they wanted to buy. That went on for a couple months. My husband just kind of kept blowing it off, like, not right now, not right now. And then I guess when I was out shopping, they said, let's go try on Black Friday, see if we can get one on sale or if there's any deals going on.
Okay, so they ultimately did get one?
Right.
Now, did you object? Did you say, I don't want that gun in the house? Anything like that?
No, I was more angry that they cut into our Christmas tree time. Usually cut my Christmas tree down right after I get back from shopping, but I had to wait for them. So I was irritated at that.
When they came home, did they show you the gun?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you guys do?
They just showed me it was on the kitchen counter, and then my husband put it up and we went to the Christmas tree farm.
What do you mean by put it up?
He put it back in the case with the cable lock and back in the bedroom.
Okay, let's talk about just guns overall. This jury needs to understand some details, okay? If I ask a question you don't know what I'm talking about, let me know. Because are guns your thing?
Not really, no.
Okay, but do you have awareness about guns within your home?
I do.
Okay. Who is responsible for storing the gun?
My husband is.
Okay, explain why you say he's responsible for that role.
I just didn't feel comfortable being in charge of that. It was more his thing, so I let him handle that. I didn't feel comfortable putting the lock thing on it. I just rather not let him do it.
And I think in one of the messages that was admitted with Brian, you called it a string lock?
Yeah.
Okay, do you understand now it's a cable lock?
I do.
Okay. So, were there ever any times where you would take the cable lock off or put it on?
No.
Now, there were, prior to buying that gun, did James own any other guns?
He did.
How many?
2.
And by 2, the jury has seen the Derringer and the Kel-Tec. Were those the other 2?
Correct.
Okay, so those are the other 2 guns. How were those stored?
They were stored in a safe.
Okay, and was that different than the 9mm?
It was.
Okay, explain to the jury the difference.
We had a gun safe, so when they bought the 2 other guns, they transported the 2 other guns into the gun safe. And then everything else, well, I don't know. Everything went, like the cable lock and the other case went somewhere. The 9mm was in a case, but it was locked it was in the case locked with a cable lock.
Okay, and how, the cable lock that was on the 9mm, what did you have to use to get the cable lock opened?
A key.
Okay, did you have possession of the key?
No.
Okay, where was the key?
I collected German beer steins, so it was in one of the beer steins.
Where are those located?
Throughout the house. We have them on top of there's a ledge over the refrigerator in our kitchen. So they go from wall to wall. Then we had corner shelves in our house that had them. We had a lot.
Okay, did you know which particular beer stein the cable lock key was in?
No.
Do you know if your son knew which beer stein it was in?
No.
What about ammunition for the 9mm? Was there any bought on the 26th when the weapon was purchased?
No.
Okay, so that day we saw, obviously, your Facebook post. You describe it as your son's gift. Did he have free access to that gun?
No, it was for him to use at the shooting range only.
Was he allowed to take it out?
Not without my husband around.
Did he know where it was kept?
My husband hid it usually in our bedroom in different spots.
Okay. What was the intention of hiding it?
That's just what you're supposed to do.
Okay. And when it was hidden, was it locked in any way?
It had the cable lock on it.
Okay. And you again testified about the key being in a beer stein?
Correct.
Would the beer stein be right by the cable lock? Or?
No.
Okay, so where would the beer stein be?
It would probably be in one of the ones in the kitchen.
Okay, so the key's out there, and then you've got did you know where the gun was hidden in your room on November 26th when he put it away?
No.
Okay, on November 27th, we saw the whole video of you going to the shooting range with Ethan, correct? Or with your son, correct?
Correct.
Okay, on that day, we see in the video that you carry the gun case into the gun range, right?
Correct.
Okay, how did the gun get to the gun range?
Well, my husband had got it ready for me and put it in the back of my car. And
What does that mean, got it ready for you?
Took the cable lock off, I guess I put the magazine things in the case and put it in the back of my car, and then I drove with my son to the shooting range with the gun in the back of my car. That's how it got there.
Okay. Did you see him or watch him take the cable lock off that day?
No.
Why not?
I think I was just doing something else. I didn't pay attention.
Okay, so when you got to the gun range, we saw in the video you carry it in, carry it to the counter. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay, the jury's seen all this, 5 bullets, and then you guys go shooting, correct?
Correct.
Okay, we obviously see you and your son. That shows the whole experience while you're there.
Correct.
Okay. So while you're there, how interested were you in shooting that weapon?
I shot it a couple times. I don't know, shooting's kind of boring. I'm more like skeet shooting, where actually something's going on. So I shot it a couple times and he did the rest.
Okay, and did you end up posting something about it being a Mother's-Son Day?
I did.
How did you feel about that day?
It was a fun day. He asked me if I wanted to go to the shooting range with him, and he's never asked me, just me, to go before. My husband was doing DoorDash, and I felt good about it.
How many times had you been to the shooting range before that day?
Once.
And when you went the one other time, who else was present?
My husband.
So this was the first day you're the only adult going?
Correct.
Okay, so we see obviously in the video you carry the gun in the case out. Did it have the cable lock on at that point?
No.
Okay, so what did you do from there?
This is when we're leaving?
Yeah.
I put the gun in the back of my vehicle and drove.
Explain where in the back of your vehicle.
So in the back of the SUV, it has a little thing that opens up where the spare tire is. I put it under there.
Okay, and then where did you go?
I went home.
And did you take the gun in the house?
No, I took the bullets in the house and hid them, and my husband took the gun in the house when he got home from work.
Okay, so was there a period of time that the gun was not in the home but in your car?
Yeah, probably for a couple hours.
Okay, why is that?
I just don't feel comfortable with it. I don't, that's his thing.
Okay, so on that Saturday, it was left in the vehicle and your vehicle was locked.
Correct.
Do you know if the gun was brought into the house and put away?
Yes.
Okay, how do you know that?
My husband told me.
Okay.
Yep.
Did you watch him do anything in terms of putting it away, or if you didn't, just let me know?
No, I didn't.
Okay. The next day is Sunday, correct?
Correct.
And on that day, was there any? Do you recall any issues with the weapon? Any issues with the gun?
No.
Okay. Now, the next day is Monday, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, what did you do on Monday?
I went to work.
Okay, and on Monday, we heard the voicemail you got. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Describe for the jury overall what happened, or what you were dealing with that day.
I received a voicemail on my phone while I was at work. It was Pam Fine, one of the school counselors, calling to let me know that my son was looking at bullets in class. She let me know that they had a meeting with my son and that he said what he was doing was wrong, admitted responsibility. They gave him an example about teachers. They brewed beer at home, shouldn't be looking it up in school, and it was kind of upbeat. And then she ended up with, he understood. He went back to class. Just want to let you know. If you have any questions, please give us a call. Have a good holiday.
Okay, and on that date, did you call Miss Fine back?
No, I did not.
What was your reaction to getting that message?
It was pretty black and white. He said what happened. They seemed like they solved the problem, and I didn't have any questions.
Okay, so on that date, did you end up saying anything to James about it?
I believe I did.
Did you say anything to your son about it?
I did.
What did you, and I think we saw text messages. You said, next time don't get caught.
Yeah, I said seriously looking at bullets in school, and then he went through a long couple of texts about teachers looking at his stuff, and he was worried about he was going to get in trouble. And then I said, next time don't get caught.
What did you mean by that?
So there's an ongoing thing in our house. My son would always ask me the trouble I get in high school because I was a little bit of a troublemaker, because I always got caught. Like, all my friends would be doing the same thing, and I'd be the one to get caught. So it was kind of referencing to that.
Okay, so you said that, and did you feel you had to discipline him or do anything beyond talk to him about it?
No, we talked. I listened to the voicemail, and that was that.
Okay. Now, I'm going to go back for a couple minutes to talk to you about some exhibits the prosecution introduced from earlier in the year, okay? So I'm going to start with what's been admitted as exhibits 155 through 160, okay? I'm going to pop them up on the screen, and we're going to just talk about each one briefly. So I'm going to go to 155. Okay, I'm going to plug my... I'm sorry, it's not, I have to plug it in. Okay, so I'm going to start with 155, okay? This was already admitted, so we're not going to belabor this, okay?
Well, no, she doesn't have a picture of it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, it's not necessarily your fault. This one isn't coming out.
Oh.
Okay.
There it is. Okay, so we've already talked about this with other witnesses, so I'm going to go a little bit faster. If you need me to slow down, let me know. Okay? This is Miss DeRiker's email with her and Sean Hopkins. She's telling him, when you get a chance, can you call your son down and see how he's doing? He's failing my class, tries to sleep all the time in class. Sean responds, I'll catch him by the end of the day. Thanks, just a little worried. And that's that. You heard testimony about that, correct?
Correct.
Were you ever aware there was a time where your son was failing a class and trying to sleep, all in capital letters, all the time in class?
I can't remember what class the record was, so I'd probably be aware if he was failing that class from Power School, but I was not aware that he was sleeping all the time.
So did anyone from the school let you know in May of 2021, hey, he's sleeping in class and failing?
No.
Okay, that was exhibit 155. And would that show up on Power Schools, the emails between them?
No.
Okay, exhibit 166. This is from September 8th, 2021. It starts off with an email from Miss McConnell to Sean Hopkins. It says, can you please touch base with Ethan Crumbley? In his autobiography poem, he said he feels terrible and that his family is a mistake. Unusual responses for sure. He writes back, thanks for the heads up. I'm in senior meetings throughout the day. I'll try to catch up with him. Were you aware this was ever a discussion or an issue?
No.
Were you aware that Mr. Hopkins ever talked to or tried to talk to your son?
No.
Did anyone ever call you to make you aware of any of this?
No.
If you heard this, how would you react, or what would your reaction be?
I'd be definitely concerned why he feels like his family's a mistake and he feels terrible. So that would be a concern to me.
Okay. So this is something you were unaware of?
Correct.
And in fact, when did you find out these emails existed?
We started getting discovery.
Okay, so in this case?
Correct.
All right, so I want to go to 157. This is on November 10th of 2021. This is Miss McConnell sends Sean a message. Ethan Crumbley is having a rough time right now. We may need to speak with you. Sean writes back, I'm sorry I was in a meeting through the end of the day. I'll catch up with him. Were you ever made aware that there was some issue on November 10th where your son was having a rough time?
No.
Did anyone from the school ever let you know?
No.
Did you ever see anything like this prior to us getting materials in this case?
No.
If you heard your son was having a rough time, what would you do to follow up?
I would talk to my son, find out what's going on.
Okay. And I am going to minimize these for 1 second. I want to go back to some other dates that were discussed and exhibits were admitted. And I'm going to go back to March 20th. I'm sorry. We'll go in order. So March 16th of 2021, the prosecution has admitted exhibits 85, 86, 85 through 94, and let's see here. 85 shows you guys are making plans, and you say, I'm gonna get drunk and ride my horse. Can you explain to the jury what you meant by that? And I'll get it up on the screen.
I was gonna have some drinks and ride my horse. It was St. Patrick's Day.
I'm sorry, that's on the 17th,
Correct.
right? Okay, the 16th though, oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Okay, so explain that again. So let me get it up on the screen because I'm messing up. Okay, 85. Okay, so 85, I'm sorry, you're right. So on page 85, 432 is the page number. You write, I'm gonna get drunk and ride my horse. What was your plan that night?
I was gonna have a couple drinks and go for a trail ride with my horse.
Okay, did you do that night?
Yes.
And on people's proposed exhibit 86, or their admitted exhibit, this was a text thread between you and your son. Let's see here. This is a text where the prosecution admitted to show that your son texted you, okay, the house is now haunted. What time was that text at?
It says 6:03.
Okay.
I don't know, it says -4. I don't know what that means.
Okay. And then the next text, some weird shit just happens and now I'm scared. Next one, I got some videos and a picture of the demon is throwing bowls. I'm not joking, it fucked up the kitchen. I'm just gonna be an outsider for a while. Can you at least text back? Okay, do you recall this day on March 17th, 2021?
It didn't stick out to me until this whole. No, I don't recall it exactly. I just remember it ever since we got discovery on this case.
Okay, so on March 17th, there was a point when did you ever see these texts?
I probably didn't. Not that time.
Do you recall seeing these texts at any point prior to this case?
I'm sure I did, but they weren't. No, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure I saw them, but they just didn't stick out to me until this case.
Why didn't they stick out to you?
Because it wasn't anything that was anything serious. It was Ethan just messing around.
You got to explain to the jury, how did Ethan mess around?
So he's been convinced our house has been haunted since 2015. It was built in 1920. Around that time frame, him and his friend would go down to the basement and play a Ouija board. So they thought we had a house ghost. So it was around that time when he would mess with us that things were going on in the house. Silverware was flying across the room. Doors were slamming. He actually took a video of the door and showed me when I got home, and you can clearly see where he's standing back with his phone, looking at the door that's open. You can see him walk up the door, and you can kind of see him slam it, and him trying to say, "See, our house is haunted." So it was that kind of stuff that he did.
Okay, and did that continue on into 2021 when you'd get messages like this?
Only a couple of times, but I think he just got over it. Like it wasn't. He got bored with messing around with the ghost.
Did you mess around with him?
Yes.
Okay, what did you do to him?
When they were downstairs in the basement playing Ouija board one night, I went and flipped the circuit breaker off in the house, and he thought it was the ghost they conjured up on the Ouija board.
Did James ever mess around with you or with Ethan?
Yeah, a little bit.
Give us an example of what he did.
He said a lamp fell off a ledge in the basement, and so he named the ghost Victoria, so he was convinced there was another house ghost. So just kind of like an ongoing, like, our house ghost, we called it. My son named it Boris Johnson. My husband named it Victoria. It was just a little phase.
Was there ever a time where James pretended he got electrocuted?
Yes.
What did he do?
We were remodeling our living room, and he was taking the old ceiling fan down, having to figure out what wires go where to the new ceiling fan. And as he was reaching up, he pretended to get electrocuted, and he fell on the ground and was shaking, and I ran up and I kicked him. I don't know why I kicked him, but I did. And then he stopped, and I realized he was joking, and my son had the phone recording the whole time.
So this kind of stuff between you, your son, and your husband was like typical joking around kind of stuff.
It was.
Okay, so when you look back at these texts now and you see that there's a demon throwing bowls and things like that, now looking back, do you think, oh my gosh, he had mental issues?
No.
What do you think was going on?
Just what I said, that it was just him messing around. He only did it when we weren't at home, and it was for a short period of time, and then I think he got bored.
Okay. So on that date, the prosecution admitted all kinds of stuff to show you were with your horse, and James was with your horse, correct?
Correct.
And you guys were with your horse?
Correct.
How long would you have been out there? What was a typical trip to the barn?
Usually about 3 hours. It takes about a half hour to get the horses tacked up and ready. We usually rode for about an hour, and then anywhere from a half hour to 45 minutes to cool them down.
And with respect to the horses, did you and James go out there? Did you go every day?
No.
How did that work? Who went? How did you guys pick?
Whoever felt like going or had the most availability. Sometimes I'd work late, past 6 o'clock at night. I couldn't go. There's nights that my son had to go to bowling, that had to take him. Whatever happened that day, we just say, I'm going, or you're going, or it just was a day-by-day thing.
Okay, so I'm going to skip ahead. This has been admitted as Exhibit 84. This goes to March 8th and 9th. Okay, do you remember talking about those dates?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Now, on those dates, the prosecution admitted Exhibit 84, which is up on the screen. These are texts between James and you, and it looks like you're saying you're going to have to skip the barn tonight. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And then you ask, is Ethan going to bowling?
Correct.
James says IDK. What does that mean?
I don't know.
All right. And you ask him about that. Okay, and I want you to describe, what are you doing in these text messages up on the screen here, these 4 in a row?
Can you go back to the green one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here, I'm sorry.
That's fine. I got it now. I was just texting him, asking him if he was home from school yet.
Okay.
And if he had his phone on him.
So you're texting...
I think, looking at this, we must have gotten into an argument about his grades and took his phone away the night before, which is why I was asking if he had his phone on him.
Is it common for you to text repeatedly about someone? Are you home? Where are you?
Yes.
Okay, so in your messages, is it fair to say we're going to see that a lot from you?
Yes.
Okay. Your husband wrote back, he does not get home till 3:16. Did you know what time Ethan got home every day?
I knew it was after 3, like shortly after. I wasn't sure to the minute.
Okay, well then you wrote, I told you to pick him up because he's upset and I don't want him to do anything stupid, God damn it. What did you mean by that?
I don't know, just if he walked home, I was worried if he was upset, he would just walk to Little Caesars or Frosty Boy and not let us know, and then I'd worry, or he'd take the route through, there's some kind of woodsy area to get the trail to our house, and there's some homeless people that live back in there. It was just more or less, I was just worried about him just not wanting to come home because we got in an argument the night before.
So when you say, I don't want him to do anything stupid, were you worried he'd hurt himself or anything like that?
No.
And James responds, dude, chill, he is fine, and I am trying to fucking work. Your next question, does he have his phone? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then he says he won't answer while he's walking. The exhibit speaks for itself. And then you start up with, I'm seriously freaking out. Is he home yet? And then it looks like a blank message. Yeah. Why are you freaking out so much?
Because he didn't tell me he was home. So, and I think he must have, I don't know, did something with work. I couldn't get a hold of him. So it was like, why can't I get a hold of you? Why can't I get a hold of anybody?
Okay. Did this concern you ultimately that something happened that day, or did this get resolved?
I think he just got home and that was it.
Okay. Now, the next day, which would have been the 9th, you and James, we can agree, went to the barn together that day, correct?
Correct.
The prosecution provided a picture, GPS exhibits, phone data exhibits, correct?
Correct.
All right. On that day, we agree you guys are at the barn together.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to go to the prosecutor's exhibit 82 that was admitted, okay? And you send him a message to Ethan that says, where are you? Or Ethan sends you a message that says, I'm sorry. You send a message to Ethan saying, where are you? At 3:17 and 32 seconds, UTC -5, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then Ethan sends you all these texts. Can you get home now? I think that someone's in the house. Someone walked into the bathroom and flushed the toilet, left the light on. I thought it was you, but I came out, no one was home. There is no one in the house, though. Dude, my door just slammed. Maybe it's just my paranoia. But when are you going to get home? Okay, what was going on that day?
So if you go back to the beginning of the thread.
Okay.
This is the beginning. So you can see the time on there. That was the time I'd be driving home from the barn. And when I got home, he was asking me why I didn't answer the text, and he said the weird stuff was going on in the house again, and that was that.
Okay, when you walked in, do you recall discussing these messages with him?
It was mainly, I've been trying to text you, why don't you answer? And
he said that, or you said that?
He said that.
Okay.
And I told him I was driving home, I wasn't looking at my phone.
So why weren't you looking at your phone, or what's going on with your, did you have a signal? Do you not have a signal? What's happening?
I could have had a signal, I don't know. I probably just had my phone in the front seat of the passenger side and didn't look at it.
Okay. When you're out at the barn, do you get every text that people send you?
No.
What's your signal like out there?
I have Metro PCS, so it's not as good as somebody at AT&T and Verizon, but there's very limited spots at any barn I've been at where there's any type of signal. Usually you have to find the one spot you'll see everybody standing at talking on the phone, but it's not all over the barn.
What about on the roads to the barn?
So that barn we were at, it was between Oxford and Roseland area. So all those roads, once I pass the market, there's no signal. Unless until I got to a fire station, then I have a signal. And then once I pass the fire station, I wouldn't have a signal. When I hit a grocery store, I'd have a signal. Once I got past the grocery store, all the way to the barn, I had no signal.
Looking back on these texts now from March 9th, okay, seeing him say, there's someone in the house, I think. Someone walked in the bathroom and flushed the toilet, left the light on. Do you think he was having mental issues that day?
No.
What do you think, what is your conclusion about these messages at this time?
He was just messing with us.
Okay. Is this the kind of messing you previously talked about?
Yes.
All right. I want to go to March 20th. This is People's Exhibits 96 through 100. They established on this date you're out at the barn. This is you, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And another picture of you.
Yep.
And we've got data showing that you were out there, correct? Okay. And there's a text message exchange that was admitted as People's 96. I'm going to put that up on the screen for you, okay?
Okay.
So in People's 96, this is between you and your son, correct?
Correct.
He says, can you at least text back? You're asking, where's your dad? Text me when you're done yet? And he starts up with, I finished picking up the room. I cleaned until clothes started flying off the shelf. This stuff only happens when I'm home alone. I picked the clothes back up though. That's at, it looks like 2:34, and we may be off by an hour or so because it's that UTC. This one's -4. Your next text is jumping in shower, text your dad if I don't respond. And your text, no matter what the time zone is 6 hours later. Do you recall getting these texts or messages?
It's 2 days and 6 hours later.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. 2 days and 6 hours. So do you recall, though, getting these couple on the 20th about, I finished picking up the room, I cleaned until clothes started falling off the shelf. Do you recall that?
Only when we got discovery.
Okay. Now, looking back on these days, are you thinking, oh my God, he thought things were happening that were crazy?
No.
Do you think anything of it now?
No.
What do you think is happening in those messages?
I just think he was messing with us.
Okay, so those are 3 times where you guys are at the ranch and he's messing with you. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, that was months and months before November. It was in March. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so beyond March, was there other times where he was saying these goofy texts and messing around?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So there's 2 more dates I need to ask you about. I'm going to go to April 4th, which was a Sunday, and that is going to be exhibit that was admitted 101, okay? So exhibit 101 are text messages, and these are between, who are these between?
Those were between my son and his friend.
Okay. Now, prior to this case, did you ever see any of these messages?
I did not.
Were you aware any of them existed?
I was not.
Okay, so this is from April 4th, and your son's saying, he's the one sending messages that say, I hear people talking to me and someone in the distance. I actually asked my dad to take me to the doctor yesterday, but he gave me some pills and told me to suck it up. Like, it's at the point I'm asking to go to the doctor. Was there ever a time where he asked to go to the doctor around this time?
I don't think so, no.
Then he says, my mom laughed when I told her. Was there ever a time where he's asking for help and you're laughing?
No.
He writes to his friend, and this is just later that night, but I'm having bad insomnia and paranoia, and I need help. I was thinking of calling 911 so I could go to the hospital, but then my parents would be really pissed. Okay, so this is all one long conversation. Is that right?
Correct.
He says, I'm going to ask my parents to go to the doctors tomorrow or Tuesday again, but this time I'm going to tell them about the voices. This text message or instant message thread, were you even aware of this?
No.
Do you remember any time where he came and talked to you and said anything about hearing voices?
No.
Do you recall there ever being a time where he asked you to go to a doctor or to get help and you said no?
No.
Or laughed at him?
No.
So when you see these texts with his friend, do you have any idea, and if you don't, that's fine, do you have any idea what he's doing with his friend?
I don't have any idea.
Okay. Do you know if him and his friend messed around with each other like you and your husband do with him?
Judge.
I'm sorry.
If you have to have personal knowledge.
When you were testifying earlier, you mentioned that your son and his friend would play within a Ouija board. Is that right?
Right.
When did that happen in relation to 2021?
I know he got the Ouija board for Christmas of 2020. So for a few months after that, they were really into playing it, and then they got bored with it. It's probably sitting on our shelf getting dust.
Okay. On April 29th, I'm going to turn your attention to that day. Do you recall texting his friend's mother? And I'm going to put up exhibit 104 on the screen. Okay, do these texts look familiar to you?
They do.
Okay, who are these between?
These are between me and his friend's mom.
Okay, and you start off with Ethan is, I'm sorry, my son isn't bullying tonight. I just want to let you know, not sure if he needs a partner. Why are you texting that?
I don't know why he wasn't bullying tonight, off the top of my head, but they had partners on certain nights of the week, and so him and his friend were always partners, so I was letting her know that he wasn't going to be there.
Okay, and this is on one date, April 29. Did you talk to her on other dates, or is this like the only time you talked to her?
We've talked back and forth quite a bit.
Okay. Now, on this date, you say he's been acting kind of depressed. I don't know what's going on. I'm not sure if there's something bothering him at school, but he doesn't really feel good. I can't get anything out of him. Friend's mom mentions he stayed home from school today, too. The only time they're happy is when they're together. Talking about grades, you mentioned this is all new to me. I'm not used to my son being moody. He's usually pretty happy and will talk about anything. I do know he's been stressed about school and his grades. We called the school, but she wasn't in social do it tomorrow. I think his grades have a lot to do with it. I just got to a point where he's got so far behind and we were out of town. He's having difficulties making it up. Where were you guys out of town?
In Florida, my mother-in-law passed away, so we were gone for a couple of weeks in the middle of April, taking care of funeral arrangements and everything.
And at this time, when you describe your son as being moody or depressed, did you think it was anything that warranted getting medical attention?
No, he was just being quieter. He's a quiet kid. He was just being quieter than normal. And I'd ask him if everything was okay. He'd say fine, but I could just tell he was a little sad. And I thought maybe I didn't see his friend in a couple of weeks. I don't know if maybe they got into a fight and they weren't talking. So I was asking her if there was anything going on with his friend, which might have caused my son to be quieter than normal, but I think he was just really stressed out because those 2 weeks that we were in Florida, he got pretty far behind on his grades.
Okay, so then it goes on and you end up saying, yeah, me too, I'm glad they're getting along, and it wasn't an issue with those two as to why he was being depressed. The online school is horrible. I've given up too. I told him just to do his best, don't worry about it, next year's a new year. And then maybe if his friend is feeling better, he wants to come over to work, and then you're talking about shooting up a gun range in the backyard, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so did this issue of him feeling depressed or acting moody, this one period of time, did that go on or did that discontinue?
It discontinued. I mean, it was a little phase, and he seemed to be fine. Him and his friends started coming over more. I think it was more or less his friend wasn't coming over as much, and he just seemed quieter than normal.
And you guys were out of town. You had just been out of town for
right. Yeah, and he just lost his grandmother, so that was sad too.
Okay. All right, and then there was one other conversation that you had with his friend's mother that the prosecution introduced as Exhibit 105. I'm going to put that up, okay? So this is actually from, let's see here, starts off on, I'm going to go to Halloween, so 10/31 of 21. You say to her, James filled me in on his friend last night. I'm so sorry you guys are having to make such a hard decision. Please let me know if you need anything. What was that about?
We had found out the day before Halloween that his son, my son's friend, went to Wisconsin to an OCD treatment school. We didn't know. We had Halloween plans, and we were texting with his friend's parents about his friend still coming over. They carve pumpkins on Halloween because they do it every year, and then they go out and trick or treat. And we didn't hear from him, and all of a sudden my husband found out through his friend's dad that they drove to Wisconsin, and he's at an OCD treatment center for at least 90 days. So it hit us really hard because we didn't really expect it coming. He didn't expect it coming. It was hard.
Did you do anything different as a parent when his friend was taken away, essentially, to the hospital or the other school?
I don't understand.
Did you do anything different as a parent in terms of spending time with your son?
I mean, we did as much as we could.
Okay. tell us about that. Tell us about that month.
I think we did more family game nights than normal. He was working a lot. I would check in with him, make sure he's doing okay. That's when I start asking him, do you have friends at school that you can hang out with? And if so, you're more than welcome to invite him over.
Okay, and
I was more on point of the fact that he was sad.
Okay, and even though he was sad, did you feel like there was anything where he needed help or needed mental health treatment?
No.
Was his loss of his friend being in his life anything that made you think he needed counseling or a therapist?
Not to that extent, no.
I'm going to unplug this so that we can go back to some questions that don't involve exhibits, okay? Okay. So we were talking earlier about the mother-son gun range day, right?
Correct.
You've already told the jury how the gun was put in the car and taken out. Okay. Now, did you ever tell Brian Maloche about the mother-son day at the range?
I'm sure I mentioned it, yeah.
Did you ever tell Brian that the gun was in your vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, when did you tell Brian that the gun was in your vehicle?
On the day I went to the shooting range.
Did you tell Brian you put the gun in your car the day the shooting happened?
No.
So when he testified to that, was that accurate?
No, I think he was confused.
Okay. Did you specifically tell him about the gun being put in your car that other time?
Yes.
Aside from that time that you drove to the range, was the gun ever in your car?
No.
Were you aware Brian had memory issues?
No, I was not.
Brian testified that he never met Ethan. Later in his testimony, he said he did. Did he ever meet Ethan?
Yeah, a couple times at the barn.
Okay.
And we went, he came to our house, he helped deliver a big TV that we got, and my son was there.
Did you ever tell Brian anything about your son saying things or making you upset in any way like that?
No.
Did you ever tell Brian anything about he had mental health issues that you were worried about?
No.
So when we read your messages, which the prosecution admitted, the 77 pages, okay, it's fair to say the jury can read what you guys talked about and you reflect on all the, you talk about the past with Ethan, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the jury can read those. We don't need to go through those. You agree?
I agree.
Okay. So we got to Monday. Monday is 2 days after you guys go for the Mother's Sunday at the shooting range. Monday, Miss Fine leaves you the voicemail. We talked about that already. Talked about you talking to your son about it, right? Okay, I want to go to Tuesday, the 30th, okay?
Okay.
Do you remember Tuesday the 30th?
I do.
And that day, we saw an exhibit of you going into work. That happened?
Yes.
And we heard lots of testimony already about you getting a call from Sean Hopkins.
Correct. He left me a voicemail and I called him back.
Okay. When you called back, Mr. Hopkins testified that he sent you something. What did he send you?
He sent me a copy of a math worksheet that had the scribbled out drawings on it.
Okay, and I want to ask you, the night before that scribbles out drawing thing came to you, did you have any interactions with your son?
Yes, we did.
What were those about?
I saw in Power School that he had an E in geometry, so we got in an argument again about his grades. We took his phone away and told him that he couldn't go to the shooting range until his grades were brought back up.
Okay, so you guys had this argument the night before. We saw lots of messages where you thought everything was fine that Tuesday morning. Is that how you felt?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you got that math paper texted to you, do you recall saying anything to Ethan on the phone? On speaker?
Yeah, I asked him why he did that.
Okay, what were you thinking at that point?
I was actually kind of angry because I thought he did that in like defiance of us yelling at him about missing assignments, and here he is drawing pictures on an empty assignment page in geometry.
So you felt like it was specifically him sending you a message about the night before?
Yeah.
Is it fair to say you took it personally?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so what did you do?
I had asked Mr. Hopkins if he had the original, and then he sent it to my email, which then I opened up and looked at it, and was like, okay.
What did you think when you saw that?
I was a little concerned. I was pretty concerned. He had asked for a parent to come to the school to meet with them, and at this time I tried calling my husband to see if he could go because he was out in the area working, and I couldn't get a hold of him, so I decided to go to the school. On the way to the school, he finally called me back and he met me at the school, so we went together.
Okay, and when you went into the school, what did you think was happening?
I thought he was going to get in trouble for what he drew on his assignment. I thought I was going to get suspended. I was expecting a disciplinary meeting.
Okay, how did you feel about what you saw on that paper?
I felt concerned after seeing that.
Okay, and so we saw that you sent pictures of the math papers to Kira, to Andy, to Brian. It's fair to say you sent them around to people.
I did.
Okay, and to all those people, we've already seen all the exhibits. You expressed that concern.
Correct.
Okay, so what happens when you get to the school with you and James arrived separately? I think the detective testified that he was wrong at first, thinking you went together, but you guys were separate. Got there at the same time.
Correct.
Went in. What was it like walking into the meeting with Mr. Hopkins and Mr. Ejak? Who was there?
So when we first got there, Mr. Hopkins met us out in front of where the administration is and walked us back to his counseling office. When we walked in, it was just him, and then my son was sitting in a chair in front of his desk working on something on his laptop. So when he walked in, he kind of showed us where to sit, and then we shook hands, introduced himself, and started the meeting.
Did you try to hug Ethan or do anything like that?
I didn't.
Okay. And when, how did that meeting go?
It was pretty nonchalant. It was pretty brief. He started to tell. He basically filled me in on what my son and him were talking about for the last hour and a half. He said that my son told him that he was feeling sad over the death of a dog that we had. A mother-in-law lost his friend. So we talked a little bit about that. We confirmed it. We agreed it was hard on him. He told us that he didn't feel my son was a risk, and actually gave him the option if he wanted to stay at school or go home. My son wanted to stay at school, so we all discussed that.
Did you feel like you were taking the position of I am leaving him at school whether he can be here or not?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Were you surprised or were you not surprised? Did you have any feelings about whether or not he could stay at school?
I didn't really. I thought the advice that they were giving us was a good advice. We talked about him being sad, and then he said being around peers usually helps. We all agreed to that. My son gets very stressed out when he does virtual school, so we agreed that it might stress him out more to do his school remotely the rest of the day. But there was never a time where I would refuse to take him home. I could easily, if he wanted to go, take him with me. I had no issues with that.
Okay, so ultimately, did you take a paper from the school?
The counseling papers, yeah.
Okay.
There was a stack, like maybe 10 sheets with multiple counselors listed on them.
Okay. And were you planning to do anything with that sheet?
Yeah, actually, we were going to start. I gave it to my husband out in the parking lot, and I told him I had phone calls at work the rest of the day, so I told him to start making calls once he got done doing his DoorDash.
Okay. Now, the prosecution introduced and admitted an exhibit which was a search off of Yahoo about clinical depression treatments. Do you recall ever Googling, but do you recall ever searching that topic?
I don't, and I don't usually use Yahoo as a search engine. I always use Google, so I don't know. I don't recall it now.
Okay. Do you recall how or if you ever saw anything on Yahoo about clinical depression?
I don't remember specifically seeing anything. I might have looked at something when my husband was going through a really hard time after his mother passed away. He was he was drinking a little bit more than usual, and you just tell he wasn't right. So I might have looked at something at that time, seeing if he was depressed, but not. I don't know where Yahoo came from.
You don't know how the Yahoo came to be. Okay. When you're on Facebook and Instagram and all those things, do you ever hit the clickbait stuff?
Sometimes on accident. Sometimes I do on purpose.
Okay, so that search on Yahoo, you don't remember ever putting that in the search bar?
No.
Okay. But you are saying it's possible you looked at it. Is that?
It's possible.
Okay. All right. So let's go back. So you're at the meeting. How did the meeting end?
So we all decided that my son was going to go back to his class. So we wrote him a pass to go back to class. After he left, all four of us were in the meeting, and they asked if we had any questions, and we did not. And then I said, I'm going to go back to work. And we left, and I went to work, and my husband did DoorDash. And
did you mean to be abrupt about ending the meeting?
I didn't think I was abrupt.
Did you think you ended the meeting?
I think it just automatically ended when they asked if we had any questions, and I said no.
Okay. So when there was testimony about that, I'm sorry, strike that.
Let me ask Ms. Smith, I don't want to interrupt you. I'm looking for a natural break.
We could do it now.
Well, does Jerry need a break?
Yeah, that's fine.
I just want to be considerate of.
No, we can go anytime. That's fine.
Okay, I don't want to interrupt you.
You're fine. That's fine.
So can we take it about 5 after 3? Second?
All right, for the jury.
Is it okay if I grab the exhibits? Sure. Okay, Jennifer, I'm going to grab these from you.
Need to be seated. I don't usually like to interrupt people's direct, but I know you've had quite a bit more, and they've been at since 12:30. So we're going to take about 10 minutes break to 5 after 3. Okay.
Well, Judge, based upon the testimony, I need to pull some exhibits, so it'll be longer than 10 minutes. I'd like to get right into cross after direct. So we'll do that now, but it'll be longer than 10 minutes.
Okay.
If that's okay, we're going to need some time, I think.
Okay, well, you have quite a bit of direct left, I think.
I have
quite a bit for your son.
I don't know how to.
I've gotten through 3/4 of it, so I'd say I have 1/4 of it left.
Okay.
And a lot of it is probably going to go pretty fast because the exhibits speak for themselves, and they've already admitted videos of all of it. So.
Okay. All right. You can take them down, and can you guys let me know then? I don't like to let them sit very long. If you let me know,
Sure.
You're not talking about half an hour, anything, right?
Not an hour, no, but
There's, we're trying to avoid standing up and saying we need a time and having to take another break. But
no, I get it.
We'll go as fast as we can. There's a lot of things she testified about. I think that Mr. Keese wants to.
Right.
Well,
Your Honor, I moved fast with their exhibits. I kept going. I didn't take breaks in between.
It's good. I'm more concerned about the jury sitting than anything.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Thank you.
All right.
Jennifer, they're gonna take you down. They're gonna take you down, and then they're gonna bring you back up. Okay?
All right. Well, we just heard testimony from Jennifer Crumbley, from the defendant herself, in this involuntary manslaughter case. Let's go through the defense's examination. Lillian, what do you make of that?
Well, she's being very calm. She's looking at the jury. So when someone asks her a question, her lawyer, she'll answer the jury because that's who's listening. She's explaining the hives. But I'm just waiting right now for the prosecution to ask some questions, because something that was just said about, well, you didn't think it was serious. They sent you the picture, the unredacted picture, to your email, and you were concerned. You go to the school and you don't take him with you. You don't even check for the gun. So let's see where it goes. It may go somewhere fun and interesting.
Yeah, she'd been on the stand for 2 hours just about. Rick, do you feel like we really got much out of it? There was clearly an effort to humanize her, but was it effective?
I think initially it was. You know, she's looking at the jury, as Lillian said. That's something that seasoned professional witnesses do. They try to get a sense of ethos with the jury. You don't often see a defendant do that unless they're particularly sanded or prepared in particular to do that. What she's done, she's looking at them, she's speaking to them. Now, the defense in this case is kind of curious. I didn't expect her to go in the particular way she did, because what she's saying is that her son was a sardonic, sarcastic little guy and loved animals, and that he was just an ordinary kid. And the only thing that was somewhat unusual is that he was sarcastic in the sense that he played games with his parents and he about demons and ghosts in the house, and that was just his way of fooling around with his parents. In fact, his parents kidded back. His father pretended that he was shocked to death by an electrical accident, and mother went over and kicked him. Says, I don't know why he kicked him, but she did. Mother shut the breakers off in the house to make it dark one night when her son was there, to scare the living bejeebies out of him. So those are fun and games, antics that were played between the family members, evidently, according to her, and that's what they thought these text messages were. Just Ethan's way, or the shooter's way of acting out to get her mom to come home, or in the case of the text messages, I'm sorry, the math sheet with the disturbing, gruesome photos of the gun and what he wrote on there. That in her estimation was a particular effort to get directly to mom, because mom had a problem with him not doing his geometry assignment the night before. So he took his geometry assignment and he purposefully drew these disturbing pictures on the very assignment that she had an issue with, to make sure that he got her back personally. You remember what she said, which was very odd. She said she took that personally, which was strange. So her affect is off, but I think and I think that she's going to get annihilated on cross-examination on some of the things she said and some of the things she's not expecting. Remember, all of those 2,000 pages are now in evidence in Exhibit 432, I think it was. And the defense asked about just a few of them, but there are issues in there. I was wondering, I wonder what Lillian thinks about, we talked about this phrase, opening the door. She's been shown these photographs in the defense exhibits of her cuddling, chinchillas and her fluffy cat, his fluffy cat, and that kind of thing. And I wonder if that might be considered opening the door to the Ozzy Osbourne
bird
Head.
torture.
Yeah.
I thought that.
Yeah.
I
You
really
think
did.
so?
Oh, I said, oh, they didn't object the way the prosecutors. Oh, no objection, right? Because you show him with whatever the nice animal is that's alive, then let's show this other side with the dead animals. I don't know if they necessarily need to do that, but they can if they want to. But let me just say this about what Mom said about, I take this personal. If Mom had saw that picture, right, and she says she's taking it personally, then maybe he has a gun, so you go up there, he's gonna kill you then, right? Is that how you're taking it? So you don't protect anybody? And you are the only one that knows about that, him having that weapon, as between the school and her.
had a gun and he's drawing it on homework to get back at her. So what, I'm gonna kill you? Who you killing? You took it personally.
How she disassociated herself totally with the gun. She didn't even know. She didn't know how to load it. She didn't know how to put the bullets in the magazine. She didn't even know where the gun was. Only one person in the house was responsible for maintaining the safety and security of the gun, and that was the husband who fell into some depressive state and had an issue with alcohol at the time. She testified to. That's why she might have been searching on Yahoo, which she doesn't typically do. She's a Google girl. She's not a Yahoo girl, she's a Google girl. And how it got on Yahoo, this search for clinical depression, she's not sure, but it might have been because of her husband. But so the locking of the curious thing to me was the return. You know, when you transport a weapon, you have to secure it, lock it. You have to separate the weapon with the ammunition when you secure when you're traveling with a firearm. She said that her husband unlocked. He knew about the how to transport a firearm because he set it up for her. He unlocked it. He set it in the car. They took it unsecured to the firing range and took it home unsecured from the firing range. No locking mechanism. The lock that she said was secured, the cable lock on the weapon. She said she saw it. That her husband did that. That's contrary to the evidence about from the BATF agent who conducted the search of the house, found the cable safe, the gun safe, and the cable lock, he said, was unopened underneath the foam in the gun safe with the 9mm was on top of the foam. So he said the gun lock was never opened, never used. The keys were still secured to the cable.
Do you think we'll see more of an effort to put some of the blame on James?
You won't see that, but this is what I got from that. Okay, Jennifer's clearly in charge. James was struggling with his own mental health issues, with his own maybe depression issues. He had just lost a family member, right? So he was the one that says, leave him alone, right? He's the one trying to parent as best he could. That's what I'm taking from it, right? And she is in charge. You may not know the particulars, but you know what you posted about mother and son gun day, and you are very hyper-vigilant about social media, and now we know why she's hyper-vigilant about social media, because that was part of one of her jobs. That was her job before she got the director, the marketing director, so she knows about social media.
We know she's in charge, as Lillian said, because she told us she was. She said she was the one who handled things, and she was in charge. Her husband was.
She said she was the breadwinner.
Yes, right. But she said directly, I was in charge when asked about her ability to kind of compartmentalize things. She said she was the one when her husband lost a job. She had to search for a job for him. She was the breadwinner, as you pointed out, Terrence. She was the one who was in control of things, except the gun. She said, I didn't have anything to do with that. I didn't want to deal with that. I didn't know about that. So she did the empty chair defense by pushing that off to her husband James.
And Lillian, talk about her demeanor, because this is her one chance to redeem herself, to share her side of things, and to possibly dodge this charge.
So her demeanor, at first, you see her engaged appropriately. It's engaged to me, right? But the questions are getting more and more difficult, and these are questions by her lawyer. So just wait until the prosecutor gets ready to ask her some questions. I mean, she can only do so much. Her affect right now, it's a little flat. And I saw her, I think, glaring at maybe the prosecution side, not that jury, right? And I'm going to disagree with you, wonderful Rick, about for being a professional sanded witness. If this is how we're taught, you look at me if I'm asking the question. Whoever you're answering it to, the judge or the jury, that's who you look at, right? That's who you're talking to. So, you know, I mean, sanded, nah, it's okay, right? This is her only chance, right here. Talk to him.
Well, yeah, she was told to talk to him.
Maybe.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, okay.
Listen. In the heat of that, you don't see witnesses unless they're seasoned police officers or people who testify a lot. You know, Common Joe, he's looking at the person who's asking them the questions direct, kind of like what we're doing here. It'd be odd if I'm talking to you and I'm looking, you know, into the camera. It's that kind of thing. That's the point I was making. So I believe that that her attorney told her, listen, you got to connect with these jurors, look at the jurors, speak to the jurors like they're your neighbors, try to be relaxed and try to be open and get them to like you and accept you.
Yeah. Well, the prosecution is preparing to take the stand for cross. They are getting some exhibits ready to go. Still on break in the trial. We're going to take a break here as well, but we'll continue our coverage in just a bit.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on CBS News Detroit. I'm Meredith Bruckner.
And I'm Terrence. Friday, we have our gavel-to-gavel coverage of the trial of Jennifer Crumbley, the mother of the Oxford school shooter.
And just before this break from court, we heard her testify. But earlier today, we saw some evidence in the form of video when Jennifer was in custody in a police car. Let's have a look at that footage.
They didn't do anything. I'm getting claustrophobic. I'm getting claustrophobic.
I mean, don't freak out in front of the house. This is going to be a lot better if you don't make the situation.
Why are they here? Why are they here?
Just to give context to that video, this was in the hours after the shooting, correct? And she was incredibly disturbed and angry, and she was next to her husband in the vehicle. She was handcuffed and very frustrated that she was the only one in handcuffs. What we didn't hear in that video was her screaming.
Yeah, the video cut kind of early. She got even more agitated, started yelling. Very different demeanor than what we're seeing on the stand today. And also, I don't know how Earth, Wind, and Fire got in the background. There was a lot going on in that.
That's part of that video.
Yeah, but that's a good part of that video. That's somebody that's trying to be smooth. But in any event, see, when you see her in that car, you see her. She's irritated, she's frustrated, she's entitled. She's handcuffed and her husband's not. Who's in charge?
Why do we think she was handcuffed?
Because she was belligerent. She would not cooperate. You see, she was frustrated, irritated with the officers, wouldn't give the phone, and he said, just give them the phone, right? That's just who she is.
What was really interesting when the testimony began from the defense is one of the very first questions, if not the first question, is, Jennifer, what do you do when you get stressed out? It's like immediately nipping that in the bud, this really damning footage that we saw this morning.
Right, so you're trying to front out the obvious so the jury can say, well, okay, this is how this woman reacts during these types of situations. That was the purpose of that. Although she's certainly stressed out on the witness stand, anybody would be, and she's not reacting that way. So the difference in contrast in her, in how she appeared in the police car, how she appeared, if you recall, during the arrest at 1111 Bellevue, when she was pretending to be asleep and she initially wasn't cooperating with the arresting officers. So yeah, it's contrasting, and I think that there's going to be quite a bit of contrasting. Physically, she's going to look different when the prosecutor gets up there and starts his cross-examination. Now, she's probably been told 100 times, you know, you gotta be friendly and open, just like you were with me on direct examination. But I don't think she's going to be able to do that.
We're going to see more stressed.
Yeah, as soon as she steps up
understandably
there.
so, right? Understandably so.
Yeah, of course.
But more stress. Lillian, what do you think we can expect coming into this cross?
More stress. The prosecutor is going to go right there. They're going to ask direct questions, and they may even be rapid fire. Well, you said this. Now, how about this? They're going to impeach. They're going to go and hit the elements of the offense. Remember, they have to prove gross negligence. They have to prove, you know, what the duty was. What was the duty? To be a parent to your son. What was the duty? And then they're going to go from there. But I'm going to tell you, that Lieutenant Willis, he did something, Lieutenant Detective, he did something to me, because he said, if I would have thought they saw that journal, the charges would have been different. Murder. And that's said in front of the jury. So I guess what they're saying is, here's your gift. And I keep saying it, everybody looks at me, that was the gift right there.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of moments that we'll be definitely talking about.
Yeah.
Anything so far that's stuck out to you?
Yeah, one thing that that did stick out to me, Terrence, was that during the direct examination, I've always said, since I heard it yesterday, I've been harping on it, the most damaging piece of evidence, I think, in this case, intellectually, not emotionally, is the statement by Milage that he received a Facebook message that they both deleted that as soon as Jennifer Crumbley received the math sheet with the awful images on it, she texted him and said, I'm worried he's going to do something stupid. I'm worried he's going to do something stupid. That, coupled with the later texts, almost before anybody told her, hey, that's your, there's a school shooting, you take off out of your place of work. Why would she come to the conclusion before anyone tells her anything
that it's him?
That it's him.
But is there any part of her testimony just now that redeemed her a little bit? Do you think any of this was effective?
Well, I think all of the Facebook posts about loving, caring, nuclear family, bringing in this outsider, the testimony about these other activities that were going on, and there are these other things that were going on in his life, loss of the dog, loss of the grandmother, those were troubling. I think that huge mistake in her testimony regarding the way that they kind of poo-pooed, her word constantly is nonchalant, the way that they characterized this very, very troubled young man's text messages and outreach for help as fun and games. This is his way of teasing us. This is his way of getting attention. Even so far as to say that this math sheet that with these haunting images on it that he wrote, and statements about I need help, the voices won't stop. That's his intimate way of getting directly back at her, because it's on a geometry paper. The geometry assignment was the issue of the night before. So kind of bizarre, and along, kind of a Kierkegaardian leap of faith that they're taking with this, that maybe it'll get the attention of one of the jurors. You only need one juror. It has to be unanimous beyond a reasonable doubt. So you only need one juror on one element of one count to get a hung jury on this case.
That's a good point. We do have to take a short break, but we will be back soon. Welcome back to CBS News Detroit for our continuing coverage of the Jennifer Crumbley trial. Now in day 6, court has gone into a break as the prosecution prepares to cross-examine Jennifer Crumbley. This is the moment of the trial that everyone has been waiting for. Rick, what is the prosecution doing now? Are they sifting through some of the answers she gave in her direct examination for talking points? I mean, what are they doing right now?
No. Because both of the prosecutors have been taking careful notes about the testimony and how to rebut it or cross on it. But what they're doing now is they're culling through those 2,000 pages of Facebook documents and, text messages and Facebook messages to see what they can use on cross-examination. The ones that were excluded, then now admitted that the defense attorney changed her mind on. So they've asked for additional time during this break to go and prepare for their cross-examination. I think that the defense attorney has another hour or so of half hour maybe of direct examination, and then we'll see the cross. And they wanted this break so they wouldn't have to take a break after the direct is over. They could go right into it.
Okay, and let's look at some of that testimony from today.
Did you say anything to your son about it?
I did.
What did you, and I think we saw text messages. You said, next time don't get caught.
Yeah, I said seriously looking up bullets in school, and then he went through a long couple of texts about teachers looking at his stuff, and he was worried about he was going to get in trouble. And then I said, next time don't get caught.
What did you mean by that?
So there's an ongoing thing in our house. Someone always asked me the trouble I would get in high school because I was a little bit of a troublemaker, because I always got caught. Like, all my friends could be doing the same thing and I'd be the one to get caught. So it was kind of referencing to that.
Okay, so you said that, and did you feel you had to discipline him or do anything beyond talk to him about it?
No, we talked. I listened to the voicemail, and that was that.
All right, don't get caught next time.
Do you buy that? Do you buy that she was really talking about herself in high school as being this rebel? Do you believe that?
No, I have a whole lot of kids, and I've had a whole lot of conversations. That's not been one of the conversations I've ever had with them. Don't get caught. No, you stop that. Just be honest about what that was, right? That was a moment where you faltered. You love your son, but I don't know how you say don't get caught. Don't get caught doing what? Wrong? So do we encourage wrong? Is that what we encourage in the house? Don't get caught. And he's searching for bullets too. You know that, right? Did anybody say, son, why are you looking for bullets? You can't even buy bullets. Why are you looking for them?
They did. I believe the teacher asked him about it, the teacher or the school counselor. And he said, oh, we like to go to gun ranges. We have our family likes guns, and was just researching bullets. He quickly pivoted.
But what did the mom say, though? You should ask the mom. That's her responsibility. That's her child, right? It's not the teacher. It's not the school. You know he has that gun, and he can't even buy bullets.
You recall the cross-examination on that very text message. The defense attorney cross-examined the witness and said, could she have been saying, meaning don't get caught, could that have meant don't get caught in school using your cell phone? That was her question. And he said, could have been, it's possible. But here she is saying that it's something different. She's saying something worse than what was elicited on cross-examination. So we were left after the examination of that first witness. It's possible, don't get caught using your cell phone in class. Kind of benign. But now she's saying, don't get caught, specifically about the bullets. Don't get caught in general. And so, yeah, it was a feckless answer. It wasn't effective.
And saying that she often got caught in high school herself, I mean, that's
for being a
just
troublemaker.
like incriminating herself as someone who wasn't the best high school student. It just, something didn't add up.
Right, trying not to get caught here.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
So Rick, to revisit something that you said before, I believe it was earlier today, you said you believe she will be convicted of involuntary manslaughter. After this testimony we saw just now, do you still feel that way?
Well, let me caveat that, yes, but I will say this. When a defendant testifies as a prosecutor, It's not a frequent thing. When a defendant testifies at a prosecutor, you must totally annihilate them, because as a juror, they want to see the defendant testify, explain themselves, and it's my experience that jurors will give the defendant the benefit of the doubt. They'll understand that they're nervous, they'll understand that they stumble, and jurors want to hear from a defendant, and they want to believe the defendant in general. And so as a prosecutor, you really have to do an effective job on cross-examination to remove the reasonable doubt that one juror at least is thinking already, I think, might exist with some of this testimony so far. At least one.
What are your thoughts, Lillian?
Oh, I'll leave that to the prosecutor in the room, right? I don't know, right? I think it's going to be very difficult to overcome certain things, but I'm still trying to check the boxes myself here, right? But you know what struck me when I just watched the clip? That Lieutenant Detective Willis, he's opening the door for her. He is helping her, come down. Just the humanity within that man, within that room. Let's try to find some humanity on Jennifer Crumbley's part right now. I haven't been able to really connect to it yet, but I don't know why. Might be there.
All right, we are still waiting for court to resume. We'll take another break and be right back. Welcome back to our coverage of the trial for Jennifer Crumbley, mother of the Oxford school shooter. We are on a break right now, but things will be resuming shortly. And in the meantime, we're keeping our conversation going, unpacking some of the things that have happened so far today. One of them being part of the testimony talking about a little bit of the nature of how they were as a family, some of the games they played, sometimes a little awkward, maybe unusual, but let's play some of that audio if we have it ready.
He's been convinced our house has been haunted since 2015. It was built in 1920. Around that time frame, him and his friend would go down to the basement and play a Ouija board. So they thought we had a house ghost. So it was around that time when he would mess with us that things were going on in the house. Silverware was flying across the room. Doors were slamming. He actually took a video of the door and showed me when I got home, and you can clearly see where he's standing back with his phone, looking at the door that's open. You can see him walk up the door, and you can kind of see him slam it, and him trying to say, "See, our house is haunted." So it was that kind of stuff that he did.
So that's part of the testimony that we saw just a little while ago. Lillian, what do you make of this? Her kind of brushing it off as this was just games, just typical.
Something might have been a little wrong or off where you might have wanted to get him some attention or counseling, because he's clearly trying to get your attention, right? If you're saying that the house is haunted, and I think maybe she might have bought into it, I'm not quite certain, I don't know about that, right? You need to help that child, right? That's yours. Then you joke him all the time. Then you have the Ouija board thing, right? Which we've never had a Ouija board night at my house, right? And we never will, right? And you're downstairs turning off lights, and that would be kind of hard for somebody who's older, who has stronger mental health. He's a child, and you can look at the Thanksgiving pictures and see in the Thanksgiving pictures he looks kind of reserved and off, right? And this is right before you get him a gun, and he goes and shoots a few days later. So we'll see what happens, what the prosecutor will do. And hey, maybe Madam Defense Attorney can redeem her client a little bit, right? Because she'll have an opportunity after the prosecutor to try to clean it up some. But boy, I think this is about to be a very long process for us.
Just to pick up on what Lillian just said regarding the gun, there was important testimony on direct examination of the defendant regarding the gun. She said that her husband had the responsibility for the gun safety and the gun in general. In fact, she said that she was wholly unaware of the purchase of the gun. She was out Black Friday shopping at Menards, I think, and then came home, and she was irritated because they were at the gun store and she wanted to go Christmas tree shopping. That's how she became aware that her son and her husband had purchased this gun wholly without her knowledge. She said that she didn't feel comfortable with the gun, that the 9mm was locked in a gun case with the cable lock intact, the last she knew. Key was on top of a German beer stein, and then when asked which German beer stein, she said there were multitudinous German beer steins in their house, and she wasn't sure where the particular key was, which particular beer stein was housing the key. She said her this is very, very important. Her testimony was that her son did not have access to the gun without her husband, that her husband hid the gun, quote, because that's what you're supposed to do, end quote. She said that she did not know where the gun was hidden in her own bedroom. So her husband secured the gun with a lock and secured it so well that she didn't even know where the gun was in the bedroom. So somehow the kid went to the German beer stein. He knew where the key was, went in, unlocked the gun that was hidden in the parents' room, and then of course went to school with it in his backpack. According to her, that's a logical conclusion, or the illogical conclusion of her testimony.
So perhaps a bit of a success there in separating herself from the entire purchasing of the gun situation and knowledge of guns and all of that. Something else I found effective was when they brought up emails between school officials, between teachers and the counselor, saying Ethan's having a really, the shooter is having a really bad day. We're concerned about him. He's saying things like his family was a mistake. I mean, disturbing elements that Mrs. Crumbley testified she was never made aware of. Was this like an effective move by the defense, showing that she was not aware?
If she was not aware of what the school was saying, was she aware of her on her own when she looked at her child that something might be a little off, right? Were there family fights? Because there were some elements of someone saying that there were fights amongst and between the family.
Yeah, because she said they were pretty close. So how do you not know anything?
Right.
Because I don't want to be convicted.
One of the things she said she didn't know about, to pick up on your point, Meredith, was on March 17th, 2021, there were that series of text messages from her son directly to her that said the house is haunted. The son said he had pictures of this demon ghost, that the demon, quote, effed up the kitchen. Can you please text me those series of texts? Her response was not that she was tickled by this and thought that her son was pulling her tendrils, but in fact she said she didn't see those texts, that there may have been poor reception in her travels home, but she doesn't recall seeing those texts until they were presented to her in discovery. And
she was at the horse farm at this time.
Right, she was at the horse farm, and she said she didn't see him. And then when she was asked, well, now you see him, she said, I'm still not concerned because it was just hijinks. That was her response.
Just makes you question, as parents, when to take things seriously, and it seemed like there were a lot of warning signs here.
Absolutely, because I promise you, I'm not a helicopter parent, right? I believe your children have to learn certain things, okay? But you got to pick up on cues from your children. If they're withdrawn, he's telling you something is wrong. You're with the horses more than with him, right? You feel he has some animus or hostility towards you, and he wants to get back at you because it's all about you, right? And you knew he had a gun. You knew he had access to a gun. You knew he had a gun that was given to him as a Christmas gift after Black Friday, right? I don't know. I just don't understand the whole thing from a legal perspective and then just from a human perspective. I don't know. I don't think we should be so quick to just condemn parents for bad parenting or just making mistakes, but there were so many signs, and the gun and the drawing, and you went back to, I don't know if it was Costco or her job. I don't know. I don't care. I would have taken my kid with me, because we're just going to disconnect and try again tomorrow. I'm going to take you and at least talk to you, right? And say, hey, son, what's going on here, right? There's something clearly going on, because I know you have a gun that looks just like what you're drawing, because we got it for you. You're searching for bullets. If you didn't know, you know why you didn't know? Because you did this. You put your head in the sand.
Yeah. One of the things that was striking in the direct examination was when she was shown government's exhibit 82. That was a text message to her where her son is panicking, and this was texted to her at 3:17 p.m. and he's saying, "Where are you?" And now when we talk about reaction, so if you have to kind of react or think about it in the minds of a juror here, where the text message is the son saying, there's someone in the house. There's someone in the house. I can see him. The toilet just flushed. There's someone. I hear doors slamming. Where are you? Why aren't you? When are you getting home? Why haven't you texted me back? He's panicking. And her reaction was, he was messing with us. There's no mental health issues. That was her response. He was messing with us. So she didn't hurry home. I mean, can you imagine being away from home, having a child home alone, and having him or her text you, someone is in our house, and panicking like that, and then looking at it and thinking, he's just, as she said later, effing with us. So that was her reaction. Now, whether or not she can get a juror or two to believe that, that's to be seen. And of course, we haven't seen cross-examination. We'll see that start. I anticipate we'll see that start sometime this afternoon.
All right, we can see just a corner screen over there. Jennifer Crumbley has re-entered the courtroom. This was a break called both by the judge and the prosecution. The judge wanted to give the jury a bit of a breather between the direct examination and the cross-examination, and the prosecution wanted some time to gather their thoughts, gather their arguments, perhaps as they continue. Let's see if we have audio yet. We do not have audio yet, so we'll just continue with a couple more thoughts going into this. Lillian, what do you think Jennifer Crumbley will face right now?
Intense scrutiny. She's going to be questioned like she's never been questioned in her life. She's not going to be able to escape. She's not going to be able to be irate. She's not going to be able to use privilege. She's going to have to answer some very tough questions right now, and the prosecutor is not going to soft shoe it here, right? And nor should they. These are questions that have a right to be answered, right? Well, what do you mean? Well, tell us what was going through your head. You knew about the gun. There's going to be some rough questions, and here she is getting back on that witness stand right now. It's going to be very interesting going into tomorrow, because I think that's where we're going to go.
Or you think this will stretch?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
The other thing that we want to keep in mind is this is the defense case in chief, and what she testifies to either on direct or cross-examination. The prosecution now has the opportunity, based on the defense's case in chief, of presenting a rebuttal case. So the prosecution ends last because they have the burden of the proof. And so if she says something that they want to bring in testimony that rebuts that after the defense rests, they're able to do that.
All right, the jury is walking in now. We're going to go ahead and watch the trial as it continues.
All right, you may be seated. Mrs. Crumbley, you are still on under oath.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. All right, you ready? Okay. We were talking about the meeting at the school, and I think the jury's heard a lot about that meeting, okay? So I'm going to fast forward. You go back to work, right?
Yeah.
We saw the exhibit of you walking back in.
Correct.
Okay, we heard Amanda Holland testify about how she gives you some advice. Do you recall her giving you advice?
I don't.
Is she somebody you go to for advice?
No.
Why not?
We were never like friends outside of work, and she was Andy's administrative assistant, so it was just formalities really with her. We didn't really have anything in common. Her child was really young. I had a teenager.
Okay. All right, I want to go to the time where you heard there was an open shooter. The jury's already heard how you heard about that, okay? And we know you got in your car, you drove up to Oxford, right?
Correct.
Okay. We heard about the description of that caravan. Did you see that caravan?
Yeah, I joined it, a black SUV, and that was my fastest way to get to school.
Okay, so you actually were a part of that with all the law enforcement officers all headed up.
Yep, I just kind of jumped in.
What is that, Lapeer Road?
It started on 75. I work at Square Lake and Telegraph, so I got 75 from Square Lake there. And it was well before the M24 exit. I would say about a quarter of a mile. The tractors backed up.
Okay. Now, you sent a text, and if you need to see it, let me know. You sent a text to your son that says, "You can talk to us." Why did you send him that?
After I left the meeting, I knew that he was sad about things, and I just wanted to let him know that he can talk to us about anything. Just wanted to make sure I opened that door. Just let him know that we're there for him. We love him.
Okay, and he said he loved you. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay, was there anything unusual about that?
Yeah, he's at that age where it was hard to get "I love yous" back out of him. For me to open my text and just see him randomly saying "I love you" was abnormal for him.
Okay. Did you think anything at that point?
No, not right at that point. I think I said text back, I love you too, I don't remember. I believe I did, yeah.
Okay. And later in the thread, you say, don't do it. So when you hear there's an open shooter at the school, I want to know in your mind, what do you believe is happening?
Well, my husband had called me when I was still at work, and he said there's an active shooter at Oxford High School, and I can't get a hold of Ethan. And that's when I opened my phone and I saw the I love you text. And then I texted him, are you okay? In the process of it, I was getting my stuff and running out the door, letting my boss know that I had to go to my son's school. It was on 75 when I was trying to get to the exit that my husband called me. He asked me where I hid the bullets, and I told him, and then he said the gun is missing. So instantly, I was like, oh my gosh, he's got the gun. I didn't actually think he was at the school shooting it. I thought maybe he walked home and got the gun and was in the field by the school. I didn't imagine my son actually going into a school and shooting. And then when we got more updates, I was like, oh my gosh, he's a school shooter, he's gonna kill himself. Because in my mind, that's what school shooters have done. They've killed themselves after. So I yelled in my talk to text, Ethan, don't do it, because I thought he was gonna kill himself.
At that point, did you think Ethan had killed anyone?
No, I didn't even think he shot anyone at that point.
Well, that was going to be my next question. Did you believe he injured anyone or shot anyone, did anything?
No. I thought he was going to kill himself.
Okay. So you find out the gun's missing, so you do think he's got the gun, but is going to turn it on himself.
Right.
Okay. So where did you, at that point you went to the substation? I think we saw the video.
Yeah, my husband had called me when I got close to the house. He said the substation just called and they want us to come down there. They have my son. And so I picked him up on the way and we drove to the substation together.
When you say picked him up, picked who up? My son was in custody, basically. The right, so who did you pick up?
I picked up my husband, I'm sorry.
Okay, you picked up James. Okay, what was going through your mind at this point, going from picking James up to the substation?
Thanks for joining us for CBS News Detroit at 4.
I didn't really know what to think. I was kind of it was kind of hazy. It was kind of, everything was a little surreal. I still didn't believe that he actually shot anybody or was in the school. I just knew that there was gunfire. I didn't know the extent of it at all.
So when you're at the substation, did you asked them about fatalities? We saw it on there.
That wasn't at the subs. Oh yeah, I did.
Okay, but you didn't get an answer, right?
No.
At that point, were you thinking that anyone was injured or that anyone was hurt?
He did say there was injuries, and at that point, my mind went to, we can handle injuries. We can handle injuries. I went into kind of like go mode, like what do we have to do? My son's arrested. I did not think there would be any fatalities.
You didn't think there would be any injuries?
No, I didn't think there would be injuries. I didn't think there'd be anything, but I just went into that mode. Like we can handle injuries, and we can figure this out and go from there.
Okay. We saw the interview at the substation. Yes. I'm not going to go through all that with you, okay? After that, you go to your house. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the next thing, police are at your door.
We were at the house for a minute. We were putting some hot water on the oven, on the stove. My husband walked out back to the side of the house. I saw him walk towards the end of the driveway through my kitchen window. I was sitting in my kitchen on my phone talking to my dad, and I realized my husband was gone for a little bit longer. I didn't see him walk back, so I walked out the front door of my house.
And what'd you see?
There was a bunch of officers with guns drawn on me.
Have you ever been in that position before?
No, I have not.
What did you think when that happened?
I don't know. I remember just dropping my phone and putting my hands up and then being handcuffed. It all happened so fast. It was shocking.
Okay, we saw you sit in the car with James with the handcuffs, right?
Correct.
So we don't need to go through all that.
No.
After that, we saw a video where you're sitting in the car and you talk to police for a long time. There's a lot of long pauses in it, right?
Right.
Okay. I'm not going to go through that whole video right now, okay? But if there's something you need, you can let me know. During the substation meeting, while you're with Joe Bryan, you...
Judge, this is direct examination.
I'm
What
asking a
happened?
question. I'm just putting us in a space. I'm going to ask a non-leading question. Okay. So we all can see that you are using your phone while you are speaking to law enforcement. I want to know what you're doing on your phone. It's not leading.
What were you
And the
doing
whole
on your
jury can hear you constantly saying object.
What were you doing on your phone? I was looking, first I was looking for the paper to show the officer that was sitting next to me. The first one I pulled up, I couldn't get to zoom in, so I had to search through my emails for the other one to get that pulled up. Once I got my phone back, I'm pretty sure I was going through the mass amount of text messages and Facebook messages I was receiving from family and friends asking me if my son was okay, because at this point in time, nobody knew anything. I was also messaging with my my boss, who happens to be an attorney, trying to get his advice on what to do. I was on my phone, I'm not going to deny it. I was probably looking at text messages and Facebook messages and just trying to get updates on anything.
Is that the same or different when you're in the back of the patrol car?
What do you mean?
There's a point where you're in the patrol car by yourself.
Right.
Okay, you've got your phone. Tell us what you're doing on your phone at that point.
I now was messaging with my dad a lot because I had dropped the phone when I was talking to him and I got arrested, so I was filling him in what was going on. I was also messaging immediate family members and close friends that my son was okay, but he was the shooter. So that's mainly what I was doing.
What was your state of mind like at that time?
I don't know. It was pretty numb. I didn't really believe. I had a hard time. I don't know. I was numb. I didn't really believe like everything was happening the way it was. It was surreal. My mind was in all different places.
Okay, so when did you find out there were fatalities?
In the back of the car when I was by myself, and I asked the officer, and he told me there was 4 fatalities.
That's on the video?
Yes.
I'm not going to ask you questions about that, okay? All I can hear is object, and it's very distracting. I would ask them to write notes or something because it's very distracting.
Okay, I can't hear them, but just try and keep your voices down, please.
I didn't say that word object.
Okay.
Okay.
We're not saying object.
Okay. Well, she can hear you saying something apparently. So.
Okay. So this is the time where you find out there's fatalities. I'm going to move on to a different topic. On your cell phone, do you have a habit of deleting messages?
Usually it's threads.
Okay, explain to the jury what you do, because go ahead and explain.
Well, on Facebook, I do a lot of Facebook Marketplace, so I get a lot of messages.
What's Facebook Marketplace?
Where you buy and sell things. So the first main screen of my phone will get clogged up with Marketplace messages, so I'll just delete threads to my main people come up that I talk to on a regular basis. If that starts getting full, I delete those threads too. Same thing with text messages. I delete threads until the main people I talk to are up on the main screen, so I don't have to scroll down to find them.
Okay, so is that a habit that you started that day, that month? When did you start doing this deleting text thing?
Pretty much when I got a cell phone. I've always done that.
Okay. Did you go out of your way, in this case, to delete like certain messages?
Not intentionally.
And So when there's a message they say you deleted that indicates the gun was locked, do you recall deleting that message?
No, I completely forgot I sent that message.
Or unsending it, I'm sorry.
No, I don't remember.
Okay, there's another message that is unsent talking about we did everything right, that kind of thing. Do you recall unsending that message?
No.
Okay. So when law enforcement got found that there was a lot of deleted content, does that surprise you in any way?
No.
And you don't dispute, you've seen a lot of text message threads that have been admitted. You agree those were a lot of the messages going on, is that right?
Right.
And a lot of those are what were deleted?
Correct.
Okay. So after you're interviewed, there was a point where the police tell you and James you guys need to leave the house, is that right?
Yes.
Where did you guys go?
We went up to, the first time we ended up going to the Holiday Inn Express and sitting in the parking lot trying to figure out what was going on, waiting for them to call us.
Was there a point you had to go back to the house?
Yes, they called us to come back to the house.
Did you know why you're going back?
They told us that the search was over and they just wanted us to come back to the house.
Okay, so when you got back to the house, what happened?
We went into the house and then the detective asked for our cell phones.
And were you reluctant about giving over your cell phone?
Yes, I was.
Okay, why is that?
Sounds bad, but my life is in my cell phone, my contacts are in my cell phone, everything I need is in my cell phone. I don't memorize phone numbers, I have an emergency going on, and they're taking my only means of contact away from me.
Okay, there was a suggestion to go get burner phones or track phones, prepaid phones.
Correct.
Did you do that?
Yes, we did.
Okay, so there was evidence, you went to Walmart in Lapeer, does that sound right?
Yep.
And we saw the receipts. There's been a lot of text messages about threats. Tell the jury about what you were receiving.
We were receiving so many threats on let me back up. On our new track phones, in my Facebook Messenger, there was a ton of threats. I wasn't getting text threats on my new track phone because I had my number, but my Facebook Messenger was blowing up with threats. Once I got into my email account, that was blowing up with threats. People found my realtor.com profile that I hadn't had for years and were sending me messages through that. I had people sending me screenshots of text threats they found that I didn't know about.
How were you feeling at this point?
I was feeling pretty scared.
Okay, scared of what?
Well, scared that somebody might hurt us.
Okay. At that point, did you ever go back home?
This is the first time, right?
I'm talking after you bought the track.
Oh, no, we went to the hotel in Lapeer.
Okay. So you go to the hotel in Lapeer, and then how long did you stay there?
Just one night.
Okay, so that was the night of
the 30th.
The 30th, okay. What did you do on the 1st?
We woke up. I knew I had to make arrangements. I had a senior dog and 2 cats still at the house. I didn't know what to do with. My neighbor was sending me updates, letting me know that there was still media around my house, that my house had multiple random pizza deliveries that people were calling in. So I had to get dog food for our dog, and I met her at the actually in the church parking lot behind Red Naps that afternoon to give her the food.
Okay, and I believe that we've heard about that and saw the GPS stuff. Did you go to any banks?
Not on that day.
Okay, did you go any time that week?
Yes.
All right, why were you going to banks?
When all this unfolded and we found out that it was my son that was a shooter, I get a lot of advice from my dad. My dad's been involved in some civil suits before. He told me that there's probably going to be a lot of lawsuits, and they're going to try to take your assets. And I didn't really have any assets. The bank owned my house, the bank owned my cars, and all I had was the cash in my bank. And he said they could freeze your account. So I went and withdrew money from my account. My dad also deposited extra money in my account during that time to give to us, help us retain a lawyer, which I withdrew as well.
Okay, so you withdrew that money. Did you withdraw anything from an account that had Ethan's name on it?
We transferred money from that savings account to our account.
Okay, explain that account. I know it says Ethan's name on it. Is anyone else listed on the account?
No, it's a Simply Kids savings account through Flagstar Bank. So he opened it with $200. I don't think he really had any more than $100 left after things he wanted to buy, but I transfer money from my check into that account, so we kind of use it as a savings account too.
Okay, did you leave any money in that account?
If we did, it was very little.
Okay. So on December 1st, we heard testimony already that your son was charged, you watched online. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. We heard on the 1st, did you guys stay at the hotel in Lapeer or did you go somewhere else?
No, we went to the extended stay in Auburn Hills.
Okay, why is that?
Probably for the cheapest rates, and it was a decent hotel, not any other reason why.
Okay, so how long did you end up staying at the extended stay in Auburn Hills?
In there for 2 days.
Okay, and then we've heard testimony that charges were going to be announced at some point. Did you know when charges would be announced?
No, I was kind of following the news articles, trying to get updates. My cousin was sending me a lot of texts, saying, I think they're going to charge you too. We didn't think I would get charged. Maybe my husband, because the gun was in his name. So we had an awareness of it, but I don't think it really actually set in that it was going to happen until it did.
Okay, so we heard testimony that on December 3rd, you end up at an art studio. Explain to us what was the hotel? Extended stay in Auburn Hills?
Correct.
Okay, tell us all where you went. How do you get from that hotel to the art studio in Detroit and why? Give us the rundown.
So we ended up going to Owasso to get our normal cell phones. We couldn't shut down accounts.
Why couldn't you shut down accounts?
Because of the two-factor authentication. So it was sending a text message to my old phone number I didn't have. So I had my employer yelling at me to shut down my LinkedIn account, my Instagram account, because I had my employer's name all over it. So we had to get our cell phones with our old numbers on it to get that back.
Were you trying to deactivate Facebook and stuff too?
I was trying. Well, I already deactivated Facebook. My husband needed to deactivate his Facebook. I had to deactivate LinkedIn and Instagram, and I couldn't get into my email on my burner phone because of that two-factor authentication code thing.
Okay, so you guys went to Owasso and got what?
We got regular cell phones with our old numbers on it.
Okay. Then what?
Then it's when Andre, my friend, called.
Is there any reason you went to Owasso to get those phones?
Yeah, we didn't feel safe in the local area.
Okay, so you drove like the hour they testified. Okay, all right. So then what?
So my friend Andre, who owns the art studio, called and was checking in to see how we were doing, and he wanted to stop by our hotel. It was the night of the 2nd. So he actually came to our hotel that night, and he invited us to come to his art studio the next day just to be around a friend, he wanted to buy us sandwiches, he wanted to show us art studio. He was just a really nice guy that was just offering a friendship during that time when we didn't know what was going on. So that's how we ended up going to the art studio.
Okay, how did you get to the art studio?
I drove.
Okay, drove what?
I drove my car, and with my husband left our other car at the hotel.
Okay, so we've heard about how one car is like left at this hotel. That's because you guys went together. To Detroit.
Correct.
Okay. Did you know you were going to get charged at that point?
We had heard they might announce charges sometime that day.
Okay, but I want to know, did you know you were definitely being charged at that point?
Oh, no.
Okay. So you tell us what happened when you got to the art studio. I think we saw him show you where to park. Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Why did you park where you parked?
I was parking close to the dumpster, and he told me to move away from the dumpster because people like to throw stuff out there. So I moved. He showed me where to park. So I wasn't taking anybody's parking space or blocking the dumpster or any of that.
Okay. So then what did you guys do that day?
He showed us around the building, and then we went to the art studio. Andre had a business meeting, I think at 11 o'clock that day, and so he left the building for a little bit. He came back after charges were announced, so he came back when we found out we were getting charged. He brought sandwiches back. At that point in time,
how were you feeling at that point when you found out you're getting charged?
Freaked out. I've never been charged with anything in my life.
Okay, so you've never been charged with a crime like this?
Like this, correct.
Okay, of this magnitude?
Correct.
All right. So okay, so you know you're charged, or you know that they want you. What was your plan at that point?
Well, I was in touch with my attorney.
Me.
You. And I was taking your advice that we're going to turn ourselves in.
When were you planning to turn yourself in?
The next day, so it would be Saturday morning.
Okay, why was that?
That's when the Novi court was doing arraignments that day.
Okay, so on Friday, the whole afternoon, you know you're being charged. That afternoon, what was your plan at that point? Or what were you doing at that point?
Well, I was debating whether or not to go back to Auburn Hills and stay at the extended stay. And I think this is before we even knew there was a manhunt out for us.
Okay, Your Honor, may I approach the witness with the defense exhibit, proposed exhibit A? The prosecution has received it.
No objection.
Do you object to submission? Nope. Okay. Thank you. Okay, A is admitted. Can you tell the jury what that document shows?
It's a Priceline.com travel itinerary, your trip from December 1st.
Okay.
Last visited 12/3/2021.
Okay, so when you're, okay, on 12/3, are there also searches for another hotel?
I think so. Yeah, there's a Priceline checkout, Auburn Hills, 12/4, 12/5, so I think I was looking at for those dates.
So you were planning to, is it fair to say then you're looking for a hotel?
Objection deleting.
All right, so that exhibit, what does it tell you about your plans for 4/4 to 4/5?
To be in Auburn Hills, extended stay.
Okay. What is Priceline?
It's an app where you can get last minute hotel deals.
Do you agree these are your searches?
Yeah, I'm always on Priceline.
Okay. Ultimately, on the night of the 3rd, were you aware on Friday afternoon if you could go into court that afternoon? What was your awareness?
I was not aware that we could go into court that afternoon. I was just waiting on direction from you to what we're going to do the following day and turning ourselves in.
All right. So the prosecution showed lots of pictures of the art studio. We agree. That's what it looks like, right?
Right.
Okay. Did you guys sleep on that mattress that night?
Yeah, we did. It was actually in the hallway, a common hallway the business shared, and we pulled it into the art studio and slept on it that night.
Okay. Did the prosecution showed receipts and supplies that were bought, things like that? Who went to the store and did that?
My friend went to the store. We gave him a list, and he picked up things for us.
Okay. Why didn't you go to the police department? This is so distracting. I'm having a really hard time. I can move maybe and ask.
Okay, try not to talk.
Okay. So who bought those supplies?
My friend did.
Okay. Why didn't you and James just go on your own to the police department and turn yourselves in?
Because we didn't feel it'd be safe.
Okay. Why is that?
Just the fact that the entire community and Michigan knew that we were expected to turn ourselves in at the police department, so they would know where to go.
Okay. And so that night, did you and James sleep there?
We did.
When did you go to bed? What happened? Just really quickly.
I want to say it was after 11, maybe around 11 o'clock when we finally went to bed. We both, I'm prescribed Xanax for anxiety, and we each took 4 because we knew we were going to turn ourselves in the next day, and we hadn't slept in 4 days, and we just wanted to sleep.
Okay, so you each took 4.
We did.
Okay, and so the next thing, the next piece of evidence we saw was them coming into that art studio. Do you recall that?
I recall my husband screaming, and there's people with guns again in our face, officers.
What were you doing prior to hearing your husband screaming?
We were sleeping.
Okay. Were you aware there was anything going on?
No, I was not.
Okay. We saw the video, so we don't need to go through all of that. And the prosecution admitted, I'm going to put it up on the screen, People's Exhibit 150, and I just want to verify with you. I'm sorry, can you turn it on, Ashley? Okay, do you see it on your screen?
I do.
Okay, what is that?
That's an alarm we set I set for the next morning.
For Saturday morning?
For Saturday morning, correct.
Okay, do you recall why you set it for 6:30, 6:45? Is there 2 alarms or 1?
Yeah, there's 2.
Okay, why did you set those alarms?
Because we were going to wake up and drive to the Novi courthouse and meet you there by 8:30.
Okay, and what was your plan there? What was going to be your plan when you got to Novi?
We were going to be arraigned.
Okay, now, there was evidence, there was evidence that your purse and belongings were found in totes there. Do you remember seeing all those pictures?
I do.
Okay, tell the jury why those were, your purse and personal effects were in those bins.
I didn't know if we were going to jail. I didn't know if we were going to be bonded out. I didn't know what was going to happen, so I had told my friend where I left my purse and my backpack, where I did have pretty much all my money in it, to grab those the next day, or when he's at the studio. He's not usually there on the weekend, so I put them in the totes just for extra precaution.
In some of the messages the prosecution admitted, you say that you failed as a parent. Are you a failure as a parent?
I don't think I'm a failure as a parent, but at that time, I guess I felt bad that Ethan was sad at those things, and I guess I don't know, I just felt like I failed somewhere. I don't really know how to describe it. At that point in time, I just kind of felt like somewhere I failed.
Do you believe there was anything, do you believe that you knew or had reason to know your son was a danger to anyone else?
No. As a parent, you spend your whole life trying to protect your child from other dangers. You never would think you have to protect your child from harming somebody else. That's what blew my mind. That was the hardest thing I had to stomach, is that my child harmed and killed other people.
Do you believe there were things you were thinking at the time, I should do this, but I'm not doing it? Do you look back and think that?
No, I don't. I mean, of course I look back after this all happened, and I've asked myself if I would have done anything differently, and I wouldn't have.
If you could change what happened, would you?
Oh, absolutely. I wish he would have killed us instead.
Over the last 26 months, has this been stressful for you?
It's been very stressful. Yes.
Have you had a range of emotions?
I've had a lot of emotions.
Do you believe you are the victim here?
I don't want to say that I'm a victim, because I do not want to disrespect those families that truly are the victims on this, but we did lose a lot.
Okay. You've lost everything.
We did.
I'm going to have you come back tomorrow morning at 8:30 in the morning. All right? I'm always looking for the mutual break. I need to instruct you during the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you must consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. Do not go on social media, do not post, do not go on Facebook, do not do research, do not discuss the case with anyone, do not watch the news, do not read a newspaper. You guys have been really great and we appreciate it. All right, so I'll see you tomorrow at 8:30.
All rise for the jury.
I will let the jury go right now so that I can ask if there's anything. Do you consider?
Is it okay if she comes out?
Yeah, she can step back. You can be seated. This is not your jury, though, so you have who's to do this. You're going to do cross tomorrow
Yes.
morning. And then, do you know what you're going to do next?
I don't. Your Honor, my client and I have a number of witnesses on our list.
Okay.
And to be quite frank, I'm going to go to meet with her.
Okay.
Or I have arrangements to meet with her.
Okay.
I have opinions about what we should do. I know that our opinions have not matched, and so we need to have some discussions.
Okay.
I just don't know who I'm going to be calling based on that. But the prosecution has my list.
Okay.
It's the same as it's been. Nothing's changed.
Okay.
I actually have 2 names I can give them that I know I'm not going to call.
Okay.
Judge, shortly before trial, the people filed a notice of intent to admit something should the defense counsel assert a privilege, that privilege being attorney-client communication. Questions asked of the defendant, I believe, caused a revisiting of that ruling.
Okay, you know what?
Meaning that there was a thumbnail photograph recovered off of the defendant's phone from a time period where the police were on scene at 1111 Bellevue in Detroit. The defendant has testified that she was waiting to hear for instructions from Ms. Smith. She can't testify to any communications between herself and her attorney without waiving the privilege. That privilege has been waived. We should be now entitled to explore what that text message was. The timing of it was very important, especially considering the timing of the 911 call in Detroit, as well as the timing of the fugitive team's arrival in Detroit, and the timing of the arrest of the defendants.
Are you talking about the text that I already saw?
Yes, Judge.
The 2-word text?
Now, but the issue is
escape or attempted escape. And it reads like this: there's been some evidence that the defendant tried to run away, tried to hide, ran away, hid after the alleged crime before the police arrested her. This is the important part. This evidence does not prove guilt. A person may run or hide for innocent reasons such as panic, mistake, or fear. However, a person may also run because of consciousness of guilt, a guilty mind. The whole thing was about a guilty mind. So the last part of that jury instruction is you must decide whether the evidence is true, and if it is true, whether it shows that the defendant had a guilty state of mind. She's saying, hey, we had Priceline. We were going to stay at a hotel when later, we had plans to go to Novi, turn ourselves in. The lawyer is saying, hey, I was going to have her turned in, and I guess, I don't know, but that's what we've been listening to for the past 30 minutes or so, that one issue.
And she just said in the testimony just now, as we were in break, that she wouldn't do things differently.
Yeah, remarkable. She said, I look back, and if I could do anything different, I wouldn't. You know, it's remarkable that her lack of humanity. She's testifying in front of obviously the jury, but a courtroom full of the parents of 4 victims who were assassinated at close range by her son. And so, yeah, that's certainly not a way to get warm and fuzzies from a witness. So I don't know if that was something that she just said on her own, or was that the defense attorney knew that that her question would elicit that kind of answer. There's one thing that kind of struck me at the end of this, at the end of the day here. We're at 4:30 right now, so there's another half hour in the court day, and I'm kind of surprised that the prosecution has asked for the cross-examination to begin tomorrow. So one of the things I would like to do, if I'm the prosecutor in this case, I don't want that jury to go home until they hear some cross-examination. I want them to go home overnight with the notion in mind that there's some viable things that she lied about, that she that she has very difficult things in answering, that her credibility is lacking. So I want that jury to go home after I hammer her for about 15 minutes and then say, we'll continue this tomorrow. I want the last thing in the jury's mind to be my cross-examination. So I'd take some hard and fast points that she can't wiggle around. I'd hit them, and then I'd say, Judge, this is a good time to break. So I'd want them to go home with that in mind, rather than today. They have the direct examination, and they're not thinking about the cross-examination tonight.
Yeah, the prosecution was ready to go today, and the defense said she only had a quarter of a way to go, but it ended up running out the time on the clock that we had today.
So, listen, I know Rick comes to this from a prosecutor perspective. I come at it from a defense, and maybe just I try to have some humanity even when dealing with the most abhorrent clients, which, I have sometimes. So when a defense attorney hammers, and I'm a hammer, don't misunderstand, but when I say hammer, I'm asking direct questions. Boom, 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 boom. People get upset when defense attorneys do it, but when prosecutors do it, they're like, yeah, get them. Listen, this is just the way it goes, right? I don't know what you can do or not do that's going to unring anything that has happened thus far in this particular case, right? The mom is going to have some very difficult questions to answer. And the comment, how do you get over that comment about I wouldn't do anything different? It reminds me of George Zimmerman, the George Zimmerman defense, right? Stand your ground. I don't know if it's an echo chamber or it's a talking point to say double down, never back down, because you're saying you're right and they're wrong, but people are dead.
One of the things that I took away with in the direct examination that was curiously odd, incongruent at best, was the defendant was testifying about the days that led up, the text messages that led up to prior to the shooting, and as we discussed earlier, she was taking these texts and she was minimizing them in the sense that this was just kind of hijinks and fun and games, and he was teasing. It wasn't something that I deemed to be worrisome at all. I think that was her intent. That she didn't give it much stake at all. But when she was told that there was a shooting at the school, she said her first reaction was, I thought her son was going to kill himself. Now, leading up to that, she had no worries about her son. She wasn't concerned about his mental health. She said that several times. But after the shooting is announced, she said that the thought that went through her mind and the reason that she said that she was worried she couldn't get a hold of her son was not because she thought he was the shooter today. She said that she was worried that he might have killed himself. Why that thought would have come into her mind, based upon her testimony that none of these text messages were anything to worry about or be concerned about, is incongruent at best.
We've caught several inconsistencies. Well, thank you to both of you for being here today to break this all down for us.
Thank you.
And our Andres Gutierrez is live outside Oakland County Circuit Court with more of today's testimony.
Yeah.
Andres, can you hear us, and what can you tell us, if so?
Yeah, Then Terrence, you know, at the noon hit, we were talking about, I was wondering where the defense was going to put Jennifer Crumbley, whether it was going to be last or first. They started right with their key witness, Jennifer, testifying for over 2.5 hours. She said she was nervous, broke out in hives, trying to convince the jury that she was not a mother who ignored her son's pleas before he committed mass murder. She denied those allegations and placed a lot of the responsibility on her husband, James. The defense attorney asking if her son ever felt like she needed mental health treatment or counseling, and she said no, that there were a couple of times that Ethan's had anxiety about test taking and what his plans were after high school and what he was going to do, whether he was going to go in college or military, but she was not really worried about his mental health. And then earlier in the day, the prosecution shared these journal entries written by the shooter saying, quote, "I want to get help by my parents, but they don't listen to me, so I can't get any help." But they did buy him that murder weapon on Black Friday 2021. Jennifer, though, said that she was not there for the purchase, once again placing that responsibility on her husband, James, and said that the only would be allowed to use that weapon whenever her husband was around. That they did go into detail about the meeting that she had with school administrators. Take a listen.
How did that meeting go?
It was pretty nonchalant. It was pretty brief. He started to tell. He basically filled me in on what my son and him were talking about for the last hour and a half. He said that my son told him that he was feeling sad over the death of our dog that we had. My mother-in-law lost his friend. He told us that he didn't feel my son was a risk, and actually gave him the option if he wanted to stay at school or go home. My son wanted to stay at school. I thought the advice that they were giving us was a good advice. We talked about him being sad, and then he said being around peers usually helps. We all agreed to that. My son gets very stressed out when he does virtual school, so we agreed that it might stress him out more to do his school remotely the rest of the day. But there was never a time where I would refuse to take him home. I could easily, if he wanted to go, take him with me. I had no issues with that.
Now, her testimony did wrap up with the defense attorney asking her if she felt like she was a victim in this situation. She said that out of respect for the victims, those families that lost loved ones, that she would not use that word, but they did lose a lot, herself and her family, as a result of what happened because of her son's actions. Now, again, all of this resumes again at 8:30 in the morning when the prosecution will cross-examine her, and we'll of course be here for that. Reporting live in Pontiac, Andres Gutierrez, CBS News Detroit.
All right, Andres.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back. Time for another check of your forecast. We're going to send it over to next weather meteorologist Karen Carter.
Yeah, we're going to see some sunshine over the next few days, which is going to be nice. We still have to get through tonight and tomorrow morning, though. That's when we're going to see the most cloud cover. Taking a look at our next weather radar, we're staying really predominantly dry throughout southeast Michigan. You may still see a little bit of late rainfall tonight, some drizzle, especially if you live in the Thumb area. Here's a look, though, at our future cast. We're going to see those cloudy conditions continue on through tonight and even into tomorrow morning. But by tomorrow afternoon, those clouds are going to break up. We're finally going to see a little bit of sunshine. I know many of us have been looking forward to seeing that sun. We're going to see some sunshine still, even into the weekend. Both Saturday and Sunday, we're going to have dry conditions, and we're going to see some sunshine both days. So here's a look at cloud cover over the next few days. We are going to see, I'll call it partly cloudy skies tomorrow. Clouds in the morning, more sunshine in the afternoon, then mostly sunny skies on Saturday, sunshine then on Sunday. And we'll see a little bit more cloud cover on Monday, but then we're going to see more sunshine then on Tuesday. Wednesday is looking like the most or the best chance that we're going to have a little bit more cloud cover, and then still some sunshine on Thursday. So at least we're getting that sunshine in there. Very mild temperatures over the next few days too. But with that sunshine, we got to be careful about the woodchucks seeing their shadow, right? If they do see their shadow, then they hide back into their hole, and we have another 6 more weeks of winter. So tomorrow, if you're going to howl, see Woody the woodchuck, we are going to see temperatures staying just above freezing or around freezing. Cloudy conditions, so hopefully we'll have that early spring. Here's a look at precip chances over the next 6 days. We are going to have nice and dry conditions over the next 6 days. And in fact, throughout January, we had the wettest January on record. So this is all liquid precip. So 5 inches and a quarter was the record, and that was this past January. The previous record was set back in 1932 with just over 5 inches. Normal precip should be about 2 1/4 inches, and last year we were just over 3 inches. So here's a look at my Motor City meter. I'm going to give tomorrow a 4, some afternoon sunshine, still mild temperatures, even though temps are going to be rather above normal for the day tomorrow. It's not going to be quite warm outside, but definitely feeling a lot warmer than it has been. 32 degrees will be our overnight low tonight. We'll expect cloudy conditions overnight tonight, and then tomorrow we'll expect temperatures to warm up to a high of 39 degrees. Temperatures are going to be still above normal. Normal is being about 32 degrees, but we'll have the morning cloud cover and then some sunshine in the afternoon. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. We'll expect more sunshine for the weekend, and then we'll see temperatures next week still staying in the 40s as well. We are still going to see quite a bit of sunshine throughout at least the beginning of the week. By next Thursday, we'll see mostly cloudy skies, but still more sunshine will return on Friday.
All right, thank you, Karen. President Joe Biden is here in Michigan ahead of this month's primary election.
Yeah, he is at an event hosted by the UAW on the heels of his endorsement by the union last week. We're going to listen to what the president has to say.
The strongest economy in the whole damn world. We do. In the whole world. Inflation's coming down. The jobs are growing. We created 800,000 manufacturing jobs. Remember they told us we were dead, manufacturing's dead in America? China's gonna eat our lunch? Well, guess what, man? We don't taste that good. So look, folks, I really mean it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And the whole country owes you. They really owe you. And I tell you a guy I owe this guy named Sean. He stood up, he gets it. No. He gets it. When we got all these numbers over and you guys endorsed me, he talked about a simple thing. He said, this is about giving people a shot. That's all it is. It's just fairness. Give people a shot. That's what you do. That's what you do. And besides, you built my 67 Corvette. My pride. Any ever watch Jay Leno's Garage? You watch me race on my 67 Corvette? It's only 327, 350. I tell you what, man, I got up to 130 miles an hour, though. Secret Service doesn't like riding with me very much anymore. Anyway, thank you. And you're not only helping auto workers, you're helping every worker in the world. You really are. You're the best workers in the world. That's not hyperbole. And I learned a long time ago, last comment I'll make, I've been doing this a long time. I know I don't look like I'm 40, but I'm 40. Right? Anyway, 40 times 2. But the thing is that, you know, there's a provision in the law that was passed during Roosevelt's time about the big fight was, could unions organize them? That was a big issue. It not only said unions could organize, it said we should encourage the union movement. That's what it says, law. It says one other thing. When the President of the United States is given money by the United States Congress to spend, whether it's an aircraft carrier, or highway, or any public event, they should do two things. One, this is what the law says. One, they should hire American workers. Two, they should use American products. And you can make an exception if you didn't have to work at a particular job or a project or the material, you could hire somebody else. But guess what? For the longest time, we didn't pay attention to it. I pay attention to it. That's why we're growing. Made in America, by Americans, that's why we're the best in the world. And they're the best. Thank you, and God bless you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right, we just saw live video there of the president speaking with members of the UAW here during his visit to Michigan. The Detroit Historical Society is celebrating 100 years this April, and to commemorate this special occasion, there is a unique exhibit that is honoring 34 Detroit entrepreneurs who invest, elevate, and enrich Detroit.
That's right. It's called the Hustle exhibit. Earlier today, we spoke with Rebecca Salmon and Witt about what people can expect. So tell us more about the Hustle and what it really means.
You know, the Hustle has been a 2-year initiative at the Historical Society. We really wanted to kind of walk our talk. We say all the time that we want everybody to see their own stories in our halls and on our walls. And the Hustle is a way that we do that. You know, a piece of what we do is contemporary collecting. So we want the stories of the history that's happening right now. And what we realized is that Detroit's Black entrepreneurs are making history every day. And so 2 years ago, we started this initiative with a big crowd-funded nominations process. And we were expecting to get a couple hundred nominations. We got almost 500. And so people were really interested in this. And out of those 447 nominees, we selected 34 who have been part of a quarterly series of exhibits and now a big exhibit in the Detroit Historical Museum. Along with public programming, and this weekend, a big celebration gala that celebrates everybody who's involved in the movement.
Yeah, tell us a bit about that, some more details about the big event.
Yeah, so Saturday night, we are hosting a gala. It's called The Hustle, and of course we're going to be dancing, because what else could you do with a name like that? And it really is styled as a dance party to celebrate Detroit's entrepreneurs. Everybody's invited. Tickets are still on sale, actually, so they'll be on sale all the way up through walk-in on the night of. Starts at 6 p.m. We're going to be dancing. We're going to have a little spoken program in the middle. Again, honoring the 34 nominees, but also the 500 different entrepreneurs who were nominated to be a part of this really great program.
So what are some of the businesses being highlighted in this exhibit?
Oh my gosh, you know, so many, and it's really a spectrum. Our objective was to get nominations from every neighborhood in the city. We've got a big map in the exhibit, and you really can see every neighborhood in the city is represented. So we've got everybody from Chilled Peels Lemonade, Lucy Butts, who started a literal lemonade stand with her kids during COVID. Aww. And now has distribution through Meijer. I mean, what an amazing success story, right?
The reach she's gotten.
Exactly, and it's this kind of hustle. We've got DJ Invisible, famous Detroit DJ. He's flying back in from his tour in Europe to come to this event on Saturday. So, you know, it's everybody from, you know, local media personalities all the way to to, you know, the lemonade stand ladies. We've got hairdressers, and we've got entrepreneurs who do things like, we've got Round One Gaming, who has a semi-truck trailer that you actually go in and do video gaming in. And they're just so creative and interesting. It's really been a joy to get to know all of these wonderful entrepreneurs. And we consider them part of the Detroit Historical Society family now, really.
That's really great. So quickly, for those who want to check out the exhibit, how long do they have?
The exhibit is up all the way till the end of March. So all the way through March 31st, there's plenty more time to see it. It's in the lower level. You might be familiar with the Streets of Old Detroit at the Historical Museum. It's right down there. It's beautiful, lively, it's colorful, it's great for kids. There's lots to do and see in there. Really recommend it.
All right, Rebecca, thanks so much for stopping by to tell us all about it.
Thanks for having me.
And our Amir Makeupson will serve as one of the MCs for the Hustle Gala. Again, that's taking place this Saturday from 6 to 11 p.m. at the Detroit Historical Museum. Coming up, World Cancer Day is this Sunday, a day to raise awareness and encourage prevention, detection, and treatment. After the break, one woman's story of survival that is offering hope to others. Welcome back. World Cancer Day is this Sunday, and a new study by the World Health Organization is shedding light on the disease. And as Ian Lee reports, one American woman living in London is sharing her cancer battle to give others hope.
Alexia Da Silva embraces each new day life gives her.
I never cried from joy before cancer.
The 42-year-old was diagnosed with stage 2 breast cancer in 2016.
I just went into shock and then tears.
To mark World Cancer Day, the World Health Organization released a broad study surrounding the disease. The WHO looked at 115 countries and found a majority don't spend enough on cancer care and treatment.
This is not the time to turn away. It's the time to double down and make those investments in cancer prevention and control.
In 2022, 20 million people were diagnosed with cancer, and the world saw nearly 10 million deaths from the disease. 1 in 5 people will develop cancer in their lifetime.
And around 1 in 9 men and 1 in 12 women will die from the disease.
Alexia knows this pain. She lost her mother, uncle, and grandmother to cancer.
They're with me in my heart all the time. I've out-survived them, and so I feel their spirit in me.
She wants to share that spirit of strength with others.
You know, we're all in this together. We have a secret bond, something that connects all of us.
After finishing chemotherapy, radiation, and 2 breast surgeries, Alexia's boyfriend surprised her with a trip to Morocco.
And I left out of the motorcycle and I was like, this is how you do cancer.
Now in remission, she cherishes every magical moment. Ian Lee, CBS News, London.
The FDA has issued a warning about unapproved copycat eye drops that officials say can be mistaken for approved products. According to the FDA, South Moon, Rebright, and Viv Go should not be purchased or used. Officials say these products lack an active ingredient used in approved eye drops. In addition to that, testing of South Moon samples came up positive for a bacteria that could cause eye infections. So far, there's no word where these products came from, and an investigation is underway. That does it for us here at 4 o'clock, but don't worry, we're just getting things started right here on CBS News Detroit. The news at 5 with Shayna Humphreys and Terrence Friday starts now.
Meredith, thanks, and good evening. Thank you for joining us for CBS News Detroit at 5. I'm Terrence Friday.
I'm Shayna Humphreys. A lot is happening in Metro Detroit today, but of course we begin with the moment we've all been waiting for. That's Jennifer Crumbley took the stand herself in her own defense today on day 6 of testimony in her involuntary manslaughter trial.
Our Andres Gutierrez has been following the trial all day and is live outside of the Oakland County Circuit Court in Pontiac tonight. Andres?
Well, Terrence, the defense did not waste any time in getting to their key witness. Jennifer Crumbley was up first, and she was so nervous she broke out in hives. During her 2.5 hours of questioning, all she did was deny, deny, deny.
Swear or affirm the testimony about today.